Chapter 711. Li Dan knew that Li Junchen was about to impeach him and that Princess Taiping, Wu Chengxi, and the others had decided to join forces to counterattack, but he still did not dare to write a few words and incite the officials still loyal to him to cooperate. He was worried that once the matter was exposed, it would become evidence against him. In the end, it was under the insistence of Li Chengqi, Li Longji, and the other princes, who specifically stated that the letter could be burned after reading that Li Dan finally agreed, trembling with fear, to sign the letter and stamp the crown prince's seal. Li Longji saw Gao Lisha, who was holding the secret letter, out of the hall. He reached out to take off his jade pendant of flowing clouds and 100 blessings and stuffed it into Gao Lisha's hand. He said, "Eunuch, you risked your life to send a message and saved my father and me from danger. I am unable to repay your great kindness. This jade pendant is a small token from me. Please accept it, eunuch." Li Longji was under house arrest in the Eastern Palace and did not have any monthly salary. This jade pendant was something he had worn when he had been expelled from the manor and locked up in the Eastern Palace. It was one of the few belongings he had. Li Longji's clothes were tattered and shabby, even worse than Gao Lisha's. Gao Lisha was not willing to accept his things and hurriedly declined. Li Longji sincerely said, "This little thing is not worth eunuch risking your life to send a message. How can this little thing buy my life? I'm giving it to eunuch Gao as a keepsake. In the future, if my father and I can regain our freedom, we will definitely not forget eunuch Gao's help today. If eunuch Gao thinks highly of this promise of mine, please accept it." Gao Lisha hesitated for a moment and carefully put the jade pendant into his pocket. He bowed deeply to this young prince of similar age and calm temperament and respectfully returned the greeting. "If so, this servant thanks your highness for the reward." Li Longji nodded. Watching Gao Lisha turn and walk out, there was an unusual look in his eyes. Although he was young, all kinds of hardships had made him far more mature than other youths of his age. He had already begun to pay attention to seizing every opportunity to rope in people he could use. Beside the Yi River, the fishing float on the clear water suddenly sank. Yang Fan hurriedly raised his wrist, and a shiny, fat fish leaped out of the water. Yang Fan swiftly lifted the fish in front of him, took off the hook and put it into the fish basket. Then, he attached a fish worm and threw the thread into the river. He said calmly, "Since everything is ready, let's do it." Ren Wei stood behind him and said respectfully, "Yes. In Sect Master's opinion, who should make the first move?" Yang Fan held the fishing rod in his hand and calmly replied, "Wu Chengxi is cunning. He won't take the bait so easily. It's better to let the Crown Prince's men make the first move." "Yes." Yang Fan turned his head and said, "Most of the people on the Crown Prince's side have already been killed by the Emperor. The remaining people are all very secretive. Even for us, it is difficult to ascertain who is still loyal to the Crown Prince. Take advantage of this opportunity to keep an eye on those who have emerged and then follow the clues to find out who is usually close to them. These people are friends today, but they may become our enemies in the future." "Yes." Ren Wei bowed deeply and turned to leave. The next morning, Wu Zetian had just asked Assistant Minister of War Yarrow Chong about the progress of sending troops to Liaodong to quell the rebellion when a young eunuch came forward to report, "Your Majesty, the supervising imperial censor GLVGG requests an audience." The position of the supervising imperial censor was not high and did not have the right to accompany the emperor in court. However, they were imperial censors. If they wanted to impeach someone, they could come to court at any time. Thus, when the civil and military officials heard that the supervising imperial censor requested an audience, they immediately understood that it was to impeach an official. Wu Zetian was slightly surprised and ordered, "Summon him in." GLVGG was over 60 years old and was already an old official. Although there were as many 6th and 7th rank officials in the capital as there were cows and horses, and this official could only recognize a few of them, GLVGG had spent his entire life in the imperial censor, which was responsible for supervising the officials. Thus, the officials who had been in this yamen for a long time were all recognized by the influential officials in the court. GLVGG was an honest and clean official and was highly respected by the court. In the past, there had never been a case where he had impeached someone without any evidence. Moreover, He had never attached himself to the influential officials and wholeheartedly worked for the court. Even Wu Zetian had great respect for this loyal old official. After a while, the edict was passed down and GLVGG strode into the hall. When the civil and military officials saw GLVGG holding court clothes and an official hat, they were all somewhat stunned. Wu Zetian narrowed her pair of presbyopic eyes and saw GLVGG's appearance clearly. She also felt somewhat strange. What does old G want to do? Could it be that he wants to retire and return to his hometown? GLVGG did not look around and walked into the hall, bowing to Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian could not help but ask with a smile, "Official G, you are not wearing court clothes. Why have you come to the hall like this?" GLVGG said, "This old official has come to the hall today to impeach the capital governor, Lai Junchen. This old official knows that Lai Junchen has always been trusted by His Majesty and has great power in the court. If I cannot bring Lai Junchen down today, this old official will definitely fall into his evil hands in the future. Therefore, I will be impeached without a hat or robe and dressed in white. If I cannot bring him down, this old official is willing to immediately resign and return to my hometown. I will die of old age in Linquan and henceforth never to participate in court politics again." Hearing this, Wu Zetian was displeased and rebuked. Official G's words are too outrageous. The imperial censor supervises the officials, hears rumors and reports, and controls the country's laws and regulations to maintain order in the court. This is the power given by the imperial court. Regardless of whether what you say is conclusive or not, who can accuse you? When has Lai Junchen ever been so domineering? Don't hesitate to speak your mind. This emperor will decide everything for you. GLVGG's voice was like a great bell as he said, "This official thanks your majesty. Your majesty, this official impeaches Lai Junchen for being the mastermind behind WN Guojun, Huang Jingrong and the other cruel officials massacring the vagabonds and forcing the desolate border to rebel. This official impeaches him for being cruel in accordance with the law, for being obedient to the law, for harming and torturing people's hearts, for having their bones exposed and blood shed. There are many cases of this, and the voices of injustice have filled the sea. This official impeaches Lai Junchen for being demoted to the same province, for oppressing his colleagues and forcefully taking his wife for himself. He has no sense of shame, and the people are seething with resentment. This official impeaches Lai Junchen for accepting bribes from a rich man while he was a judge in the same province. He actually used grain from the government's treasury to give to the plaintiff, and should be executed for his crime. This official's impeachments are all supported by witnesses and material evidence. They are definitely not false accusations. Your Majesty, please investigate clearly." GLVGG's words were powerful and resounding, and the entire hall immediately erupted into an uproar. There was actually someone who dared to impeach Lai Junchen. This undoubtedly stirred up the excitement of all the civil and military officials in the court. Only, accusing Lai Junchen? No one was optimistic about GLVGG. When some officials who had a good impression of him looked at him, their faces were already full of pity, as if they could already see this old G's tragic future. Wu Zetian had always known that GLVGG was honest and prudent. He would not impeach an official easily. Once he did, he would definitely have solid evidence. The group of people from the imperial censorate in the southern border was to make the court pay more attention to their role. Wu Zetian was already well aware of this. As for Lai Junchen's fondness for good women, she had also heard Wulong and Wulong joke about it when she was in the inner palace. Thinking about it this way, perhaps the crimes that GLVGG impeached were all true. Wu Zetian did not have many subordinates that she could use now. She really did not want to make an example out of this obedient watchdog. For a moment, she could not help but hesitate, not knowing if she should accept this case. If she did not accept it, GLVGG even put on a posture of retiring and returning to his hometown. Such an obvious shielding, wouldn't it be like a good ruler accepting admonition, and let the officials laugh at her for being unfair? Following this, if GLVGG took out solid evidence on the spot, then should Lai Junchen punish him or not? When Lai Junchen heard that someone was impeaching him, he could only follow the rules and remove his hat and hat. He stood at the front of the civil class and listened with his head lowered. He gritted his teeth inwardly, secretly thinking about how to retaliate. Wu Chengxi saw the Empress's hesitant expression and was secretly apprehensive. Instantly, he could not keep his composure. He had originally planned to let others take the lead first and observe the situation for a while before deciding whether to advance or retreat. Now that he was anxious to find out his aunt's attitude towards Lai Junchen, he could not care about that. He immediately sent a look to Zhong Jiafu of the Phoenix Pavilion. When Zhong Jiafu saw that his master had given the signal, he went out and reported, "Your Majesty, there have long been discussions in the court that Lai Junchen has used torture and harsh laws to falsely accuse others of crimes, causing all the civil and military officials of the court to be afraid and not dare to speak out. Today, the Imperial Censorate has impeached Lai Junchen, and I hope that Your Majesty will obey the will of the people and investigate this case strictly. Whether he is guilty or innocent, only after the investigation can the people of the world see justice. I second the motion." As soon as Zhong Jiafu finished speaking, Zhao Gan of the Heavenly Official Office, Kui Shi, and many other officials immediately came out to echo his words. Wu Zetian was helpless, and could only order, "Lai Junchen is to close the door and listen. As for the case of GLVGG's impeachment of Lai Junchen, order the Qiu Guan Yamen to conduct an investigation and trial. Subject G can hand over all the witnesses and material evidence to the Qiu Guan Yamen, and do not mention the matter of retiring and returning to his hometown again, so GLVGG is one of the Crown Prince's people. This old man has really hidden himself well. If not for this, we would not have discovered it." On the way back to the city, Yang Fan played with the two children as he said to Ren Wei, "This fire has already been lit, and all sides will do their best. We need to take this opportunity to find out who belongs to which side and record all of them, and from now on, strictly monitor them." Ren Wei agreed and quickly passed on Yang Fan's orders. Ever since the Ministry of Justice took over the investigation of Lai Junchen, Crown Prince Li Dan's people, Prince Wu Chengxi's people, Princess Taiping's people, and even Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yiji's people all joined in, denouncing and impeaching Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen's crimes were too numerous to list, and now that they wanted to punish him, the crimes were naturally at their fingertips. As usual, Lai Junchen was only to close the door and listen, but as his crimes continued to increase, Wu Zetian could no longer protect him, and could only order for him to be arrested and thrown into the Ministry of Justice's prison. As a result, the number of people impeaching Lai Junchen increased by the day. Only 2 days later, Wei Suizhong, under Wu Sance's instructions, came out to testify that Lai Junchen had once bragged about being Shile after drinking. Shile was the emperor of later Zhao. At first, he was just a slave, but later, he became a general, and then from a general, he became the emperor. Lai Junchen was originally a ruffian, but now that he was a high-ranking official, he called himself Shile. Wasn't this the same as plotting to become the emperor? The pitiful Lai Junchen did not know who Shile was. He did not even know this person, much less Shile's life. But as a result, Lai Junchen's crimes increased layer by layer, and finally, he was about to die. However, Wu Zetian still did not have any thoughts of executing Lai Junchen. This was because Lai Junchen had offended too many people, and because he had offended too many people, Wu Zetian believed that many of the impeachments were due to personal grudges. And because Lai Junchen had offended too many people, she believed that Lai Junchen could only rely on himself. As for plotting a rebellion, Wu Zetian could only laugh it off. It was possible for anyone to plot a rebellion, but if someone like Lai Junchen plotted a rebellion, who in this world would follow him? The crime of plotting a rebellion had always been the most effective way to use Wu Zetian to get rid of political enemies, and it had worked time and time again. However, not even this crime could do anything to Lai Junchen, and the one who had reported him was Lai Junchen's former confidant. Even so, Wu Zetian refused to believe that Lai Junchen had really become an unkillable cockroach. Wu Chengxi became even more afraid when he saw the emperor's indifferent reaction. There are so many crimes, yet the emperor doesn't even want to kill Lai Junchen. Could it be that the emperor really wants to use him to get rid of this king and all those who stand in the way of King Liang's ascension to the throne? Jiafu, what should this king do now? In Yang Fan's study, Yang Fan was also asking his confidant about this matter. Ren Wei, what does the Sky Observation Division think about this matter? Ren Wei said, The people of the Sky Observation Division have carefully studied the people the Empress had eliminated over the years. They discovered that there are only 4 types of people the Empress wants to kill the most. The first type are those who have a grudge against the Empress, and these people were all killed before the Empress ascended to the throne. The second type are those who are disobedient. Lai Junchen is clearly not one of them. The third type are those who pose a threat to the throne. Yang Fan continued, Lai Junchen clearly does not pose any threat to the throne. Wu Chengxi's incitement to Wei Suizhong to put this crime on Lai Junchen is simply overreaching himself. Ren Wei said, understood. The fourth type are those who have completely lost their value. If they are left alive, they will instead affect the Empress's authority. Yang Fan muttered to himself for a moment, then said, clearly, this is the only way to get rid of Lai Junchen. Have we already figured out the identities of those officials who have always been hidden, but who actually belong to the second Zhong clan, the Wu clan, and Princess Taiping? Understood. Yang Fan smiled and said, good. Then let's start now and turn Lai Junchen into a street rat. Chapter 7:12. The sky was a vast expanse of blue. The gentle breeze carried the intoxicating scent of spring, gently brushing past the red flowers and green willows, the green hills and clear waters, the palaces and pavilions, and the streets and alleys. The criticism and impeachment of Lai Junchen from both the court and the commoners grew stronger and stronger, like the Luo River after a series of spring rains that began to show signs of ferocity. The impeachment of Lai Junchen, regardless of whether the participants were deliberate or hot-headed, as long as they had already participated, there was no turning back. If Lai Junchen did not die this time, they would have to prepare their own coffins in advance. At this time, there was no retreat, and the people in the court who had long feared and hated Lai Junchen were constantly adding fuel to the fire. Perhaps they did not have the ability or the courage to directly express their hatred for Lai Junchen to the emperor, but they could vent their anger at the wine tables, in the brothels, and in the marketplace. And this would eventually reach the emperor's ears. Beautiful spring terrace, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi found many young and handsome boys for Wu Zetian, filling her harem. However, Wu Zetian mostly only tasted these handsome boys. Her favorite ones were still the 2 boys with the surname Zhong. Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi accompanied Wu Zetian as they strolled among the flowers. In the midst of the butterflies and orioles, Zhong Yizhi also whispered to Wu Zetian in a voice as gentle as an oriole, this Lai Junchen has already provoked the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. His Majesty remembers his past contributions and cherishes him very much, but his various perverse actions have tarnished His Majesty's illustrious name. Displeased, Wu Zetian furrowed her brows and said, we are a little tired, let's go back. In Wucheng Hall, Wu Zetian summoned a group of prime ministers to discuss which generals to send out to fight against the Khitans. The newly promoted Prime Minister, Wang Jishan, forcibly shifted the topic to Lai Junchen and solemnly remonstrated, Lai Junchen is vicious and greedy, the root of the country's evil. If this person does not go, the court will definitely be shaken. Wu Zetian flicked her sleeves and left. Whether she wanted to kill or protect someone, she had to make the decision herself. She did not want to give the prime ministers a feeling of indecisiveness. Chen Dong was in charge of Lai Junchen's trial in the Ministry of Justice. Outside, there were constant complaints every day, and inside, there were revelations from Wei Suizhong, Lai Junchen's trusted aide, who had always been by his side. Chen Dong uncovered more and more information about the wrongful cases that Lai Junchen had created, as well as his abuse of power for personal gain. When these developments were reported to the emperor, Wu Zetian was furious. Qian Chaojun, the former assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments and the current minister of Works, had been instructed by Lai Junchen to appoint more than 100 of Lai Junchen's henchmen to the posts of patrol inspector, county lieutenant, and judge in various prefectures and counties. With so many of Lai Junchen's henchmen in charge of the local judicial departments, it was convenient for him to frame officials, fabricate evidence, and fabricate charges. The reason why Lai Junchen was able to accuse others in front of Wu Zetian was because of his seemingly detailed and real evidence. Wu Zetian was unable to restrain her anger. She immediately summoned Minister Qian to the palace and interrogated him face to face. Chen Chaojun knew that it was inevitable, so he simply hardened his heart and answered straightforwardly, "I have failed your majesty, and deserve to die. However, I have violated the laws of the country, and the crime only belongs to me." When Lai Junchen was in power, he covered the sky with one hand. Those who submitted to him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. If I offended him, I would definitely face the calamity of extermination. I would rather be exterminated than exterminate my entire clan. After hearing this, Wu Zetian was silent. After a long time, she stood up in disappointment and frustration and slowly walked back to the inner palace. She actually did not pursue Chen Chaojuan's responsibility. When the news spread, whether it was the Zhong faction, the Wei faction, the Crown Prince faction, or the Princess faction, they were all excited. They knew that under the overwhelming suppression, the Empress finally had the thought of abandoning Lai Junchen. In the Liang Palace, there was a joyous song and dance. Zhuo Buke Zhongshuo improvised a poem, "The Liang Palace is good, the Morning Phoenix building is connected. Bamboo paths, Luo Qianwei, the land banquet falls to two palaces. Under the fragrant tree, the graceful dance of the falling flowers. I feel that the banquet is pleasing to the ears, and even the wind of a great country." The entire hall was filled with cheers. Wu Sanxi also listened with pride and was very pleased. Wu Sanxi bestowed a cup of fine wine to Zhongshuo and praised him with a smile. He then said in a low voice to the Minister of Glories, Song Zhishuan, who was standing in front of him, "I don't know why, but recently Wei Wang has spared no effort in attacking Lai Junchen. Wei Wang is Gu's greatest opponent in seizing the throne. His friend is my enemy, and his enemy is my friend. Jiyu wants to lend a helping hand to Lai Junchen, what do you think?" Song Zhishuan immediately said with a serious expression, "Absolutely not. This matter does not only concern Wei Wang. Once His Majesty reaches out, he will become the enemy of the whole world. In my opinion, we can either watch from the side and not say anything, or if we want to help, we can only hit him when he is down. We cannot go against the general trend of the world." Wu Sanxi stroked his beard and pondered for a while before slowly nodding his head. The entire situation was very disadvantageous to Lai Junchen. Being detained in the Ministry of Justice's prison, Lai Junchen's supervision was not very strict. Perhaps the prison guards were afraid of his ruthlessness and were afraid that if he did not die this time, they would suffer greatly when he was released from prison. Therefore, they did not treat him harshly. Every day, the Lai residence's family sent food to Lai Junchen. They could even enter the prison and personally deliver it to Lai Junchen. Under these circumstances, it was easy for Lai Junchen to send some information to the outside world. But Lai Junchen racked his brains and could not find a single person he could entrust this task to. He had long walked this road to a dead end. Those who feared that Lai Junchen would not die were not only the Zhong faction, the Wei faction, the Crown Prince faction, the Princess faction, and the faction of the Prince of Luling that did not have a leader but saw an opportunity to strike. There was also the Grand Scholar Ji Shu. Ji Shu had secretly reported the news of Liu Sili and Liu Sili's rebellion to Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen had taken all the credit and attempted to eradicate Ji Shu as a traitor. As a result, Ji Shu hated Lai Junchen to the bone. When a wave of crusade against Lai Junchen rose in court, Ji Shu had been closely watching the development of the situation, but he did not interfere. It was not that he was afraid of Lai Junchen. Although he was afraid, ever since he had seen the emperor as the first person to accuse Liu Sili and Liu Sili of rebellion, he and Lai Junchen no longer had any leeway. The reason he did not stand out was because he felt that his words carried little weight and that he would not be of much use in this matter. But the empress was still unwilling to make the decision to punish Lai Junchen. Ji Shu was somewhat unable to restrain himself. He knew that this was the best chance to deal with Lai Junchen. If he missed this chance, he would never be able to overthrow Lai Junchen. Even if he had the empress's protection and would not be harmed by Lai Junchen, he would never have the chance to stand out and could only continue to be an idle official. Thus, on this morning, during the morning court, Ji Shu decided to take a risk. He was the Grand Scholar, in charge of guiding the palanquin, writing the 5 ceremonial notes, monitoring the ceremonial objects, and deciding on matters such as the conferment of the nobles and ministers. Every morning court of the emperor, when the imperial carriage came out of the rear palace, it had to be led into the hall by the grand scholar. On this day, he was on duty. The Wan Seong Divine Palace had been burned and was now being rebuilt. The emperor's court was temporarily changed to the Hall of Proclamation. Early in the morning, Ji Shu was waiting in front of the Hall of Proclamation. When the emperor's imperial carriage came from afar, Ji Shu, who was supposed to be leading at the front, suddenly charged into the guard of honor, went straight to the front, and grabbed the handrail of Wu Zetian's carriage. The imperial guards were shocked and immediately went forward to arrest him. Wu Zetian frowned and waved the guards away. She said sternly to Ji Shu, "Subject Ji, why are you obstructing the imperial carriage? Are you not afraid that we will punish you?" Ji Shu sternly said in a loud voice, "Subject broke up the guard of honor and obstructed the imperial carriage. Subject is guilty and is willing to be punished by your majesty to uphold the country's law. Lai Junchen's crimes are monstrous and the people are angry. Evidence of his crimes can be found everywhere. The court and the public have long been calling for him to be punished. Subject asks your majesty, why are you still not punishing him?" All the civil and military officials were waiting in front of the hall to enter. Seeing this scene, they could not help but be dumbfounded. Many people were secretly impressed by Ji Shu's courage. Wu Zetian was somewhat embarrassed and answered unhappily, "Lai Junchen has done meritorious service for the country, that is why we are hesitating." Ji Shu loudly said, "Lai Junchen has done meritorious service for the country, your majesty has also given him corresponding rewards. Lai Junchen was originally a commoner in Chang'an. How could he become the deputy prime minister of the imperial censor and the governor of the capital? Isn't it because your majesty has rewarded him for his meritorious service? Today, Lai Junchen has gathered lawless people and framed the good. His bribes are as high as mountains and the wronged souls are blocking the way. He has already become a traitor to the country. Your majesty, please be fair in your punishment and reward to uphold the country's law." Having said that, Ji Shu took 3 steps back, lifted his robe and knelt down to pay his respects. Standing at the head of the civil and military officials, Wu Chengxi and the others saw this opportunity and immediately knelt down. They said in unison, "Your majesty, please be fair in your punishment and reward to uphold the country's law." As soon as these people knelt down, more than half of the officials knelt down. The remaining people stood there like cranes in a flock of chickens. Looking left and right, they hurriedly knelt down as well. Wu Zetian sat steadily on the imperial carriage, her face expressionless. After a long silence, Wu Zetian slowly opened her mouth and said, "My beloved subject is right. This matter has been dragged on for long enough. The Qiuguan Yamen and Supreme Court, please discuss the punishment as soon as possible." Wu Chengxi was overjoyed and took the lead to shout, "Our Majesty is wise, long live your Majesty." Ji Shu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Only now did he realize that his clothes were already soaked in sweat. In the Yang residence, Tang Supervisor Yang, who had been suspended from his duties but not his salary, was extremely bored. He had seen all the sceneries in and out of the city. One day, he had just discussed with his 2 lovely wives about going to Mount Laojun and building a garden there to escape the heat every summer when Jiyu Zhuting returned. Since young Master Jiang's death, Jiyu Zhuting did not need to continue hiding her identity because she and Yang Fan shared a secret. Yang Fan was not at all worried that she would betray him. Now, Jiyu Zhuting was Yang Fan's #1 confidant. She was in charge of the communication between him and the Ji-Sai Hall. Yang Fan took her back to the study and listened to her report about the Ji-Sai Hall. He nodded and smiled. They've done a good job, especially the scheme that the Sky Observation Division set up against Lai Junchen. Not only did they deal with Lai Junchen, they also found out some of the hidden forces in various aspects, instigated deeper suspicion between the 2 parties, and expanded our living space." Jiyu Zhuting smiled. "When I came back, the elders of the Heaven Observation Division specially asked me to bring back a message. They said that they are deeply honored to be able to serve the sovereign. When young Master Jiang was still alive, the Heaven Observation Division was just a decoration. The headstrong young Master Jiang had always been dismissive of the things designed by the old men of the Heaven Observation Division. Now that young Fan thought so highly of them and often adopted their suggestions, these old men felt like they had met a bosom friend. At this moment, someone suddenly said outside the door, "Ah Lang, Ren Wei requests an audience." Young Fan waved his hand and Jiyu Zhuting immediately hid behind the screen. Young Fan said, "Come in." Ren Wei rushed in and said, "Sovereign, the Emperor has issued an edict in today's court meeting. He ordered the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court to discuss Lai Junchen's crime." "Good." Young Fan clapped his hands and laughed. Before he finished laughing, he suddenly saw a strange expression on Ren Wei's face. He could not help but ask, "Is there anything else?" Ren Wei hurriedly said, "Sovereign is wise." Young Fan rolled his eyes and said, "If there is something, just say it." Ren Wei took a deep breath and said quickly, "The Imperial Court is about to attack Khitan. The Emperor has named 28 generals. Sovereign, you are also among them." Chapter 713. Black military uniforms and black military flags, like a black dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, rolled to the north and killed the Khitans. The soldiers wore battle jackets and leather helmets. At least half of the soldiers were equipped with cowhide armor. The whole team was made up of spears, swords, and shields, and archers. They were equipped with all kinds of long and short ordnance, and their offensive and defensive strength could not be underestimated. On the hillside, Xiao Man and Anu stood in front, and the wet nurse stood behind with the young master and the young lady in her arms. She covered her eyes with her hands and looked at the army in the distance, not knowing where their husbands were. Ren Wei stood next to her, and his face was twisted like a steamed bun. If it was up to him, the suzerain should have resigned as soon as he completed the task of selecting officials in the southern border. As the suzerain of the succession hall, he should be in the dark and secretly guide the general trend of the world. Now, with the emperor's order, their sect leader had no choice but to go to the front lines. Because he was in the army, the succession hall had no way to intervene in such a short time. It was also impossible to sneak a few guards into his side. Ren Wei could only comfort himself, if there is a war in the thousands of troops, even 100 guards won't be able to help. Besides, it's just a small Khitan. The 160,000 troops of the Imperial Court will definitely succeed. As a general, the suzerain won't have to go there personally, so there shouldn't be any danger. Anu looked at the endless army, bit her thin lower lip, and suddenly said to Xiao Man, "Xiao Man, I want to go with the army. Maybe I will have a chance to take care of Lang Jun." "How can you do that?" Xiao Man looked at Anu in surprise. "Anu, you have never been in the army, so you don't know the strict military discipline. You are not in the army, so you can't sneak in. With Lang Juan's current military position, he is not qualified to have his own private army. There are more than 100,000 people in the army. Once the war starts in Liaodong, you won't even know where he is." Anu said worriedly, "I know this, but I feel more at ease to follow him all the way. I am good at disguise and stealth. If there is a chance, I may be able to go to his side. One more person can always take care of him. You have to take care of the child, so you can't be distracted. Let me go." Xiao Man thought about it and shook her head hard. Her experience was different from Anu's, and her current identity was also different. It was very difficult for her to agree to Anu's request. She had lived in the army for a long time. Although she was just an inner guard and had never fought in a war, she was clear about the rules and discipline of the army. In her opinion, Anu's idea was extremely absurd. Moreover, when Yang Fan left, he left the whole family to her. If she promised Anu to go with Yang Fan, if something happened to Anu, how could she explain to Yang Fan? Anu was obviously not on a whim. Seeing that she refused to agree, she hurriedly gave Jiyu Zhuting a look. Jiyu Zhuting then came up and helped Anu to persuade. From the looks of it, Anu and Jiyu Zhuting had already discussed this with each other. On the hillside, the two of them began to train Xiao Man. Wu Zetian's timely punishment of Lai Junchen allowed the civil and military officials of the court to turn their attention back to quelling the rebellion in Liaodong. After a period of preparation, the army could finally set off. When she was naming the generals, Wu Zetian suddenly thought of her daughter Taiping's request, so she issued an edict and transferred him back to the army. At this time, Yang Fan was leading his troops to advance with the main army. Yang Fan had been appointed as the captain of the 1st Regiment. His troops were formed from elite soldiers drawn from the various prefectures of subjugation. Although they were called elite soldiers, they were just large soldiers pulled from a file. The prefectural military system was already gradually collapsing, and the court had gradually begun to implement a recruitment system. General Cao Rencha of the Left Eagle Guard, General Zhong Xuanyu of the Right Golden Guard, and the newly appointed Vice Minister of Agriculture Ma Renjie led the Imperial Guards and the recruitment army. They were the elite troops and served as the vanguard. And the troops Yang Fan was in were mostly formed from prefectural soldiers. As a reserve force, they were the rear troops, led by the Chief of Marches, Yang Bancha, and General of the Left Guard, Li Duozhua. Although Yang Fan's troops were formed from soldiers drawn from the prefectural armies, the entire structure of the troops was complete. There were other commanders, senior censors, 6 captains, and adjunct officers. Along the way, Yang Fan and a few of his subordinates had become familiar with each other. At this time, they were chatting and laughing as they hurried along. Senior censor Shi Rui said, "A small kitten actually required so many famous generals and such a large army. Isn't the court making a mountain out of a molehill? Using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken," Senior censor Yun Gufan advised, "Censor Shi Rui must not be careless. I heard that the kitten soldiers are brave and skilled in battle. They took down the Yingju prefectural governor Zhao Wenren in one attack, then took down Chongju and captured Tang Longshan's deputy envoy, Xu Qinji. They are not so easy to deal with." Senior censor Tang Dao disapprovingly said, "Senior censor Yun, don't boost the morale of others and diminish your own prestige. The kitten people are invincible because the border armies are incompetent. In our dynasty's border armies, other than the Longyu army who is skilled in battle, the other border armies are unable to withstand a single blow. Normally, they can maintain law and order in the border areas and arrest the smugglers. But to fight, they are far inferior." Senior censor Shi Rui and 6 captains immediately echoed. The Tang dynasty's border army system adopted a hereditary military household system. This was similar to the Ming dynasty's Wei Suo troops. The first generation were all soldiers who were skilled in battle. They settled in the area and established military households. The court exempted them from taxes and corvée labor. However, as a price, each family had to produce soldiers to fill in the gaps of the previous generation's border army. This kind of army degenerated after a few generations. For example, in the western region, there were annual wars. The border army's fighting strength was still very impressive. Since the founding of the Liaodong region, there were very few major wars. Many border army soldiers had never fought a war since they received the weapons passed down from their fathers. In addition, the hereditary generals of the border army were not paid, the soldiers were not enough. Some families' fathers doted on their children and grandchildren, so they were not willing to hand over their duties. As a result, the soldiers were aging and there were all kinds of problems. As a result, basically they did not have much fighting strength. For this reason, among the various military systems of the imperial court, it was the prefectural army that looked down on the border army, the conscripted army looked down on the prefectural army, and the imperial army looked down on the conscripted army. Listening to his subordinates' discussion, Yang Fan said, "It is true that the kitten people's armors are incomplete and their weapons are broken. But they live in bitter cold, nomadic herding and hunting for a living. Therefore, they are naturally skilled in riding and archery, valiant and aggressive. Now that they have assembled into an army, their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. You must know that arrogant soldiers are bound to be defeated. Be careful." Yang Fan was a commanding general, with the rank of captain. It was not good for the generals to refute his opinion. Thereupon, one after another, they agreed. Shi Rui laughed and said, "This lowly general heard that when Captain Yang was at Longyu in the past, you once led 5,000 border troops at Mingwei garrison to safely withdraw from Flying Fox Pass under the pursuit of 100,000 Turkic troops. The casualties were less than 1/3. You also assisted Great General Lu in outsmarting the Turkic troops. Captain is so proficient in military affairs, we are fortunate to be under Captain Yang's command. This time we are going to Liaodong, we will definitely be able to render meritorious service." Yang Fan knew his own situation very well. How could he dare to consider himself a general who was proficient in the art of war? Hastily he waved his hand and modestly said, "That is just a rumor, it cannot be taken seriously. It is true that the Turks had 100,000 troops, but at that time they broke through Flying Fox Pass, less than 20,000 troops entered the pass. While we were retreating, we took advantage of the terrain, so we calmly withdrew to Mingwei garrison. Right now there are many battle-hardened generals commanding the entire army, mobilizing the troops and dispatching the generals. Our battalion's duty is only to follow the great general's command, to issue clear orders, to strictly enforce military discipline, and to fight the enemy bravely. Speaking of rendering meritorious service, based on our imperial court's military power, as long as you and I work together, it will not be difficult." All the generals were very optimistic and agreed in unison. At this moment, Chief Marshal Yun Gufan suddenly pointed his finger and said cheerfully, "Look! Chief Steward Yang is here." Yang Fan and the others looked back and saw the commander's flag fluttering in the wind, with a large Yang character written on it, as if a new wave had suddenly surged into the midst of the advancing army, splitting the waves and rolling over. The advancing official army soldiers quickly moved to the sides of the post road, making way for them. Seeing this, Yang Fan hurriedly moved his horse to the side of the road and stood solemnly with his subordinates, respectfully sending off Chief Steward Yang's troops. This was a true elite army. The military flag fluttered like fire. There were a total of 800 armored cavalrymen riding on tall and sturdy horses. Their armor was bright, their saddles were neat, and their swords and shields hung from their shoulders. They held long lacquered spears with red tassels. The silver steel tip of the spear flickered with a cold light, looking very mighty and majestic. Shi Rui, Yun Gufan, and the others looked enviously at Chief Steward Yang's personal army. They were uniformly dressed in iron armor with a half-arm battle robe on the outside. There were war bows on their shoulders, short knives at their waists, and cowhide quivers. A black lacquered cowhide cavalry shield hung from the side of their saddles, painted with the image of a ferocious beast. A long red tassel spear with blood grooves flashed with a sinister light. On the other hand, Yang Fan's official army could not be compared at all. The horses they led were of different heights, and some were fat and some were thin. On the backs of the horses hung their own food bags, cooking utensils, felt clothes, and sleeping bags. The swords, bows, and arrows, as well as their armor were of a mess. Some of them did not wear leather armor at all. Although some of them wore half-body armor, their leather armor had not been oiled for a long time. The paint had worn off, the leather armor was cracked, and the shoulder was even cracked. The awe-inspiring personal army walked over, and the Iron Man appeared shining with golden light. A full set of brand-new radiant armor covered Chief Steward Yang from head to toe, making him look like a shining golden-armored deity under the sunlight. The copper scale-like cheek protector and neck protector also covered his face. Only a hawk-like nose and a pair of sharp and majestic eyes could be seen. He walked straight past Yang Fan, but Yang Fan did not see his appearance. He only remembered the hawk-like nose. Many of the new official army soldiers were full of admiration and envy. Some veterans who had fought in wars were leading his old horse, but they spat disdainfully, "P2E. Your new recruits who have never fought in a war. What are you so proud of? Liaodong is still far away. All of you look mighty in heavy armor, but it won't be long before you're tired." Yang Fan's ears were sharp enough to hear the veterans' disdainful curses. He could not help but blush because he was also admiring them in his heart. Just now, he was like the other admiring soldiers, shocked by the majesty of this army. Now that he heard the veterans' words, he realized that Chief Steward Yang did not seem to know much about military affairs. However, when Yang Fan rode to the side of the road and looked at the endless army, he could not see the end of it. It was vast and boundless, and he could not help but feel confident. Perhaps Chief Steward Yang was as ignorant of the art of war as he was. However, the army also had General Cao Rensha of the left Eagle Guard, General Zhong Xuanyu of the right Golden Guard, and General Li Duozhua of the left Mighty Guard. They were all experienced generals who were good at fighting and had been on the battlefield for a long time. With such a mighty army, the rebellion could not be quelled overnight. Therefore, this trip to Liaodong was just a long trip for him. Chapter 7:14. A winding river quietly flowed into the distance. By the riverside, some people were washing their horses while others were bathing naked in the waist-deep river. Occasionally, they would splash up the water to tease their companions and let out hearty laughter. By the riverside were weeping willows. Their slender branches spread out patches of green like a lake. Many horses, cows, and sheep could be seen in the forest. Many people were also going in and out of the forest. Suddenly, a rider galloped over from afar, kicking up a trail of dust on the fine white sand. Some people by the riverside put up their sunglasses and looked in the direction of the winged rider. They quickly relaxed their vigilance and continued with their own business. There was only one rider, and he wore the same clothes as them. Clearly, he was not a soldier of the great Jew imperial court. That person quickly came to the side of the green willow thicket and nimbly jumped off the war horse. He tore the worn-out sheepskin mattress from the horse's back and threw it on the ground. There was no saddle on the horse's back. After pulling off the sheepskin mattress, only the horse's back was left. That person patted the horse's neck and let it search for fresh weeds on its own while he quickly walked into the willow forest. Supreme Khan, Grand Marshal, the imperial court has sent troop. The burly man who had just run into the willow forest found their commander. In the middle of the willow forest, there were a few sheepskin mattresses spread out. Several burly men were sitting cross-legged on the mattresses and talking about something. When they heard his voice, they all stood up. An old man with long, thin cheeks, a grizzled beard on his chin, and a large, grizzled braid on his head. It was almost summer, and he was wearing a sheepskin coat. The sheepskin coat was very shabby, and the wool was half gone. It looked like the skin of a leech dog. This person was the military governor of the Pine Desert Military Office and the leader of the Khitan Great He Tribal Alliance, Li Jinzhong. Now, he had rebelled and proclaimed himself the Supreme Khan. Beside him stood an old man who was about the same age as him. He was also around 60 years old. This person was slightly taller than Li Jinzhong and had a square face. His hair and beard were all white, but his thick eyebrows were still black. His messy eyebrows gave off a fierce aura. This person was Sun Wanrong, who had been appointed as Grand Marshal by Li Jinzhong. The burly men at the side were the leaders of the various Khitan tribes that had attached themselves to them. Li Jinzhong untied the water pouch at his waist and threw it to the scout. He said calmly, "No hurry, drink some water first." The scout caught Li Jinzhong's water pouch and gulped down a mouthful of water. Wiping his mouth, he said, "Khan, Tang has dispatched 160,000 troops. The left Eagle Guard's Great General Cao Rensha, the right Jinwu Guard's Great General Zhong Xuanyu, and the Minister of Agriculture's Xiaoqing Ma Renjie will be the first line of defense. They will lead the Imperial Guards and recruited troops, a total of 100,000 troops to advance." In addition, Yang Bansha was appointed as the chief of the marching army, while the left guard Great General Li Duozhua was appointed as the deputy commander, leading the elite prefectural army and the supply troops as the second army. The distance between the two armies was about 2 days. I also heard that their empress intends to appoint Prince Wu Sanxi of Liang as the Yuguan Road Pacification Ambassador, and Yaro Kai of Nayun as the deputy envoy, to lead the third army in support. It's just that the third army hasn't set off yet, so we don't know how many people they're planning to send. When the chiefs heard that the imperial court was going to send 3 generals, and that the first one to arrive was 160,000 people, they couldn't help but panic. Many of them looked timid. Li Jinzhong saw their reactions, but he was not moved at all. He only smiled faintly and said mockingly, "The imperial court really thinks highly of us. We have no more than 70,000 people, we lack clothes and armor, our weapons are not complete, yet the imperial court is actually sending so many soldiers and horses." He suddenly turned around and looked at the chiefs, saying loudly, "Tang people don't treat us Khitan people as human beings, they treat us worse than their own livestock. Last winter, when we were hit by a famine, what did Zhao Wenren do? Not only did he not give us a grain of rice, he even took the opportunity to force us to sell our children. Our beautiful women, who are as pretty as flowers, were raped and humiliated by them, forced to work like cattle and horses. Our cattle and sheep were traded by them at a low price. It was not easy for us to survive the winter, but this spring we don't even have enough cattle and sheep to graze. What should we do? This autumn, we will continue to be exploited by them, until our bone marrow is squeezed dry. Li Jinzhong's words reminded the tribal chiefs of all kinds of bullying and oppression they had suffered. Each and every one of them was filled with anger, their chests rose and fell, their breathing quickened, their faces turned red. Li Jinzhong waved his hand and said, "We Khitan people have submitted to the Tang dynasty, but the Tang people have never treated us as their own people, they don't even treat us as human being. Other than bullying and humiliation, there is more bullying and humiliation. In front of their border generals, even the chiefs of the various tribes can only lead the horses and fall off the stirrups, they can only serve as slaves and maids. We have endured again and again, endured until our tribes are about to be exterminated, we have no way to live. How can we continue to endure?" Sun Wanrong said, "Khan is right. If we continue to endure, we will die. If we continue to fight, perhaps we still have a way to live. At the very least, we must let the imperial court know that even if they treat us like livestock, they must give us something to eat. When a rabbit is anxious, it will bite. We don't want to be those sheep and horses that meekly accept adversity, we want to be wolves on the prairie." Li Jinzhong loudly said, "The imperial court is sending an army, are you afraid?" "Yes. I am also afraid, but what's the use of being afraid? If we don't rebel, we will still die. When we started the war, we knew in our hearts how powerful the imperial court is. It is not surprising that they sent 160,000 soldiers, even if it was 1,000,000 soldiers, the imperial court can still send them. We only have this one life, it is like using a chicken to hit a rock, but at least we have fought. Our women, our children, our descendants, they will not stab us in the back." The furious chief and the surrounding tribesmen roared, "Khan is right. If we fight, we will die, if we don't fight, we will also die. We Khitan men would rather die standing than be cowardly and cowardly slave." Li Jinzhong nodded his head in satisfaction and relaxed his expression. He laughed in a clear voice and said, "Speaking of death, of course we must have the belief that we will die, but if we really fight, we may not necessarily lose. Didn't we conquer Yingju? Didn't we also conquer Chongju? A few days ago, when we attacked Danju, near today's Beijing, the deputy chief of Qingbian Road, Zhong Zhoujie, used the thick city walls to repel us. But it was only a repel. Does he dare to send a single soldier to chase after us? They sent an army of 160,000. Whether it's 160,000 wolves or 160,000 sheep, we'll only know after we fight. Whoever wants to be a coward, I, Li Jinzhong, won't stop you. You can leave now." The chief said angrily, "Khan, just give the order, we Khitan people do not have cowards who are afraid of death." Sun Wanrong called the scout over and said, "Come, tell the chiefs the details of the Tang army, we will discuss a countermeasure." It was easy to find out the movements of the Tang army. But the Khitan people were different, they were nomadic tribes, they were originally wandering, divided and united, they were good at sealing themselves off from the outside world. In addition, the Han people at the borders generally saw them as inferior, they rarely interacted with them, so their understanding of them was limited. The scout explained in detail what he knew about the Tang army, and said, "Khan, Marshal, the Empress of the Tang even gave the order to change Khan's name to Li Jinmi, and Marshal Sun's name to Sun Wanzhan." Sun Wanrong sneered and said to the chiefs, "I was a hostage when I was young, I lived in Chang'an and Luoyang for a long time, so I know this woman very well. This woman has 3 hobbies, killing, changing her era name, and changing the surname of others. After Empress Wang was killed by her, the Wang family changed their surname to Mang. After consort Xiao died, the Xiao family changed their surname to Xiao. King Yu, Li Zhen, rebelled against her, and the Li family was changed to Xiao. This woman poisoned her own sister and niece to death and framed her 4 cousins. After killing the 4 cousins, she changed their surname to Wei. Heh. Look, how is this different from those women who have a grudge against others, gritting their teeth and cursing others at home? Is this the Tang Emperor or a witch? Ha ha ha." The chiefs roared with laughter, and Li Jinzhong said with a smile, all right, let her say what she want. Whether I, Li Jinzhong, am destroyed or not is not up to her cursing. Whether Sun Wanrong is Sun Wanzhan or not, it depends on whether they can win the war. Let's discuss how to fight this war." The kitten chief Luo Wuzhen suggested, "The Tang army has the advantage, why don't we avoid them, retreat into the grasslands, and lead them by the nose? They have 160,000 troops, and the supply is a big problem. As long as we delay them for a few months, and find an opportunity to cut off their food supply, they will collapse without a fight." Li Jinzhong shook his head, and said, "After the famine last winter, and being extorted by those damn border generals, our cattle and sheep are not enough to ensure the survival of our people. The food we robbed is not enough for us to eat until winter. If the Tang army arrives, they will be stationed at the important cities, and refuse to follow us around the grasslands. We only need to endure until winter, and we have nothing to eat, and we can't take down their cities. At that time, we will freeze to death even without the Tang army killing us." Another kitten chief, He Xiao, pondered for a moment, and used a willow branch to draw the terrain on the ground, and said, "If that's the case, why don't we gather our troops and stop them at the Yellow Deer Valley? The Yellow Deer Valley is narrow, and we can't deploy our troops. As long as we can guard the valley entrance, they won't be able to come over." Luo Wanjin retorted, "What's the use of that? The Tang have 160,000 troops, if we guard the Yellow Deer Valley, even if they can't come over, we will be dragged to death there. There are still Tang troops in Danju, Shui County, and other places. If they know that reinforcements have arrived, they will gather their troops and attack us from behind. We will be attacked from all sides, and trapped in the Yellow Deer Valley, unable to escape even if we want to." He Xiao thought about it, and could not help but feel discouraged. He threw down the willow branch and said, "We can't avoid them, and we can't stop them either. What should we do?" Sun Wanrong stroked his beard, frowned, and pondered for a while, and suddenly said, "Xiao's idea, I think it's not impossible, but we need to be flexible." Li Jinzhong knew that Sun Wanrong was full of schemes, and hurriedly asked, "What good idea do you have?" Sun Wanrong said, "The Tang have always been arrogant, and do not take us seriously. This is called arrogant soldiers. My idea is to take advantage of their disdain for us. If we use it well, we may be able to take down all the Tang troops along the way. But if we fail, the troops as bait will not return. So, I need a group of soldiers who are willing to die." Sun Wanrong's gaze swept across the leaders, and said coldly, "Who is willing to take on this responsibility?" Chapter 715. The Great Jew's first army of 100,000 soldiers marched majestically on the road. Beside the road, in a temporary military tent, the general of the Left Eagle Guard, Cao Renshi, the general of the Right Golden Guard, Zhong Xuanyu, the junior minister of agriculture, Ma Renjie, and a few other generals were discussing the military situation in front of a map on the table. Cao Renshi said, "We have just received intelligence that after the Khitan rebel army failed to attack Huan Prefecture, they fled east and attacked Ping Prefecture. There are not many soldiers in Ping Prefecture, so they did not dare to go out of the city to fight, so they defended the city to the death. The Khitans don't have enough siege equipment, so their attack on Pingju has been blocked. Now they are moving toward Lulong." The junior minister of agriculture, Ma Renjie, did not know much about military affairs. He was mainly in charge of logistics and military achievements. He asked, "Where is our army now?" Zhong Xuanyu pointed at the map and said, "Our army has just arrived at Horse City. If we continue forward and pass through the Yellow Deer Valley, we will be able to reach Lulong and solve the crisis in Lulong and Pingju." Ma Renjie looked at the map and muttered, "So that's how it is. To the east of Lulong is a vast ocean. The Khitan rebel army will not escape in that direction. We must prevent them from escaping to the west again." Cao Renshi smiled slightly and said, "What Ma Shaoqing said is correct. Therefore, I intend to dispatch an 800 li fast horse to urgently transfer troops from Danju, Xianju, Guishan, and Jizhou to the direction of Shicheng. Together with our army, we will form a joint attack against the Khitan rebel army. We must wipe them out inside Lulong territory." Zhong Xuanyu said, "Once the Khitans are defeated, they won't be able to head east. Our army will intercept them in the west. As for our side, if they want to fight, it will be no different from hitting a rock with an egg. In that case, they will flee north into the Shi tribe's territory." Cao Renshi thought about it and said, "I think that we can send another messenger to contact King Shi and order him to send troops to defend the area around Lulong Fortress. We must not let a single kitten soldier enter Shi clan's territory. The Shi clan is a vassal state of our dynasty. Although they often agree in public but oppose in private, in front of the lion of the court, how would they dare to openly protect these rebels and traitors? Ma Rengier clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Then there's no room for error. The main force of the kitten army can be wiped out in this battle." All the generals smiled and said nothing. To them, it was a piece of cake to use the court's 100,000 elite troops to attack the Khitans, who claimed to have 100,000 troops but were actually only 60,000 to 70,000 strong. The Yellow Deer Valley was a shortcut for the imperial court's army to reach Lulong. If they did not pass through this valley, then the imperial court's army would have to take a detour through the mountains, which would delay them for more than 10 days. This long period of time was enough for the Khitans to hear the news and flee. Therefore, having made up his mind, Cao Renshi immediately dispatched a group of cavalry to rush ahead of the main army toward the Yellow Deer Valley and occupy this strategic location. Who would have thought that there was already a kitten troop stationed at the entrance of the Yellow Deer Valley? When the imperial court's vanguard arrived at the Yellow Deer Valley without stopping, they saw from a distance a tattered grey wolf flag fluttering on the top of the mountain. The vanguard troops could not help but be shocked. They immediately set up camp on the spot and urgently sent someone to report to the Central Army. Cao Renshi heard that the kitten people had stationed troops and horses in the Yellow Deer Valley. While ordering the army to speed up, he also sent an order to the vanguard to attack the Yellow Deer Valley first, to probe the kitten people's strength. Once Vanguard Lieutenant General Wu Chengjiao received the order, he immediately ordered Brigade Commander Ma Qiao to lead his troops in an exploratory attack. It was Ma Qiao's first time going on an expedition to war. He was very excited along the way, but when the order was issued, he became nervous for no reason. Although the entire army had a disdainful attitude toward the kitten people, as if once the army arrived, they could annihilate the kitten people with a snap of their fingers, but it was, after all, his first time on the battlefield. Ma Qiao was very cautious. He first did a reconnaissance of the Yellow Deer Valley and found that there was a valley road in the middle of the valley. Although it was not very narrow, it was completely within the range of the crossbows. Therefore, other than eliminating the enemy troops on both sides, it would be difficult for the army to pass through. On one side of the valley, the mountain peaks were steep, the walls were as straight as a mirror, easy to defend and difficult to attack. On the other side, the hillside was not steep, but the number of kitten troops guarding it had increased correspondingly. This hillside could not be considered steep. The cavalry could charge up, but unfortunately, the hillside that was not considered steep was full of loose gravel. Even walking would not be easy, let alone charging on horseback. His cavalry was completely useless here. They had to abandon their horses and fight on foot. It was Ma Qiao's first time leading troops into battle, so he was very cautious. Following the art of war he learned from the army, he first carefully surveyed the terrain, understood the target to attack, and then began to deploy his troops. The troops under Ma Qiao's command were all cavalry. He ordered all the cavalry to dismount and hand the horses over to a small number of soldiers to watch over. He then divided the soldiers into 3 teams. The first team was made up of sword and shield bearers, the second team was made up of crossbowmen, and the third team was made up of spears and crossbowmen. The first team was made up of sword and shield bearers as the main attacking force. The second team was made up of crossbowmen to assist the sword and shield bearers in battle, acting as a long-range attacking force to suppress the kitten archers. The third team was made up of spears and crossbowmen, acting as a reserve force. If the attack was successful, the third team would enter the battle and quickly consolidate the occupied position. If the attacking force did not make any progress, then the purpose of scouting the defending force's strength had been achieved. If they first occupied the enemy's position and then were suppressed by the enemy's counterattack, then the third team would be responsible for covering the retreat of their comrades to avoid heavy casualties during the retreat. As for the other side of the steep cliff, Ma Qiao decided to ignore it for now. There was a valley in the middle, and most of the arrows shot from the opposite cliff had lost their lethality, so it was better to take one side first, and then attack the other side of the hill after they had gained a firm foothold. Ma Qiao's arrangement conformed to the rules, and everything had been arranged. He immediately ordered his men to beat the war drums and launched an attack on the hill. This hillside was not steep enough, and the kitten people on the hill could not use rolling logs and stones to resist the Tang army, so they could only rely on bows and arrows to stop the enemy. Ma Qiao's troops were cavalry, but the soldiers of the Tang dynasty, no matter what kind of troops they were, all had a warbow, and there was no shortage of bows and crossbows. As the elite cavalry of the imperial army, they were also equipped with cavalry shields, sabers, long spears, and even javelins. With many kinds of troops in one body, they were completely competent for the combat tasks arranged by Ma Qiao. In the sound of the war drums, Ma Qiao gave an order, and the saber and shield bearers used the cavalry shields to protect their vital parts, held the sabers in their hands, and stepped on the loose gravel that seriously hindered their movement, and approached the hillside step by step. The crossbowmen followed closely behind, using the saber and shield bearers as a barrier, ready to suppress the enemy from afar. As the reserve team, the spearbearers and crossbowmen also followed and stopped halfway up the hill, ready to decide according to the situation of the battlefield whether to attack or cover the retreat of their comrades. As soon as the two sides entered the shooting range of the other side's crossbow, sharp arrows began to shoot at each other. With a shield in one hand and a saber in the other, Ma Qiao personally led the saber and shield bearers to charge at the very front. They bent their waists and used the cavalry shields to protect their vital parts. Under the cover of the crossbowmen behind them, they approached the hilltop. The arrows on the hilltop were not concentrated and were completely suppressed by the arrows of the imperial court's troops. Although the kitten's arrows were quite accurate, they were seriously lacking in strength. A few arrows hit Ma Qiao's shield, but with a shake of his shield, some of the arrows fell off. Ma Qiao couldn't help but be surprised. Didn't they say that the kitten people were nomadic and hunted, and that they were most proficient with crossbows? With such weak strength, even if they hit their bodies, it would probably be very difficult to kill them. At first, Ma Qiao was worried that the kitten people's crossbows were formidable, but now that he saw that the kitten people's archery was only so, his courage increased. He immediately ordered them to increase the speed of their attack. When they were about to charge up the hillside, the sparse arrows on the hillside stopped altogether. Ma Qiao immediately increased his speed and was the first to charge into the kitten people's defensive line. Brandishing his saber, he began to kill. When he charged into the enemy's group, he discovered that there were only several hundred people defending the hilltop. The weapons they used were a mess of old and shabby weapons, such as long sabers, manure forks, wooden sticks, and so on and so forth. Each and every one of the enemy's clothes was ragged and their faces were emaciated. When they moved, they were limp and had almost no strength to fight back. Ma Qiao's saber technique could be considered a first-rate expert in the army. Seeing that the enemy's combat strength was not strong, he simply abandoned his cavalry and shield and brandished his saber with both hands, charging forward. His body was as swift as a tiger and his saber was as fast as the wind. He did not tangle with the enemy and only tried to create as much chaos as possible to create the conditions for his men to charge up the hillside. Very soon, all the saber and shield bearers had charged up the hillside. Following that, the archers also drew their sabers and joined the battle. When the reserve troops guarding halfway up the hillside saw this situation, they immediately followed their original plan and charged up the hillside. However, before they could join the battle, the kitten soldiers on the hillside who looked like beggars broke down. "Stop fighting, we surrender. We surrender." When one of them shouted surrender, all the resistance on the hillside immediately vanished. Other than a few people who wanted to escape into the dense forest, they were shot by the Zhu army's arrows. The rest of the kitten people knelt on the ground and raised their weapons with both hands, surrendering to the Zhu army. Wu Chengjiao was a distant relative of the Wu family. He had relied on his family's connections to become a brigade commander in the army. When he received the order to attack tentatively, his heart was pounding. That was why he had ordered Ma Qiao to attack while he did not move and was prepared to escape at any time. He did not expect Ma Qiao to smoothly charge up the hillside with a brigade. When the Zhu army waved the war flag and gestured to the foot of the hill, Wu Chengjiao was dumbfounded. Then, he was extremely vexed. If he had known that the kitten people were so useless, he should have snatched this battle credit himself. With so many people watching, it was impossible for him to snatch this credit openly. He could only hope that Ma Qiao would be sensible and focus on mentioning him, the vanguard commander, in the battle report. On the hillside, Ma Qiao could not close his mouth from grinning. This was the first time he had commanded a battle, and it was the first time he had charged and participated in a battle. The moment he received the order, although he looked calm on the surface, he was extremely nervous in his heart. His heart was pounding like a drum. He felt the nervousness and fear of participating in a battle for the first time, as well as the lack of confidence in commanding an entire army alone. But when he rushed up the mountain and killed the second person, all of this uneasiness, all of this fear, was thrown out of his mind. Warriors had to experience the baptism of the battlefield to mature. After this battle, Ma Qiao quickly possessed the psychological qualities that a general should have. And the battle record of killing 7 people with his own hands also made it so that the first time he killed an enemy, when blood sprayed on his face, he would immediately jump up in panic and forget to dodge, almost getting slashed by another enemy. What should I do now? Yes, I remember. Grinning foolishly for a while, Ma Qiao finally remembered some common sense that the old generals in the army had taught him. Right now, he should immediately inspect the enemy's equipment, understand the enemy's situation, and interrogate the captives about the enemy's situation so that the commander-in-chief could use it as a reference for his next move. Wu Chengjiao waited for another half a day. After confirming that there were no ambushes on the mountain, he led his army up the mountain and occupied this commanding position. When Wu Chengjiao ascended the hillside with a smile that was difficult to describe as happy, he only had time to participate in Ma Qiao's interrogation. Through the interrogation, they quickly figured out the enemy's situation. The Khitan rebel army had a total of 67,000 people. After failing to attack Danju, they fled all the way to the east. When they reached the city of Pingju, they suffered another setback and were forced to turn to Lulong. Because of the long-distance attack, they were unable to receive supplies. Their rations and fodder had been used up, and their arrows were also about to run out. When Ma Qiao attacked the mountain, he encountered sparse counterattacks because the Khitans only had less than 5 arrows left on average. The Khitans did not know that the imperial court had sent a large army. Otherwise, they would not have only sent so few people to guard the Yellow Deer Valley. However, their main force was attacking Lulong, and the Yellow Deer Valley was the only passage behind them. They were worried that the imperial court's troops would suddenly attack from behind, so they sent a group of people to guard this place just in case. However, when the soldiers arrived, they had already sent someone back to report. The reason why they were powerless to fight and shoot arrows was very simple: they had no strength. On the mountain where they were stationed, Ma Qiao did not find a single grain of food. When Ma Qiao and his troops arrived at the foot of the mountain, they were cooking and had not had time to eat. After hearing this, Ma Qiao personally went to check their uncooked pot of rice. Inside, there were 2 rats, a wild cat, and a pot of wild vegetables. Wu Chengjiao scoffed at this. In his view, there was no need to check. Just by looking at the Khitans' pale faces and their unsteady footing, he believed that these people had long run out of food. Wu Chengjiao was very dissatisfied that Ma Qiao had snatched the first credit in the first battle. He decided to personally fight the second battle and attack the other side of the mountain. Both mountains were the Khitans' first forward positions. As long as he took the other mountain, he could mix the 2 battles into one, and the first credit would be his. As a result, Wu Chengjiao quickly reported the information he had obtained from the interrogation back to the Central Army. At the same time, he prepared to personally take the other dangerous mountain that was said to be guarded by 50 people. At this time, the ignorant Ma Qiao suggested to him that they should first summon the Khitans on the mountain to surrender. "General, since the Khitans are hungry and don't have enough arrows, I'm afraid they don't have the confidence to defend that mountain, especially since we have already occupied this place. In my opinion, why don't we send someone up the mountain to summon them to surrender? If we can win without using weapons, wouldn't that be even better?" After hearing this, Wu Chengjiao's expression became even more unsightly. However, if they could summon them to surrender, of course there was no need to use force. Although there were not many enemies on that mountain, it was a strategic location. Although the Khitans were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs, they still had the strength to push rocks. Just throwing rocks down from the mountain would kill many people. He couldn't let others think that he did not care about the lives of his soldiers. A fierce, cold light flashed in Wu Chengzhao's eyes. He coldly ordered, "Fine. I will send you up the mountain to persuade them to surrender. Go tell them that I will let bygones be bygones for those who surrender. Otherwise, I will attack the mountain and kill them all, not sparing even the chickens and dogs. Don't say that I did not warn you." Ma Qiao did not expect that Wu Chengzhao would actually send him up the mountain to summon the Khitans to surrender. He was the one who came up with the idea. Now that the general had given the order, Ma Qiao could only brace himself and pull a very old kitten over to explain to him the imperial court's good intentions in recruiting them. When the kitten heard this, he repeatedly nodded his head and agreed to go up the mountain with him to summon the Khitans to surrender. Ma Qiao then waved a white flag and climbed up the steep mountain path with the kitten man toward the opposite mountain. Wu Chengzhao stood on the mountain with his hand on his long saber. Watching Ma Qiao's back gradually disappear on the opposite mountain, he coldly thought, "The Khitans are just a bunch of uncivilized barbarians. Why would they abide by the rule of not killing envoys when two armies fight? If they are willing to surrender, then so be it. If they don't, based on my order to massacre the mountain, I can chop off your dog head first." Wu Chengzhao thought to himself. An evil, cold smile curled up the corners of his lips. When he raised his head again, he saw a white flag waving at him from the opposite mountain. Chapter 716. Cao Renshi, Zhong Xuanyu and Ma Renjie were urging the main army to speed up their journey when suddenly Wu Chengzhao's battle report arrived from the front. As soon as Cao Renshi saw the report, he could not help but be startled. "I have underestimated this Wu Chengzhao. I did not expect him to capture the mouth of the Yellow Deer Valley with only one troop." Zhong Xuanyu took the report and read it carefully. "Good," he said excitedly. "We should quickly advance and directly attack Li Jinzhong's path of retreat, catching him unprepared. If we can coordinate with the Lulong garrison, we won't have to wait for the troops from Danju, Guishan Prefecture, and the other provinces to arrive, and we can completely wipe out the rebel army." Ma Renjie stood next to him and also read the report. "Could it be a trap?" he asked doubtfully. "That is a gorge. Your servant does not understand the art of war, but I do know that this kind of place is the easiest place to set up an ambush." Cao Renshi shook his head and said, "Ma Shaoqing, you think too highly of the Khitans. How can they understand the art of war? You see, according to the Khitans' confession, they have failed to attack Pingju and are now attacking Lulong. This is the same as the intelligence we received earlier. Moreover, the garrison at the mouth of the Yellow Deer Valley only has 5 arrows per person, each one of them looks malnourished, they have been out of food for many days. This is also confirmed by the vanguard." Also, Zhong Xuanyu said, "I have studied the terrain of the Yellow Deer Valley. That gorge is shaped like a gourd, it is only suitable to defend the mouth of the valley. The middle section is quite wide, it is not suitable for an ambush. But the length of the gorge is more than 20 li. With such a long battle line, the Khitans only have less than 70,000 men. If they want to ambush the main army, first of all, they do not have enough men. Second, with so many people lying in ambush on both sides, they will definitely be discovered. But if they are too scattered, they will not be able to be used as an ambush." Ma Renjie did not understand the art of war. Hearing the two great generals say so, he did not say anything more. Cao Renjie immediately gave the order for the 3 armies to rush to the Yellow Deer Valley at full speed. Cao Renshi led the army to the Yellow Deer Valley and personally interrogated the surrendered soldiers. He had been in the army for many years and had fought several dangerous battles. Whether they were really hungry or not, they could not hide from his eyes. Cao Renshi saw that the kitten soldiers were emaciated, their faces were emaciated, their calves were swollen, their hunger was definitely not an act. Zhong Xuanyu also inspected the kitten people on the other side of the cliff who had surrendered. The kitten people on this side had surrendered without fighting, so they did not have many arrows in their quiver. Because the side of the mountain they were guarding was dangerous, each person only had 3 arrows, which was even less than the arrows carried by the kitten people on the other side of the mountain whose formation had been broken. He sent people up the mountain to take a look. There were indeed many large rocks piled up on the edge of the cliff. Cao Renshi considered all these facts and no longer had any doubts. He hurriedly discussed with Zhong Xuanyu. By the time their vanguard arrived, the kitten spies had already rushed back to report the news. However, there were less than 4 hours left. If the main army advanced immediately, they could suddenly appear behind the Khitans when they received the news. Even if it was slightly later, the Khitan people were not as well trained as the Zhou army. If they wanted to gather the troops attacking the 4 cities and retreat, it would take far more than 4 hours. As long as they left the Yellow Deer Valley immediately, it would be enough to catch up with them before they escaped. Moreover, if the Khitan people had already started to escape, the main force of the Zhou army would easily launch a one-sided massacre. The opportunity to fight was fleeting. Without further ado, they should set off immediately. Cao Renshi decisively gave the order to gather all the cavalry and pass through the Yellow Deer Valley as fast as they could. They would closely follow the main force of the Khitan rebel army and not let them escape. The infantry would hold the rear and arrive at the critical moment when the vanguard cavalry and the Khitan people were fighting until both sides were exhausted. They would then deal the final blow. According to Cao Renshi's order, 60,000 cavalry of the 100,000-strong army charged into the valley first. Wu Chengzhao's troops were still the vanguard, 3 li away from the main cavalry as scouts. Wu Chengzhao was also not careless. He still ordered Ma Qiao to be the vanguard, 3 li away from him, and charged into the Yellow Deer Valley. From the bottom of their hearts, Cao Renshi, Zhong Xuanyu, and the others did not see the Khitan people as a great enemy. They did not want to give up on this great achievement in the first battle. Therefore, they all went ahead with the elite cavalry. The 40,000 infantry were led by a general. At the same time, they also detained the hundreds of Khitan people who had surrendered. If there was really an ambush, these Khitan surrendered soldiers would undoubtedly be the first to die. The angry Zhou soldiers would chop them into meat paste. However, from their expressions, there was nothing unusual. These people were true death warriors. Their entire families had either died at the hands of the Zhou army or they were fighting for a way out for their parents or their wives and children. That was why they were willing to serve as bait. These people's physiques were weak to begin with. Whether it was running around on the prairie or fighting with thousands of soldiers and horses, they were the group of people who were most likely to lose their lives. Therefore, they would rather use their own lives to fight for their clansmen's survival. Even their hunger wasn't disguised at all. When they decided to play the part of a group of poor and weak soldiers, they did not bring a grain of food. They had been guarding this place for more than 10 days. In these 10 days, they had been eating wild vegetables and small animals that they had caught. Before the Zhou army arrived, 2 of them had even starved to death. If they had not been so cruel to themselves, even if they could hide it from Ma Qiao and Wu Chengzhao, how could they hide it from Cao Renshi and Zhong Xuanyu, who had spent their entire lives on the battlefield? Ma Qiao rode his horse at the very front. As he used his sharp eyes to scan the mountains and dense forests that passed by on both sides, he welcomed the mountain wind that blew through the valley and took an intoxicated breath. His years of hard work in the army had not been in vain. Today, all his hard work was finally put to use. He did not have the opportunities of his good brother, Yang Fan, nor did he have Yang Fan's ability to be both civil and military, but he also had his own dreams. He had originally been a ruffian who lived his days in the streets, but he had been woken up by Yang Fan's scolding. From that day onwards, he wanted to live a good life, to be worthy of his brother's trust, to be worthy of his mother's nurturing. Later on, he married a wife, and now he had his own precious son. The responsibility in his heart was even heavier. For his wife, for his child, he also had to make great contributions, establish a great cause, and earn a great fortune for his family. In addition, there was also honor. Every time he returned to the square in his military uniform, every time he was promoted to an officer, those childhood friends would surround him and look at him with envy, flattery, and even awe. He would feel a sincere sense of pride. His good brother, Yang Fan, had helped him point out a path, but he had to rely on himself to continue down this path. The cavalry quickly passed through the 20 li distance. Once they left the valley, it suddenly became wide and open. On the right was a large river flowing east, surging along the foot of the mountain. On the right was an undulating hill with clumps of shrubs. In front of him was a flat road. Ma Qiao had already seen the map and knew that if he followed this road straight ahead, he would reach Lulong. His spirits lifted, he forcefully kicked his horse's abdomen and accelerated forward. Wu Chengzhao led his troops and followed far behind Ma Qiao. Only when he rushed out of the valley did he let out a sigh of relief. As soon as he saw Ma Qiao in the distance, holding a large banner of the Zhu army in his hand, flapping in the wind as he galloped away, Wu Chengzhao's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to call out to Ma Qiao and charge ahead himself, but on second thought, although this place was still far from Lulong, there was no guarantee that the Khitans would not set up sentries along the way. As soon as he thought that he might have to engage in close combat, Wu Chengzhao dispelled the idea of personally going to the front line. He continued to bitterly follow behind Ma Qiao, eating dirt. He forcefully whipped his horse's buttocks, venting all his anger on the war horse. The war horse galloped forward. He had just leaped more than 10 zhong when suddenly a desolate bugle call was heard from the hilly area on the left. Wu Chengzhao looked over in astonishment. He saw large banners suddenly emerge from behind the hills. On the banners, vivid and lifelike grey wolves were waving in the wind, followed by a wave of wolf-like howls. The densely packed Khitan cavalry brandished their sabers and spears, letting out strange and terrifying howls as they pounced on them. Before the troops and horses arrived, the strange howls converged into a gust of wind that assaulted their faces. There's an ambush. Wu Chengzhao reined in his horse's reins, his legs trembling. Just as he was wondering if he should escape back to the valley to find his mother, or chase after Ma Qiao and escape, a dark rain of arrows came crashing down. In an instant, Wu Chengzhao was shot into a hedgehog, and he no longer had to worry about his difficult choice. The main force of the Zhu army formed a small square formation and galloped out of the valley. The horses galloped lightly, neither too fast nor too slow. They were not scouts and did not need to be too fast. This way, they could leave the valley at a relatively fast speed. At the same time, they could allow the horses to maintain their strength so that they could quickly join the battle. However, the lightly galloping war horses quickly came to a halt. To their horror, they discovered that the mountain pass in front of them was already filled with endless Khitan cavalry. The reason why the Khitans had used their fastest speed to greet them with bows and arrows to avoid coming into contact with Wu Chengzhao's troops was that they did not want a single person to escape back to deliver a message. They had 10 to 100 times the strength of Wu Chengzhao's troops and shot tens of thousands of arrows to quickly finish off this small group of Zhu soldiers. Then, they entered the valley and set up their formation. The Zhu army looked in shock at the Khitans opposite them. These Khitans had some hesitation and fear on their faces. That was because the powerful impression that the dynasty of the Central Plains had given them gave them psychological pressure. Although they had attacked more than one city, they had never fought so many of the main forces of the Zhu army. But at the same time, there was a hint of fierceness and cruelty in their eyes. It was the hatred that had accumulated from being bullied and humiliated by the Zhu people for a long time. It was also the innate wild bestiality in their blood as nomads of the grasslands. The wind, snow, and sandstorms of the desert grasslands had tempered them into rough and unyielding iron-blooded men. Yaroroar, when the Khitans hunted, they used their unique shouts to scare away wild beasts. When they gathered together, they formed a soul-stirring sound wave. This sound wave was amplified by the valley by several times. Following the surging sound wave, the Khitans, who were already prepared and armed with bows and arrows, took the lead to attack. The arrows covered the sky and pounced towards the Zhu army, as if they were shooting at a herd of gazelles that had been blocked by them. Then, they raised their sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. With an almost crazy speed, they roared, and shouted as they pounced towards the flock of sheep like fierce tigers. There was only prey in their eyes, and they completely ignored death. At the same time, billowing smoke rose from the exit of the valley. When the smoke rose, the long sabers pointed. Chapter 717. To the Zhu army, the Yellow Deer Valley was a nightmare. Amidst the sound of the horn, countless cavalrymen engaged in close combat in the valley. The Zhu army's slowly advancing formation became chaotic because of the halt in front of them and the battle. In this narrow position, the Khitans, who grew up on horseback, clearly had an absolute advantage. Like they were hunting countless gazelles on the grassland, they brandished their swords and cut through the Jew army's ranks. Their weapons did not stop and only moved forward. The people behind them followed closely behind like a swarm of locusts and continued to kill the Jew soldiers. When the smoke rose from the mountain pass, Sun Wanrong, who was lying in ambush in the middle of the mountain, saw the smoke rising in the distance. Overjoyed, he leaped up and shouted, "Attack!" It was true that it was impossible to ambush thousands of soldiers in the dense forest on the mountain, but Sun Wanrong only brought a small number of cavalrymen. The rest were infantrymen. It was easy for these infantrymen to hide in the dense forest. The valley was as wide as the belly of a gourd. It was indeed not suitable to launch a surprise attack on the Jew army, but these herdsmen, who fought against the heavens for food, had their own methods. Huge cages tied up with rattan rolled down the mountain, jumped, and crashed into the cavalry at the foot of the mountain. The cages were stuffed with withered branches and leaves, and some were even doused with fuel oil. Before they were pushed down the mountain, the Khitans had ignited the cages. If the light and elastic cages were not blocked, they could roll from this side of the mountain to the foot of the opposite side. Thick smoke rose and flames rose. The thick smoke quickly sealed off the entire valley. After thousands of burning and smoking cages were pushed into the valley, the entire valley was filled with thick smoke. It was difficult to see people beyond 5 steps. The war horses were burned by the flames and smoked by the thick smoke. They screamed in panic and trampled on the ground. The Jew army collapsed without a fight. Immediately, countless Khitans draped in animal skins and holding hunting bows rushed to the front of the forest on both sides. They used their bows and arrows to shoot at the Jew army who had escaped from the smoke and fire formation and the Jew army who occasionally revealed themselves in the thick smoke. At the same time, the 2,800 Khitan cavalry lying in ambush further away, waiting solemnly for orders, also rushed out along a relatively sparse hillside. They charged towards the rear of the Jew cavalry and intercepted them, trapping them in the valley. Although the valley was wide, 800 cavalry were enough to form 4 blocking positions. The remaining cavalry had already galloped in the opposite direction, leaving the struggling Jew army far behind and pouncing on the Jew infantry who were still advancing rapidly several li away. The fire in the valley was actually not that strong. What was truly fatal was the thick smoke that lingered in the air. Such thick smoke was enough to be fatal. The Chidan people, who knew all kinds of herbs, added many poisonous or pungent herbs to the fireballs. When they burned, the smoke made people cry, their throats swollen, and it was difficult to breathe. The people were already like this, and the horses were even more unbearable. Under such circumstances, people could still try their best to remain calm, but horses could not. Even well-trained war horses were startled. They kicked and stamped, bit, and bumped into each other, causing more horses to explode. Not counting the rain of arrows from the Khitans, just the number of soldiers who were trampled and injured by the startled horses was uncountable. Seeing this situation, Cao Rensha could not help but beat his chest and stamp his feet in regret. Suddenly, an arrow was shot at him. The arrow knocked off his helmet, and a strand of his hair fell down. The bodyguard beside him was shocked and hurriedly used his cavalry shield to cover him. He shouted, "Great General, quickly charge back." Cao Rensha pulled out his sword and shouted, "We can't retreat. Attack up the mountain. Only by occupying this place will we have a chance of survival. Kill." After saying this, the old general took the lead and rushed up the hill like a madman. He had no choice but to charge. In the thick smoke, he could not see anyone other than the bodyguards beside him, so how could he carry out his command? Although in the army, other than flags, there were also drums that could convey orders, but those could only convey simple orders, such as attacking, retreating, or setting up defenses. They could not convey complex orders. Most importantly, he could not even find the orchestra. Cao Rensha led his bodyguards. His hair was disheveled, and he brandished his sword as he charged forward, as if he was possessed. In fact, it was not that the Jew army did not think of escaping the smoke formation and charging up the hill. However, the edge of the smoke was precisely where the Khitans' arrows were aimed. If they charged out, they would attract an arrow. If they charged out in a group, they would attract a rain of arrows. In the chaos, a large group of people fought their own battles and could not form an effective attack. When Cao Renshi charged out of the smoke, a kitten soldier on the hill immediately raised his bow and aimed at him. Wait! Sun Wanrong, who had been a hostage in the Tang dynasty for many years, only needed one glance to recognize from Cao Renshi's armor that he was a high-ranking general. He immediately ordered, "We want this person alive. Capture him." Immediately, a few kitten soldiers rushed down the hill. Cao Renshi charged out of the smoke formation. He first took a few deep breaths and tried to open his eyes that were red and tearing from the smoke. Before he could clearly see the situation outside, a horse noose fell from midair and accurately wrapped around his body. "Come over here." The kitten soldier who grabbed the horse noose pulled hard. Cao Renshi, who had not yet gained his footing, staggered and knocked away his bodyguards, and crashed into the enemy. At this moment, the junior Minister of Agriculture, Ma Renjie, was being protected by a few bodyguards. He stumbled and bumped into the crowd of horses, shouting along the way, "General Cao! Great General Cao!" The cage gradually burned out, and the smoke gradually thinned. However, the Zhou army was trampled by frightened horses, and the smoke made it difficult for them to see. How many people could still wield their sabers and fight? The saber in Ma Qiao's hand had already been chopped until there was no edge. Now, he was using a kitten-long saber that he had seized. As he charged back, he did not know how many people he had killed. His conqueror's robe was already stained with blood. There was the enemy's blood, his own blood, and the blood of his comrades on his body. The soldiers following him were getting fewer and fewer, but there was still the endless and despairing kitten cavalry in front of him. Fortunately, there were enemies and allies mixed here, so they could only fight hand-to-hand and not shoot arrows. Otherwise, Ma Qiao would have long been dead on the spot, and it would have been impossible for him to charge until now. As Ma Qiao led his troops forward, he faintly heard the sound of a bugle horn. He turned his head and looked again. The forest was quiet, but there was no sound. Ma Qiao thought it was his imagination, but a few soldiers also said they heard it. Just as he was feeling suspicious, the smoke signal used to notify Sun Wanrong to launch an attack surged up at the mouth of the valley. Ma Qiao knew that something was wrong at first sight, but when he led his troops back to the mouth of the valley, he was even more dumbfounded. The endless kittans were like ants rushing back to their nests before a storm. They surged majestically into the valley. When he arrived at the mouth of the valley, the kitten army was still surging into the valley. They had only casually separated a group of people to form a crushing attack and surround them. "Brigade Commander, let's go," Ma Qiao's soldiers shouted in panic. "We can't leave. Kill our way back." Ma Qiao unsheathed his saber, and a fierce gaze burst out of his eyes. The Zhou army falling into an ambush actually had little to do with him, a vanguard. However, he still blamed himself, believing that it was his negligence that caused his comrades to fall into a tight encirclement. Now that his comrades were bathed in blood, how could he retreat? Ma Qiao raised his long saber and charged into the enemy formation without hesitation. Like a fierce tiger choosing its prey to devour, he shouted repeatedly and charged forward ferociously amidst the neighing of his war horse. However, until now, the people around him were getting fewer and fewer. He did not see any of his comrades who were surrounded, but there were more and more kittans around him. "Brigade Commander, let's retreat. At least, someone has to report to Lulong." A soldier with a broken arm had just finished speaking when a kitten's spear pierced through his heart. "Let's go." Ma Qiao, who had just snatched a horse from the enemy because his war horse had died in battle, knew that it was meaningless to continue fighting. He could only lead the remaining people, who had less than 20 people, back with hatred. The Chief Marshal Yang Bansha and the General of the Left Guard, Li Duozhua, led the guards and the supply troops to the north at a speed of 2 days' journey ahead of the main force. On this day, the troops arrived at Tangshan and the army set up camp there. This was a town whose original name was Dacheng Mountain. When Li Shimin conquered Korea in the east, he passed by here on his way back. His beloved concubine, Lady Cao, unfortunately died of illness. Li Shimin missed his beloved concubine and gave the mountain the surname Tang. From then on, it was called Tangshan. Li Duozhua led the elite imperial guards and was responsible for escorting the rations and the supply troops. The rations were the most important resources of the army. Those who guarded the rations were always experienced, calm, and cautious generals. From this point of view, it was not wrong to let Li Duozhua escort the rations. However, there were also factional disputes in the army. Cao Renshi, Zhong Xuanyu, and the others were all generals who were close to the Wu family, so they were put in an important position. Although Li Duozhua was loyal to the imperial court and had never done anything disloyal, he was always indifferent to the Wu family's solicitation and was not enthusiastic. Now that the Wu family was the most powerful in the army, it was reasonable for them to reject him and let him escort the rations. Although they were only stationed for a night and there was no enemy threat here, Li Duozhua still carefully arranged the rations. He made fire prevention arrangements in the camp and stationed the troops outside to form a defensive formation. Only then did he go to the central camp to see the chief supervisor of the army, Yang Banshi. The two of them had just chatted for a while when a central guard rushed in to report, "Chief Supervisor, the front line has sent an urgent order." After the army had settled down, the troops of the various battalions carried out detailed arrangements under the overall arrangement of the chief steward. Although Shi Rui was a veteran general, he was very familiar with all kinds of matters related to camping and garrisoning. Yang Fan didn't know much about these matters related to marching and fighting, so he naturally entrusted them to Shi Rui. Meanwhile, Yang Fan himself followed beside Shi Rui, watching and listening at the same time. He secretly pondered over the various arrangements of the barracks and garrisoning, and he gained some understanding of them. After the camp was settled, Yang Fan invited Shi Rui, Yun Gufan, and a few other subordinates to go to the riverside. The camp had to be set up in a place with water, and the location of their camp was the closest to the river. Along the way, they were covered in dust. Many soldiers had already taken off their clothes and were bathing in the river. Yang Fan and the others did not care about their status as generals and also wanted to take off their clothes and bathe to their heart's content. Unexpectedly, just as Yang Fan took off his robe and walked naked into the river, there was the sound of military drums in the distance. Shi Rui listened and exclaimed, "The drum of generals. Head steward, what happened?" Yang Fan had been in the army for a long time, so he could recognize the drum of generals. The drum of generals would sound 3 times, and if the drum stopped, it would be executed. Yang Fan did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly put on his robe and rushed back to his tent. Shi Rui, Yun Gufan, and the others knew that something big must have happened if the drum of generals were to be called, so they hurriedly jumped into the river and washed themselves before the order was given. Yang Fan returned to his tent and put on his armor before rushing to the main tent. In the main tent, the generals were standing in great numbers. Before Yang Fan could catch his breath, Chief Supervisor Yang had already called the roll of the generals. Yang Banshi announced in a loud voice, "I have just received news from the commander of the frontline army, General Zhong Xuanyu. Our imperial army has already engaged the Khitan rebel army and defeated the enemy in one battle." When the generals in the tent heard this, there was an uproar and joy appeared on their faces. Yang Banshi's expression did not change. He continued in a stern voice, "However, the enemy has scattered and fled toward Yingzhou. It will not be easy to encircle and annihilate them. Great General Cao and Great General Zhong have already led their troops to attack them. Great General Zhong urgently ordered our officers and men to abandon their heavy supplies and fatigue. The 3 armies are to advance at full speed. If the frontline army pursues them to Yingzhou but our army has not arrived, all the generals will be executed and there will be no mention of the soldiers' merit." When the generals in the tent heard this, their hearts trembled. Yang Banshi solemnly passed on the order, "Now, this chief supervisor orders, other than General Li Duozhua's troops escorting the rations to the rear, the rest of the soldiers are to immediately prepare 5 days' rations and set off immediately to participate in the encirclement and annihilation. Those who are late will be executed on the spot." Chapter 7:18. The Zhou army wore armor and marched day and night. As the large group of people and horses moved forward, their footsteps caused the ground to tremble slightly. Every soldier carried 5 days' worth of rations, as well as their own pots, stoves, sleeping bags, and other equipment. In order to maintain a certain amount of horsepower to cope with special situations, the cavalry would dismount and lead the horses when they were tired after walking for a period of time. Not only could they stretch their bodies, but they could also reduce the burden on their horses. Once they set off, the horses were their capital to save their lives, so how could they not cherish them? Even so, the high-intensity march caused some soldiers to fall behind. No one cared about the soldiers who fell behind. They just let them accompany the infantry behind them. The military order had been issued. Those who did not arrive in time would be beheaded. Although if everyone was late, General Zhong might not carry out this order. But if most of the troops arrived, then those who were late would definitely be out of luck. During the march, the officers and soldiers of the various battalions chased each other. The organization and formation were already chaotic, but this was not a problem. Their first priority was to get to Lulong. There, they could reorganize a little and find out the latest situation at the front line before deciding on their next move. At midnight, the three armies set up camp and rested for a while. The soldiers took off their sleeping bags, chewed their dry rations, drank cold water, prepared fodder, and fed their horses. After being busy for more than an hour, they finally fell asleep. At the fifth watch, the bugler was awakened by the officers and soldiers on night patrol. He rubbed his eyes and got up, then blew the bugler to wake up the sleeping soldiers. After a little reorganization, he hurried on his way again. After another day of rapid marching, there was only half a day's journey left to the Yellow Deer Valley. At this time, it was already the second watch. General Manager Yang ordered them to rest in place. They would cross the valley early tomorrow morning and arrive at Lulong before tomorrow night. Once the military order was issued, the three armies set up camp in place, arranged food and rest, and recovered their strength. They cooked in the black pot and fed the horses. When the exhausted soldiers crawled into their sleeping bags and were about to fall asleep with their swords on their waists, they suddenly felt a slight tremor coming from the ground beneath them. Bad news. Even without the general's orders, the experienced veterans knew that something was wrong. Because along with the trembling of the earth, the sound of galloping horses reached their ears. A large number of cavalry suddenly appeared in this place, and from the sound of the galloping horses, it was clear that they were charging. It was definitely not their men. When the soldiers crawled out of their sleeping bags while shouting, they didn't care that their clothes were disheveled or that they didn't have time to put on their armor. They just picked up the saddles and hurriedly put them on the backs of the horses. Before they could tighten the silk sashes, the rumbling of the horses' hooves began to roar in their ears. Thousands upon thousands of men and horses waved their gleaming steel blades as they pounced out from the darkness like ghosts. A flustered new recruit only saw a black shadow sweeping past him with a strong gust of wind. Then, he heard the blood-curdling screams of his companions in the distance. While the terrified soldier was rejoicing that he had escaped death, another black shadow swept past him with a strong gust of wind. This time, he was not so lucky. The sharp saber cut him in half from shoulder to hip. This was a cruel massacre. The exhausted Zhou army was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Furthermore, they were completely unprepared and at their most relaxed moment, they were attacked by the enemy cavalry. The enemy's attack was so fast that even the scouts on the periphery did not have time to send back the warning. In such a hurry, it was impossible for the Zhou army to form a defensive formation, let alone launch a powerful counterattack. Although the attacking Khitans looked disorderly and did not have a formation, they had participated in hunting since they were young and had long been trained to be elite knights. They usually formed groups of 3 and attacked at an acute angle. They cooperated with each other and cut off all obstacles to their comrades, maintaining the fastest speed of their charge. There was enough distance between each attacking triangle to ensure that after they charged into the enemy's formation, their comrades behind them did not slow down and launched a second round of attacks at the same speed. The attack unfolded on the entire Zhou army's camp. In every place, the Khitans maintained at least 5 rounds of attacks. These 5 rounds of attacks were enough to kill 1/5 of the Zhou army and cause great chaos. This ensured that when the Khitans passed through the camp turned back for a second round of attacks, the Zhou army would still not be able to form an effective counterattack. The Zhou army fell into absolute chaos. No one could give a unified command and dispatch under such circumstances. They did not have the time to figure out who the Khitans were or where they came from. They could only fight on their own. At this moment, The elite troops fully displayed their abilities. Based on their past combat and training experience, they spontaneously formed a circular formation. The soldiers on the periphery stabbed the enemy knights with their spears and used their sabers to cut off the legs of the enemy's horses in the dark. They used their lives to buy time for their comrades in the middle so that they could mount their horses as soon as possible. In such a situation, they could not even form a dense spear formation. Without the resistance of the cavalry, the entire army was destined to be annihilated. Soon, the neatly dressed cavalry charged out of the inner circle and fought with the enemy cavalry. They worked together with their infantry comrades to approach the other defensive camps that had spontaneously formed. They merged with each other and formed an even larger circle. Under the assault of the Khitan cavalry, they had been divided into camps of various sizes. If they could not meet up as soon as possible, their deaths were only a matter of time. Thanks to his never-ending combat training, after a day and night of rapid marching, Yang Fan was still able to maintain much more physical strength than his companions. However, the group he was on was formed from prefectural soldiers from various places. They did not cooperate well with each other. When he killed a few Khitan cavalry with all his might, seized a warhorse, and mounted it, he could no longer find a small group of more than 10 people around him with the help of the dim starlight and scattered torches. The Khitan cavalry swept through the Jew army camp. They did not stop to fight on the spot at all. Instead, they used their advantage of charging to repeatedly trample and charge at the Jew army camp. Yang Fan could only mix in with the Khitan cavalry that kept charging back and forth and reaping the lives of the Jew army. As he fought, he tried his best to save his companions. After the Khitans pierced through the Jew army camp and returned to carry out another round of penetrating assault, they finally slowed down. They began to surround the Jew army, who had formed a small circular formation, and began to attack. They constantly shot arrows and even threw javelins. The Jew army, who had finally stabilized their formation, also shot arrows and crossbows outwards and used spears and daggers to block their attacks. Most of the scattered roaming cavalry like Yang Fan had already been annihilated by the Khitans. Yang Fan's advantage lay in his superb martial arts. In this kind of darkness and chaos, the enemy was unable to concentrate their superior forces to attack him, so he was still alive and kicking until now. In the midst of the fighting, a group of Jew soldiers who had formed a formation to protect themselves finally discovered Yang Fan, who was wandering among the Khitan soldiers like a ghost. They immediately shouted at him, "Lieutenant Yang." Yang Fan was exhausted from all the killing. He hurriedly glanced in that direction in the middle of the battle. With the faint light of a torch that had fallen to the ground, he clearly saw the person who had called out to him. It was his other ride, Sharui. Yang Fan was overjoyed. He immediately circled his horse and charged in that direction to kill. Shabej had hurriedly gathered a small number of defeated soldiers and used dead horses and spears to form a small barrier. He was doing his best to block the Khitans' attack. The Khitans circled their horses and ran endlessly around their small formation. From time to time, they would shoot an arrow, and from time to time, they would pull out a slender and slightly curved sharp saber and charge at their weak points of defense. More than 20 Jew soldiers were exhausted from running for their lives inside the defensive circle. Yang Fan raised his curled steel saber and approached the camp step by step. When there was still a distance of 5 or 6 feet between them, a Khitan rider took the lead and entered the Jew army's defensive circle. He swung his sharp saber left and right and began a massacre. Compared to infantrymen, apart from riding and shooting, the infantryman would never be able to surpass the infantryman in terms of maneuverability. The infantryman would also be able to borrow the momentum of the horse's charge to slash down from a high vantage point. To infantrymen, this kind of tactic of slashing diagonally while riding a horse was an unstoppable and brutal killing method. Seeing this, Yang Fan panicked. However, there were at least 5 or 6 enemy soldiers in front of him. Some of them were wielding heavy and powerful tridents, while others were wielding heavy sabers. They couldn't be dealt with in a short period of time. The Khitan rider who had charged into the Jew army's defensive circle raised his saber and slaughtered to his heart's content. Every time his steel saber fell, a cold light would flash and reap a life. His momentum was unparalleled and unstoppable. The Khitan riders behind him had already used this opening to charge over. When Sharui saw this, he immediately raised his spear and charged over. Stepping forward, he twisted his waist and shook his spear. Just as he was about to stab at the kitten who was killing without restraint, another kitten rider leaped in from the opening. The handsome horse soared through the air, but before its front hooves touched the ground, the rider's shining steel saber swept past the back of Sharui's neck. His head, along with half of his shoulder, flew into the air. Shibijo. Yang Fan let out a loud cry, his eyes bloodshot. The steel saber in his hand fiercely slashed at the enemy in front of him. The kitten general with the heaven-supporting trident saw the Tang general's entire body leaning out from the horse, the saber in his hand slashing at him with a sharp whistling sound. He could not help but be shocked and hastily put the steel trident horizontally. With a clang, the saber in Yang Fan's hand broke, ending its mission. The kitten general was overjoyed. He turned the trident and with a bang, the handle swept across the shoulder of Yang Fan, who was trying hard to sit back on his horse. The trident swept him off his horse. A kitten soldier rode forward and thrust his spear at Yang Fan's lower back. The kitten general used the trident to block and shook off the spear with a clang. The sharp tip of the trident pressed tightly against Yang Fan's back. Looking at the picture of a ferocious beast on his back, he sneered and said, "This is a Tang general, tie him up." There were only 5 Jew soldiers left in the stronghold, huddled in a corner. All of them were injured. When several Khitans leaped over the obstacles and turned around in this small circle, preparing to charge and kill them all, the 5 Jew soldiers threw away their weapons and obediently raised their hands. However, the kitten people did not put down the sabers in their hands. They were running around everywhere, so how could they take in captives? The kitten people occupied an advantageous terrain in the Yellow Deer Valley. They waited at ease and used many deceptions to lure the enemy in. They also used fireworks to cause the Jew army to trample on each other, causing countless casualties. As a result, they wiped out the Jew cavalry with a very small price and immediately launched a one-sided massacre on the Jew infantry. In the Yellow Deer Valley, the infantry could not resist at all. Annihilating them also did not consume much military strength. Now, other than Li Duozuo's troops guarding the rear of the supply hall and the infantry that was left far behind by their rapid march, the main force of the cavalry of the Jew army did not amount to more than 30,000 people. In this kind of situation where they waited at ease and launched a surprise attack at night, even if the Jew army was several times more than the kitten army, they would still be powerless and would definitely be defeated. Moreover, it was 60,000 against 30,000. The kitten people had the absolute advantage in military strength. When dawn broke in the east, the earth seemed to be dyed with a layer of sunlight. The ground was covered in blood and corpses were strewn everywhere. The main force of the kitten people continued to rush towards the Tang infantry that were delayed and the rear of the army's rations and supplies. Chapter 719. The spears, knives, and swords stuck on the corpses were more vigorous than the weeds in the wilderness. The masterless warhorses walked alone on the blood-stained grassland. Occasionally, a blood-stained soldier would climb up from the pile of corpses and stagger to stand up. His intestines were either broken or he had lost limbs. He struggled slowly like a zombie. The 2 passers-by seemed to be scared silly by the endless corpses. One of them was leading a horse and walked forward stiffly. After a few steps, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. The other man in black hurriedly helped him up. The thin man who was dragged up by him stared blankly at the corpses strewn all over the battlefield. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. The young man with 2 soybean-sized black moles on his cheeks looked at him uneasily and whispered, "Sovereign's kung fu is very strong. He should be safe." It was very strange that such an ugly man actually had a soft and sweet-sounding voice of a woman. It's impossible. No matter how good one's skills are, in this vast army, it's impossible. The man with the thin cheeks said with a trembling voice. In the end, he didn't finish this sentence. His eyes were already glistening with sparkling and translucent tears. These 2 people were Tin Ano and Jiyu Zhuting. Tin Ano had been pestering Xiao Man for several days and asked her to promise him. In fact, RNU could have left without saying goodbye, but she didn't want to do so. She was a very smart woman. She knew that to get along with Xiao Man like a sister and maintain a close relationship was the key to the harmony of the family. Before Yang Fan left, he handed the family to Xiao Man. With Xiao Man's temper, if she wanted to be alone, Xiao Man wouldn't do anything to her. But the relationship between the two would inevitably become estranged. Sometimes, the incompatibility of fire and water developed from a trace of hatred and estrangement. Relationships were like gears that needed to be lubricated and maintained. When Xiao Man couldn't stand it anymore and finally agreed, Jiyu Zhuting immediately found out Yang Fan's team through the successor hall, and then set off to follow the trail. However, when they arrived, they only saw corpses on the ground. Endless corpses. It was as if this place was Azura hell. Seeing Enyu's despair, Jiyu Zhuting couldn't help but frown and said, Enyu, it's impossible to kill all of them. On our way here, didn't we see defeated soldiers in 2s and 3s? Look, there are still people alive here. Sect Master might have died in battle, but it's more likely that he's still alive. Why are you scaring yourself like this? Enyu's eyes lit up as she murmured, not bad. As long as we haven't found his corpse, he might not be dead. Maybe he's still alive. Enyu suddenly stood up and broke free from Jiyu Zhuting's support. She hurriedly ran to the corpses in front of her and examined them one by one. Jiyu Zhuting shook her head repeatedly. She rushed over and grabbed her, shouting, Enyu, what are you doing? Enyu said anxiously, Master Jiyu, help me quickly. It'll be faster if we search together. Jiyu Zhuting grabbed her arm tightly and said sternly, Enyu, wake up. This isn't a solution. There are tens of thousands of corpses here. How can the two of us finish investigating? Besides, so many people died here. The imperial court will soon send people to clean up the aftermath. By then, how are we going to explain our identities to them? Enyu said despondently, then what do you think we should do? How are we going to find him? Enyu's hand grabbed Jiyu Zhuting's arm tightly, causing Jiyu Zhuting's arm bones to ache faintly. Jiyu Zhuting let her grab and said gently, with just the two of us, no matter if Sect Master is dead or alive, we won't be able to find him. Enyu, listen to me. The nearest place from here is 1,000 Gold Smelting City. If we go there, the soldiers of Smelting City will most likely be dispatched to deal with the corpses. If there's any news, we can inquire about it in the shortest time possible. That's right. We can change our identities and pretend to be rich merchants passing by this place. We can do a good deed for the soldiers who died here and hold a tumi for them. It's impossible to transport the corpses of so many soldiers back. We can only cremate them and then transport the ashes back to their hometowns. Enyu's eyes became clear, that's right. Only the great generals will be placed in a coffin and sent back to the capital. As for the others, they can only be cremated on the spot. If we are willing to pay for this task, everyone's identity must be verified first. Their belongings must also be sorted out separately. That way, we can confirm the identity of each corpse. Jiyu Zhuting said, that's right. For us to do such a good deed, we will need the cooperation of the military and the local authorities. We can also obtain more information from them. If Sect Master isn't among the dead, then Sect Master is still alive. Who knows, we might get news about Sect Master before we finish our good deed. Enyu smiled and said impatiently, let's go. Let's go to 1,000 Gold Smelting City immediately. In a simple tent made of tree trunks and leaves, Li Jinzhong took off his shirt and laid on a pile of soft grass with his bare back. There was a wolf fang arrow stuck in his back. Because it had not been pulled out for a long time, the area around the wound was already bruised and swollen. Khan, bear with it. A burly man who was kneeling on one knee beside him said in a rough tone. Li Jinzhong nodded and Sun Wanrong passed him a piece of cork. Li Jinzhong bit on it. The burly man pulled out a small knife and quickly cut a cross around the bow and arrow. He pulled it out forcefully. Li Jinzhong let out a muffled groan and the wolf fang arrow with a barb was pulled out from his back. Some dark blood flowed out. The burly man tossed the small knife in the bonfire beside him. When the blood gradually turned red, he suddenly stuck the small knife on Li Jinzhong's wound. Li Jinzhong's body tensed up. Although he was old, he was still strong. His muscles bulged and his strong arms bulged. The small knife burned Li Jinzhong's wound. When the wound was slightly scabbed, the burly man grabbed a handful of herbs. Ignoring the bitterness, he stuffed them into his mouth and chewed. He carefully applied the chewed herbs on Li Jinzhong's wound and used a piece of cloth to bandage the wound. Only then did he stand up. Luo Wuzhen handed him a water sack. The burly man's mouth was full of green and bitter, so he didn't say anything. He took the water sack, pulled out the cork and gulped down a large mouthful of water before quickly walking out of the tent. Inside the tent, Sun Wanrong, Luo Wuzhen, He Xiao and the other kitten leaders surrounded Li Jinzhong with concern. Li Jinzhong chuckled and said, "Don't worry, this old man's life is tough. I won't die. Come, help me up." Luo Wuzhen and He Xiao went forward to help him up and sat him on a haystack. Li Jinzhong asked in a deep voice, "How are our casualties?" The burly man who was treating Li Jinzhong walked out of the tent and gulped down several mouthfuls of water. The bitter taste still lingered in his mouth. His tongue was so numb that he couldn't feel it anymore. He looked around and saw a wild pear tree about 200 zhong down the slope. The branches were heavily laden with fruits. He walked down the slope with large strides. Yang Fan leaned against the thick trunk of the pear tree and sat on the ground. His hands were tied behind his back and his wrists were tied with ox tendons. Ox tendons were the most flexible thing. Even if he struggled until the ox tendons sank into his flesh and cut his wrists, he wouldn't be able to break them. There were also a few people tied up under a few trees nearby. They were all high-ranking military officers. It seemed like the Khitans weren't foolhardy people. They also knew that if they captured more high-ranking military officers, they would have the capital to bargain with the imperial court if the situation turned bad. However, Yang Fan took a closer look and didn't recognize any of the high-ranking military officers. Judging from their uniforms, they were only high-ranking military officers like Commander Yingyang and Commandant Guoyi. They were only 1.5 ranks higher than him. There wasn't a single high-ranking military officer like Head Supervisor Yang Bansha or Deputy Head Supervisor Zhong Huaichang. At this moment, the burly man who was treating Li Jinzhong walked under the tree and plucked 2 pears from the tree. He wiped them on his clothes and took a bite. The pears had just started to mature. They weren't bitter or sour, but they weren't sweet either. It was hard to tell what kind of taste they had, but after chewing a few times, it was very helpful in getting rid of the bitterness in the mouth. As soon as Yang Fan saw the burly man walk to his side, he stared at him. He felt that this person was somewhat familiar. After carefully identifying him, Yang Fan suddenly realized that this burly man was the kitten military officer who used the 3 heaven supporting trident last night. Even now, Yang Fan still remembered the strength of his arms. The burly man took 2 bites of the pears and realized that he was staring at him. He couldn't help but chuckle and said, "What, you're not convinced? Do you still want to have a duel with me?" Yang Fan smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "A defeat is a defeat. How can a defeated general dare to speak bravely?" The burly man curled his lips and shook the pears in his hand, saying, all right, don't talk about literature with me. As a soldier, there's no need to be so literary. It's because of people like you that the Tang dynasty army became so useless. Thinking back to when I was in the army, the might of the Tang dynasty at that time. Hey. The burly man shook his head, plucked another pear, and turned around to leave. Yang Fan's expression changed. He hurriedly asked, "What did you say? You were a soldier in the Great Zhou army?" The burly man lazily turned around and cast a glance at him. He corrected, "Not the Great Zhou, it's the Tang dynasty. Laozi has never been a soldier for that stinky woman." Yes, Yang Fan said, "The Tang dynasty is not the Great Zhou. You were a soldier in the Tang dynasty army? Were you a loyal follower or a soldier?" Yang Fan thought that since he was a kitten, he shouldn't have been a regular soldier of the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty's army was very mixed. Among them, only the prefectural army, imperial army, border army, and recruiting army were regular soldiers. As for the rest, there were too many. For example, when Li Shimin went on an expedition against Goguryeo, other than the imperial army, guards, prefectural army, and border army, there were also regimental troops from Pinglu and Lulong, Turkic, Cheong, and Xianbei tribes, vassal troops from Khitan, Shi, and other vassal states, conscripts from Silla, Beech, and other temporary loyal followers. Altogether, there were hundreds of thousands of them. The burly man said, "At that time, I was a real soldier who ate military rations and received military pay. Although I was just a small squad leader, I earned my meritorious service by crawling out of a pile of corpses. I hate the border generals for being cruel. Not only did they embezzle military pay, they also oppressed my people in every possible way, treating them like bandits. Once, my squad tried to rape a girl from my tribe. As a soldier, I couldn't even protect my own people. What's the use of being a soldier? In a fit of anger, I killed that bastard and fled back to my hometown." The burly man looked at young Fan from head to toe and said with disdain, "You're so young, yet you're already a captain. I'm afraid you climbed so fast by hugging that Wu traitor's thigh." Young Fan said with a straight face, "You're wrong. I was originally a soldier under the command of the Huyuan Army's chief marshal, He Kai Chang. I only got where I am today because I fought in hundreds of battles." Chapter 720. You're a subordinate of Great General Blacktooth Changji? Hearing this, the burly man's interest was piqued. He turned around and squatted down next to young Fan. Blacktooth Changji was a native of Beech, but he had become a great general of the Tang Empire. He had spent his entire life in the military and rarely suffered a defeat. Young Fan had spent more than half a year in the western regions and had frequent contact with Gausha chickens and other western regions soldiers. He knew that in the border army, especially the minority soldiers, Blacktooth Changji was worshipped like a god. Many people viewed him as a role model. The burly man surnamed Fei asked in high spirits, "Are you really a soldier of Great General Blacktooth Changji? Great General Blacktooth Changji even fought in our region. It's a pity that I was still young at the time, or else I would have joined Great General Blacktooth Changji as a soldier." Young Fan said, "I am indeed a soldier under Great General Blacktooth Changji. Because I am a clever man, I have always been a scout under the Great General's command and have made many contributions." Later on, Great General Blacktooth Changji was framed by a scoundrel. He didn't die on the battlefield, but lost his life in prison. We all hate him to the core. The burly man surnamed Fei worshipped Blacktooth Changji to the extreme. When mentioning Blacktooth Changji's hatred, he couldn't help but curse. The burly man surnamed Fei cursed the imperial court with spittle flying everywhere. He then glanced at young Fan and asked him about the situation in the western regions and how he had been promoted. Young Fan knew that the burly man was still somewhat wary of him, so he carefully answered. He said that after Blacktooth Changji's death, Lu Shida had taken him under his command and made him one of Great General Lu's personal guards. In a battle with the Turks, he had coincidentally saved Great General Lu's life, allowing him to be promoted step by step. This time, the imperial court had mobilized soldiers from all over the country for the northern expedition, so he had led his troops back from Helong. Young Fan was very familiar with the Helong area. He knew the geography, scenery, environment, and even the customs there like the back of his hand. He even attributed many of the deeds of the Koshek chickens when they were scouts to himself. When this burly man was a soldier, he had been transferred to the Helong region to participate in a battle, so he had a good understanding of the local customs. He also had a good understanding of the life habits of scouts and some of the deeds of spying on the enemy. After listening to young Fan's explanation and verifying it with his own knowledge, this seemingly reckless but actually meticulous man truly believed young Fan's words. Although the two of them were still enemies, one of them had already been captured, so there was no need to fight. Thus, after this conversation, the relationship between the two of them had unknowingly become much more harmonious. The burly man surnamed Fei and young Fan had exchanged names. This burly man surnamed Fei was called Fei Mo. Patting on young Fan's shoulder, Fei Mo said with regret, "If you're just a small soldier, I can let you go. Unfortunately, you're a general of the imperial court. I can't make the decision on my own." Young Fan replied, "I understand. You and I each serve different masters, so this is how it should be. To receive such treatment from you, this Yang is grateful." However, young Fan turned his head to look at the other people tied up under the trees and asked, "Why have you captured so many generals?" Are you planning to sue for peace with the imperial court? Although Fei Mo's appearance was crude, his heart wasn't. He didn't directly answer, only chuckling and saying, "We Khitans have no ambition to rule over others. We just want a way out, but the imperial court won't give us one. Otherwise, why would we be happily herding cattle on the prairie? Why would we be fighting here?" "All right." Fei Mo patted his butt and stood up. "It's impossible for me to let you go. Since you're a former subordinate of General Blacktooth, I can take care of you and ensure that you won't be mistreated. You'll eat a bit more than the other captives. However, you'll have to be a bit more obedient. If you have any crooked ideas, I'll be the first to kill you." Yang Fan said, "Right now, this Yang is your prisoner. I'm grateful for this kind of care. I just don't understand. We have no less than 160,000 soldiers, all elites and generals. How could we suffer a crushing defeat?" Yang Fan's question scratched Fei Mo's itch. Fei Mo squatted down again and said with a self-satisfied smile, "In the eyes of you Tang people, we Khitans are weak herdsmen who only know how to herd horses and sheep. You people have never put us in your eyes. Your defeat is due to your arrogance. Do you think we Khitans are so easy to bully? Even if it's the Turkic cavalry that you fear the most, who repeatedly invaded the Tang dynasty from Liangju and Lingwu, why didn't they invade from our prairie and then go south? Do you think they are relying on the protection of the imperial court?" "Bah." Fei Mo spat heavily and said, "That's because we Khitans are not easy to deal with. We are good at fighting and are the heroes of the prairie. For a long time, we have been oppressed by the imperial court and your border generals. We have swallowed our anger and refused to resist because compared to the Tang dynasty, our people are too weak. But we have endured step by step. What did we get in exchange? In exchange, you people want a foot after giving us an inch." When Fei Mo spoke of the resentment, his eyes were about to spit fire. Yang Fan hurriedly said, "I'm just a small officer. I can't ask about these things. I'm just curious. You have 60 to 70,000 men at most, right? How could you eat up our army of 160,000? And in one gulp?" Fei Mo sneered, "That's because you are too arrogant." He told her how he had set up a bait at the entrance of the Yellow Deer Valley to lure the main force of the Zhou army to rush in. Then he used the terrain of the valley to cut off the connection between the main force of the cavalry and the infantry. He used the geographical advantage and a large number of fireworks to cause the main force of the Zhou army to collapse without fighting. The frightened horses trampled each other, causing countless deaths and injuries. As a result, they had wiped out the cavalry with a very small price. Complacently he continued, "The cavalry has been completely annihilated, your infantry is out of luck. Other than a small number of soldiers who escaped up the mountain, the rest are still living in the jungle as savages. From the Yellow Deer Valley all the way to the place where we set up the ambush yesterday, it is a flat plain, most suitable for cavalry to gallop. How could those fleeing infantry outrun our horses? They have been completely annihilated by us. We had originally planned to set up an ambush in the Yellow Deer Valley. However, along the way, there were corpses everywhere. There was no time to deal with them. If you continue forward, you will definitely find something suspicious." So our Grand Marshal came up with another plan. He used the military seal he seized to write a military order. He pretended that the front line had won a great victory. He wanted you to abandon your supplies and march at full speed to participate in the encirclement and annihilation. Hey! Sure enough, you came obediently. After traveling day and night, you ran until your men and horses were exhausted. There was no way you could fight. Moreover, the cavalry and infantry were dragging their feet and completely separated from each other. It was difficult for them to coordinate with each other. From the way you marched, it is obvious that you did not take us seriously at all. If you did not lose, who would? Yang Fan thought of the Grand Steward Yang, who was dressed like a golden-armored deity. He could not help but laugh bitterly. After a moment of silence, he asked, "You have the military seal and can forge the military order. However, the Grand General's signature on it, is it also forged?" Fei Mo smiled and said, "This signature is genuine. It was personally written by your right Jin Wu Wei General, Zhong Xuanyu." Yang Fan secretly clenched his teeth. Fei Mo became even more complacent when she saw that he was angry. She said, "Your troops were trapped in the valley like a herd of cattle and sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Tens of thousands of troops were stuck in the valley, and before we could even make a move, they trampled over each other in panic. The number of casualties was innumerable. We easily annihilated the most difficult part of your main force and captured your commander alive." That left Jin Wu Wei general, Cao Rensha, refused to sign his name on the forged military order. Our Khan chopped off his dog head. As a result, your right Jin Wu Wei general, Zhong Xuanyu, was so scared that his face turned ashen. He hurriedly signed his name. From the beginning to the end, he did not even dare to let out a fart. The corner of Yang Fan's eyes twitched. He said with hatred, "Underestimating the enemy and advancing rashly caused the deaths of 100,000 soldiers in the front line. It is already a sin that cannot be redeemed even with 100 deaths. Furthermore, you are afraid of death and sent 60,000 soldiers in the rear into the tiger's mouth." Zhong Xuanyu. What a Zhong Xuanyu. Fei Mo smiled and said, "You don't have to blame him so much. After your army of 100,000 was annihilated, the remaining 60,000 soldiers were destined to die. Without that forged military order, you all would have died all the same. That military order isn't of much use to you, it's only useful to us. With this military order, we were able to easily destroy your rear line. Including the dead and injured, there were less than 10,000 soldiers, and this includes the casualties from attacking your supply." Yang Fan was shocked and involuntarily cried out, "You also attacked our supply camp?" Fei Mo said, "Since we killed the snake, we naturally had to follow up with another attack. The infantry behind you were even worse off. When we attacked overnight, most of them were sleeping like dead pigs. It was not easy to wake some of them up, but their legs were weak and they had no strength to raise their hands. They couldn't even kill a chicken. We dealt with them as if we were chopping melons and vegetables. After that, we rushed straight to your supply camp. We thought that the supply camp would be the easiest to deal with, but we did not know who was the one escorting the rations. He dug pits for horses, set up spears for horses, and even brought many thorns to block the way. He even built a wooden wall outside the camp and the sentries were 10 li away. Damn it, in Tang territory, we only stayed for one night and had to leave early in the morning. Was there a need to go through so much trouble? In the end, the ambush did not succeed. It was only when the sky was bright that we cleared the perimeter and approached the camp. Seeing that they could not hold on any longer, the general took the initiative to give up the rations and gathered the remaining soldiers to escape to Horse City. Damn it, as the vanguard, I originally wanted to annihilate them all. But the general who was transporting the rations set the camp on fire before he left. If we had chased after him, the rations would have been burnt to a crisp. Left with no choice, I could only turn back to save the rations." Yang Fan blurted out, "The rations were burnt to a crisp." Fei Mo laughed, "In your dreams. Although half of the rations were burnt, the amount we saved is enough for us to eat for a month." Yang Fan was greatly disappointed. After a moment of silence, he said, "The general in charge of transporting the rations is called Li Duozhua. If he had been the commander-in-chief, I'm afraid, we might not have been completely wiped out." Sigh. Since General Li returned to Horse City, what about the general in charge? Even Chief Steward Yang was captured alive by you? Fei Mo said, "We did not see that Chief Steward Yang, but your Deputy Chief Steward Zhong Huaichang was trapped by us. We wanted to capture him alive, but he ended up killing himself." Hearing this, Yang Fan could not help but fall silent. At this time, someone shouted from the hillside, "Fei Mo, prepare to reorganize the army, we are moving into the mountains." Fei Mo hastily agreed, and hurriedly said to Yang Fan, "If you know your place, you won't have to suffer much. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you." She then hurriedly ran up the hill. Yang Fan tried to break free from the ropes but gave up in the end, thinking, "We are already in the mountains, and we still have to move into the mountains. That's right, no wonder I haven't seen any women or children. Their base shouldn't be here. If we reach their base, the security will be lax. With Fei Mo's friendship, we might have a chance to escape." Chapter 721. The 160,000-strong army of the Wu-Ju dynasty was completely annihilated. Other than Li Duozhua, who was escorting the rations, the rest of the generals were all captured. The left Eagle Guard's General Cao Renxia was beheaded, the right Golden Guard's General Zhong Xuanyu and the new Minister of Agriculture Ma Renjie were captured, the chief of the army Yang Banxia died in the chaos, and the deputy chief of the army Zhong Huaichu committed suicide. When the news reached the capital, the entire court was in an uproar. How long had it been since the imperial court suffered such a defeat? Even when facing powerful enemies like the Turks and Tubo, the imperial court had suffered defeats from time to time, but it had never been defeated so quickly or so miserably. An army of 160,000 was instantly annihilated, and almost all of the generals were captured in one fell swoop. This was something unimaginable in the past. Wu Zetian felt as if she had been hit in the head with a stick. The Wu-Ju dynasty's greatest and only achievement was the recovery of the 4 towns of Anxi. Before this, there was nothing to write home about. She did not expect to suffer such a heavy defeat in the blink of an eye, especially at the hands of the Khitans who were never taken seriously by the imperial court. The imperial court was in a state of panic. The initial disdain and confidence towards the Khitans turned into extreme fear in the blink of an eye. 160,000 people meant 160,000 families. As the news spread, the entire Tang Empire was in a miserable state. Countless parents, wives, and children wore mourning clothes and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. Wu Zetian originally planned to let Wu Sanxi be the ambassador of Yuguan Road and lead the army to Shengju as the second army to suppress the rebels. In fact, her main goal was to let this nephew of hers be gilded. Although the military system was controlled by the Wu clan had never made any contributions in the war. In the army, a group of generals who did not make any contributions would never have a solid foundation. Wu Chengxi's health was poor and he was often bedridden in recent years. Otherwise, Wu Zetian might have sent this nephew to the front lines as well, allowing these 2 nephews of the Wu clan to establish their own military might. But now, Wu Ju's 160,000-strong army was annihilated in a single battle. The entire court was shaken and Wu Zetian did not dare to act rashly. Both of her nephews were born scholars. When they were young, she changed their surnames to Wei and exiled them to the border. Every day, they had to work hard for food. Later on, when she wanted to ascend the throne, she found that outsiders were unreliable and she had to rely on the Wu family. She pardoned her nephews and brought them back to the capital. She entrusted them with important tasks. However, these 2 nephews had never commanded an army of dozens of people before. But almost all the famous generals left behind in the Tang dynasty were killed by her. Moreover, the more the Wu clan's generals were defeated, the more she needed the Wu clan's generals to fight a great victory to consolidate the Wu clan's position in the army. Therefore, Wu Zetian decided to send Wu Yuyi as the second general to suppress the rebels. Wu Yuyi had always been in charge of the Yulin Guard for her. He had been in the army for the longest time and was the most familiar with the army among the second generation of the Wu clan. Wu Zetian immediately issued an edict. She appointed Wu Yuyi as the right general of the Wu clan. He was to recruit soldiers and horses to lead the attack on the Khitans. At the same time, she appointed Chen Ziang and Qiao Zhizhi as his advisors. Unable to gather so many soldiers and horses in a short time, Wu Zetian ordered all the imprisoned prisoners to be escorted to the capital so that they could atone for their crimes. At the same time, she recruited soldiers and formed a new expeditionary army. She also ordered all the provinces to the east of Taihang Mountains to build up a cavalry regiment to be ready for support. The furious Wu Zetian did not discuss with the prime minister this time. She used her arbitrary power to quickly make a decision. She angrily returned to the inner court. Suddenly, she remembered Li Zhaoda who had helped Sun Wanrong obtain a third-rank official position. She immediately vented her anger on him. She ordered him to be immediately escorted to the execution ground to be executed. Zhong Changzong and Zhong Yizhi heard this and immediately mentioned Li Junchen. In a rage, Wu Zetian ordered Li Junchen to be beheaded as well. Li Zhaoda was imprisoned because of Li Junchen's impeachment. Today, he was going to be executed on the same day as Li Junchen. Needless to say, This major event to a certain extent diverted the court's investigation of the defeat. It must be known that Cao Renshi, Zhong Xuanyu, Ma Xiaojie, Yang Banshi, Zhong Huaichu, and the other generals were all under the Wu clan. Only Li Duozhua, who was responsible for escorting the provisions, could be considered as a neutral party. On the day of the execution, the streets of Luoyang turned out. The execution site was packed with people. The execution site was located in the North City. All the shops in the North City did not open for business that day. Even the businessmen went to watch the execution. The number one ruthless official of the Wu Ju dynasty, who was also the undying cockroach, Li Junchen, was finally going to be executed. On the same day, the one who was going to be executed was the Prime Minister Li Zhaoda, who had dominated the court for the past few years. This was no small matter. Li Zhaoda and Li Junchen had wooden balls stuffed in their mouths. Dressed in the clothes of condemned prisoners, they were escorted to the execution ground. This system of wooden balls began in the 4th year of the emperor's reign. That year, Wu Zetian executed the crown prince's emissary, Hao Xiangxian. Hao Xiangxian cursed loudly and vehemently on the execution ground, listing all of Wu Zetian's crimes. He even mentioned the scandal of her adultery with Xue Huaiyi. Wu Zetian was very embarrassed. From then on, whenever the court executed a criminal, wooden balls would be stuffed in his mouth so that he could not say a word on the execution ground. Li Zhaoda and Li Junchen had wooden balls stuffed in their mouths. Their cheeks were squeezed to the point that their cheeks were somewhat deformed. They were pulled by the prison cart and slowly approached the execution ground. Although Li Zhaoda was a bit too domineering and was hated by hundreds of officials, he still had an excellent reputation among the people. When the people saw Prime Minister Li's disheveled hair and dirty face, they couldn't help but sigh sadly. However, in a normal dynasty, the people of the capital would probably never see the scene of a prime minister being executed in their lifetime. But in the Wu and Ju dynasty, the people of Luoyang, not to mention the imperial princes, had seen the prime minister executed several times. Although they sighed for him, they weren't too shocked. Next was Li Junchen. When Li Junchen was escorted to the execution ground, a strange scene appeared. The people were crowded there. Countless heads were moving. Their eyes were fixed on Li Junchen, who had the word death stuck on his back on the prison cart. But strangely, not a single sound was made. Everyone was staring at him. The scene was abnormally quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. Li Zhaoda was escorted to the execution ground. He was forced to kneel in the direction of the executioner. Then, Li Junchen was escorted to the execution platform. Li Junchen's usual awe-inspiring and domineering aura was nowhere to be seen. A large wooden ball was stuffed into his mouth. Even breathing was somewhat difficult. His twisted face no longer had any of its former handsomeness. Li Zhaoda was speechless. But as he watched Li Junchen dejectedly being dragged to the execution platform, a happy smile appeared in Li Zhaoda's eyes. He couldn't laugh, but he raised his pale head. It was clear that he was laughing. Li Zhaoda's shoulders shook. He laughed silently for a long time. Then he slowly closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes and flowed down his cheeks. Li Junchen was different. From start to finish, Li Junchen did not even glance at his old enemy. His head was always turned in the direction of the imperial palace. When he was dragged to the execution platform and pressed to the ground, he still stretched his neck and stared in the direction of the imperial city. He only hoped that a rider would gallop over and shout, "Spare him." It wasn't that the empress had never done something like this before. Back then, the deputy minister of the imperial censor, Wei Yuanzhong, had been spared death by the empress before his execution. Li Junchen had always believed that he was loyal and devoted to the empress. He had killed so many enemies for the empress. The empress was able to ascend the throne and sit firmly on it. He had played a great role in it. The empress would never kill him. He hoped and hoped. When the executioner dryly read the imperial edict, he didn't hear a word. When the executioner pulled off the plaque with the word death on his shoulder, he didn't notice at all. He was like a puppy abandoned by its owner. He stared in the direction of his home, hoping that its owner would change his mind. A noose was placed around Li Zhaoda's neck. The empress was gracious and granted him a complete corpse. The noose was suddenly pulled up. Li Zhaoda's body flew into the air. Because he was suffocating, his body began to violently and strangely twist. But what was surprising was that at this time, not a single person looked at the Prime Minister's death. Countless gazes were fixed on Li Junchen. Many people's palms were wet with sweat. The corners of their eyes twitched nervously and their hearts beat like drums. They seemed to be worried about something, and also seemed nervous about something. It was a strange kind of fear. Li Junchen suddenly came to his senses. His gaze, which had not moved for a moment, moved from the direction of the imperial palace to the execution platform. On the execution platform, Chen Dong, the disciplinary officer of the Ministry of Justice, expressionlessly pulled out a blood-colored punishment stick from the container and fiercely threw it in front of the platform. He shouted coldly, "Execute." Li Junchen suddenly understood. The imperial edict of pardon would never come. The empress had truly abandoned him. He suddenly bounced up from the ground. It was very difficult to stand up from kneeling so straight, but Li Junchen actually jumped up in an instant. He couldn't make a sound. His eyes were abnormally wide, as if the corners of his eyes had cracked. He stared fixedly in the direction of the imperial palace. He looked at the corner of the eaves and the dub tower that towered into the clouds. His mind felt dizzy. Without waiting for the two executioner's assistants to push him down, his knees buckled, and he once again knelt heavily on the execution platform. Crack. The sharp demon head blade slid across his neck. This strike of the executioner had used the best strike of his entire life. The blade accurately slid through the crack between the bones of Li Junchen's neck. There was not the slightest bit of obstruction. His head, along with a mouthful of fresh blood, sprayed out more than 3 meters before landing heavily on the ground. It rolled forward a few times before stopping. Li Junchen's headless corpse slowly fell forward, and with a thud, it fell to the ground. At this time, Li Zhaoda's corpse had just stopped trembling for the last time. The execution platform continued to maintain a frightening silence. This was something that had never happened before. When the executioner looked towards the crowd with some surprise, the crowd suddenly erupted into a tsunami of shouts. Countless people charged towards the platform, and the silk slaves responsible for holding the ropes to block the spectating commoners were like scarecrows. In the blink of an eye, they were drowned by the boiling crowd. Countless people surged onto the execution platform, fighting to tear apart Li Junchen's corpse. There was one person who charged at the very front, pouncing on Li Junchen's body like a wolf, viciously biting off a piece of flesh. Before he could swallow it, he was dragged to one side by the frenzied commoners, and then even more people filled up the gap he had left behind like ants. This person bit down on a mouthful of flesh, and laughed wildly at the sky. His name was Duan Jian. Chapter 722. When Li Junchen abandoned the market, his corpse should have been exposed to the sun for 3 days. However, many people rushed onto the stage and pushed aside the officials to eat his flesh. In a flash, Li Junchen's flesh and bones were separated. His eyes were peeled off his face, his stomach and heart were exposed, and he was trampled into mud. On the lovely spring stage, Zhong Yizhi followed closely behind Wu Zetian, who was wandering among the flowers. He vividly described the scene of today's execution to her. "Oh, Li Junchen is so hateful." Wu Zetian sensed something and immediately stopped in her tracks, asking Zhong Yizhi. After receiving Zhong Yizhi's accurate answer, Wu Zetian became furious. "I have been deceived by him. This person is so hated by the people. He must have committed a heinous crime and deserved to die. He should be punished by the Kai clan and the people of Fang Shui. Issue an imperial edict to confiscate their families and banish them to be slave." Li Junchen used his death to successfully divert the attention of the court and the people from the defeat of the rebel army. He also used his shattered body and bones to confiscate his entire family, turning the people's sorrow for the death of their loved ones into anger for his execution. Li Junchen was used to the fullest by his master, displaying all the light and heat. Thousand Gold Smelting was located in the northeast of Ma City. This area was rich in iron ores, and many ores were exposed on the surface, so there was no need to dig deep. The border regions were the most war-ridden, so the demand for iron was especially strong. As a result, there were many local blacksmiths who used indigenous methods to smelt iron. After a long time, they gathered to form a city known as Thousand Gold Smelting. Up to this day, Thousand Gold Smelting already had many large-scale iron mines and smithing shops. Because of this, the city did not lack ironware, nor did it lack valiant and powerful men. The reason why the Khitans did not set their sights on this small city was because, although it was small, it was not easy to deal with. Jiyu Zhuting and Tin Ano had made up their minds. They changed their identities and hired a few servants before rushing to Thousand Gold Smelting. At this moment, the news of the Great Zhou Army's defeat and the Great Zhou Army's corpses had already spread. Everyone in Thousand Gold Smelting City was in a state of panic. The county magistrate, Li Luoyun, was a jinsha in the second year of his life. His wife had been working hard for many years to become a mother-in-law. With great difficulty, he used his outstanding political achievements, and with the addition of his connections from top to bottom, he found himself a seventh-ranked county magistrate. He had only been in the Thousand Gold Smelting for less than a month, and he had already encountered such an incident. He had just taken up his post, so he did not know how to handle the many low-ranking officials who had served here for many years and had a deep foundation, such as the registrar, the county lieutenant, or even the many low-ranking officials who had complicated relationships with each other. After hearing the news, he wanted to send the county lieutenant to investigate, but the county lieutenant was worried that they might run into the Khitan troops on the way, so he made an excuse and refused to go. The registrar reacted faster than the county lieutenant and immediately claimed to be ill and bedridden. County Magistrate Li was a loyal and good official, so he could not order others around. He had to change into a set of casual clothes and personally went to investigate openly and secretly with a few Yamen runners. After confirming that the Khitan people had already plundered the grain and entered the mountains after the great victory, he returned to the county. After coming out of the Yellow Deer Valley, the surroundings were very desolate and there were no cities. Thousand Gold Smelting City was the nearest county to the battlefield. Even if they were not willing to show up, when the government officials got the news, they would inevitably be responsible for the burial of the dead soldiers. Instead of that, it was better to take the initiative to show up, which could also increase his political achievements. County Magistrate Li made up his mind and consulted with the registrar and the county lieutenant. Since there was no danger outside the city, the county lieutenant's original busy matter was immediately solved, and the illness of the registrar also recovered without treatment. The two also knew that this was a political achievement, so they really wanted to cooperate with the new county magistrate. If this matter was done well, everyone would be rewarded, and the two could get closer to the new county magistrate. After all, the new county magistrate was the main official of the county, so they could not be too stubborn. But whether it was sending workers to collect the corpses or to cremate them, which did not need money, before the previous county magistrate left office, he desperately spent the savings that the county had accumulated for many years, and there was nothing left. If they wanted to live beyond their means, the county itself would have a hard time in the future. Because of this, the registrar in charge of money and grain retreated. County Magistrate Li thought about it and felt that this money could only fall on the few big iron mines and big blacksmith shops in the county. He planned to invite the local rich people who made a fortune by smelting iron in the county and use the county magistrate's reputation to raise a sum of money. At this time, Tin Ano and Jiyu Zhuting arrived at the county. Jiyu Zhuting disguised herself as a rich merchant, and Tin Ano disguised himself as her servant. They took the initiative to find the county magistrate Li Luoyun, willing to do a great charity for the fallen soldiers. She would pay for the workers to collect the corpses, buy the coal needed for the cremation of the corpses, and buy more than 10,000 urns for ashes. This amount of money was not small. If County Magistrate Li solicited donations, he would only be able to cover the initial expenses, and he still had to apply for the follow-up funds. Now that he met a great philanthropist with a huge amount of money, it was really a blessing from the heavens. He hurriedly cooperated with Jiyu Zhuting and claimed that he would ask the imperial court to reward Jiyu Zhuting for her righteous deeds. With County Magistrate Li's cooperation, Jiyu Zhuting ordered a large number of urns for ashes from a place that produced pottery, and arranged a cremation site outside of Thousand Gold Smelting City. This city was mainly used for metallurgy, so it had a large reserve of coal and charcoal. As long as one had the money, they could directly buy them from the big iron mines. As for the furnace for refining the corpses, they directly used some old iron smelting furnaces that had already been scrapped. The local iron ore merchants were not stingy. The majority of the righteous act was taken care of by the great philanthropist who was passing by. They took the initiative to reduce the excavation and production tasks of their iron ore mines during this period of time, freeing up a large number of laborers to collect the bodies of the Jew army's fallen soldiers. For the miners and blacksmiths, there was money to be made in any kind of work. This work was even easier than forging iron and mining. The people at the border were used to seeing life and death, so they did not hate or fear corpses. Naturally, they were willing to do it. In a short period of time, a large number of corpses were continuously transported to Thousand Gold Smelting City, where they began to refine the corpses and collect the ashes. County Magistrate Lee organized a large number of civil servants and persuaded the scholars of the county to come forward to help. They registered each corpse in advance, put their belongings into bags, and marked them. Such a scene was certainly lively, but when the corpses were constantly transported in, and the corpse refining furnace spewed out flames day and night, refining the once living lives into urns of snow-white bone ashes, no one was happy, even those miners and blacksmiths who were paid daily. Tin Ano was even more tormented. She could not eat or sleep in peace if there was no news from young Fan for a day. Every time a corpse was sent to her, she would be frightened. During this period of time, County Magistrate Lee really regarded Jiyu Zhuting as his living bodhisattva. No matter how much information County Magistrate Lee got from the soldiers who escaped to the city, Jiyu Zhuting could get the same information from County Magistrate Lee. She and Anu gradually learned about the whole battle, and also learned that some generals were captured alive by the Khitans. Although this time, the Jew army underestimated the enemy and fell into the ambush, resulting in the death of 160,000 soldiers, it was impossible to kill all of them. The so-called total annihilation only meant that the Jew army could not keep any organized troops and completely lost the ability to fight. The surviving soldiers escaped one after another. Most of them moved towards Thousand Gold City, which was the nearest to them. RNU's favorite thing to do every day was to see the Jew army coming from afar. Although Thousand Gold City had taken in 3,000 to 4,000 wounded and defeated soldiers in the past few days, she did not see the face that she was most familiar with. After all, it gave her hope. During this period of time, they also contacted the branch of Succession Hall in the north. Although Succession Hall was weak in the local area, they still tried their best to help. They sent people to nearby places such as Ma City and Lulong to investigate all the soldiers who were lucky enough to escape, hoping to find traces of young Fan. However, the core strength of the Succession Hall wasn't much. Many of the branches didn't know the identity of the suzerain, and they didn't even know the existence of the Succession Hall. The Succession Hall controlled them completely through economic means, so they didn't know who the person they were looking for was. These people who were sent to various cities only knew that their master's business mainly relied on a rich merchant, and the person they were looking for had a very close relationship with that rich merchant. If they found this person, not only would they be able to curry favor with that rich merchant, but their masters would also be able to obtain more business, and the person who found young Fan would also be rewarded with a generous reward, so they worked especially hard. The towering ancient trees isolated the hustle and bustle of the mortal world. Here, whether it was the neighing of horses or the shouts of people, it only served to make the valley even more tranquil. There was no sense of clamor. At the edge of the dense forest, there was a patch of green grass, and the sun was shining on the grass. Young Fan, who was being searched for thousands of times, was lying on the soft grass, shaking a green foxtail in boredom. He squinted his eyes and let the warm sun shine on him. The forest here was deep and dense, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Along the way, young Fan, who had his eyes wide open, was already confused. There were mountains and trees all along the way, and there was no obvious sign at all. They were all similar mountains, rivers, and trees, so he could not remember the way at all. There were about a dozen generals who were captured together with young Fan. At this moment, they were scattered on this hillside, standing or standing. Yang Fan was not familiar with these people. Zhong Xuanyu and Ma Renjie, the highest-ranking officers among the captured generals, were heavily guarded by the Khitans. They were detained in a cave on the other side of the mountain. Even during the time when they were out, Yang Fan and the others did not see them. The cave was damp and dark. If one did not bask in the sun, even if one did not suffer from arthritis, being locked up in the cave for 3 days would cause one to fall ill. Therefore, even though he felt that the sun was somewhat fierce, Yang Fan was still reluctant to return to the cave. This was the only place in front of the cave where they could move around. In the distance, Fei Mo walked over. Although they were enemies, Fei Mo very much liked to chat with Yang Fan. When it came to the darkness of the court, Yang Fan would curse with him. When it came to the tragic death of the Blacktooth Great General, Yang Fan would feel regret with him. When it came to the oppression and extortion of the Khitans by the border generals, Yang Fan would express deep sympathy for him. Fei Mo wasn't lacking in scheming. Although Yang Fan felt that this was a deliberate response to lower Fei Mo's wariness and get closer to her, Fei Mo could tell that his attitude came from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, although they were still enemies, Fei Mo increasingly liked to chat with him. Whenever he had time, he would come over to Yang Fan's place. When Yang Fan heard the heavy footsteps, the lightly swaying foxtail grass stopped. He could tell that it was Fei Mo's voice. He had always felt that even though he was captured, he should still do something. However, he could not think of what he could do. It was only last night that he finally thought of an idea. Therefore, he waited for Fei Mo the entire day. Fei Mo finally came. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Yang Fan hummed and continued to shake the foxtail grass in his hand. Chapter 723. It's rare to see a captive like you behave like this. Fei Mo walked over and saw Yang Fan's carefree expression. He couldn't help but find it both funny and annoying. He mocked him and sat down next to Yang Fan. He handed over a grass leaf larger than his palm that contained a handful of mulberries. Some of them were ripe and dark purple, emitting a sweet fragrance. Some were even bright red. It's bad enough being a captive. Do you want to torture yourself every day with a bitter expression? Yang Fan smiled and sat up. He threw away the green foxtail grass and took the mulberries wrapped in the grass leaf. He picked one up and threw it into his mouth. The flesh was thick, slightly sour, and extremely sweet. It was indeed delicious. Yang Fan asked Fei Mo, "You've already sent people to the capital?" Fei Mo nodded. "Yes. They've already been gone for 2 days. When the Grand Marshal was a hostage in the Central Plains, he had several guards with him. They are all very familiar with the situation in the Central Plains. This time, he sent one of them." Yang Fan shook his head. "I don't think it'll be very effective." Fei Mo glanced at him. "What do you mean?" Yang Fan threw another mulberry into his mouth. "That's right. You have won many battles, but the imperial court has never paid any attention to you. The more battles you win, the less the empress will be able to lower herself to negotiate peace with you. If it was the Tubo or the Turks, there might be room for negotiation, but you." Fei Mo said, "We've captured more than 10 of your generals. If that Wu woman doesn't agree, none of you will live." Yang Fan sneered. "Old Fei, do you think this is a war between your 2 tribes? You've captured a few of their leaders, and you want them to use cattle, sheep, and pastures to redeem them? This is the imperial court. Whether it's for the dignity of the empress or the imperial court, they will never lower their heads to you." Fei Mo's dark face turned red. "All along, when the imperial court wants us to fight, we will send troops. We will prepare our own food, weapons, and horses. We will first fight with Emperor Taizong, then listen to Emperor Gaozong's orders. When the imperial court wants us to pay tribute, we will pay. Every year, we will choose the best furs and fattest cattle to pay tribute. But how does the imperial court treat us? Your border armies are not guarding our outer perimeter to protect us, the subjects of the imperial court. Instead, they are guarding our inner perimeter. The Turks are relying on us to defend, but you are guarding against us as if we are thieves. We are exchanging our cattle and sheep with the Han people in the border regions for some rations, but your border generals are still collecting heavy taxes. We don't want much right now. We are still willing to respect the imperial court as our master. We only want to be treated less harshly, less oppressed. Allow us to trade cattle and sheep with you Han people on equal terms, and withdraw your so-called border armies. Is to be. This is too much. Yang Fan said, from your point of view, it's certainly righteous and confident. But you must understand that you are not the Tubo or the Turks, you are not a country. You do not have the right to rebel first, kill the soldiers of the court, capture the generals of the court, and then negotiate with the court, haggling over the term. With regards to your actions, the only option left for the imperial court is to strike down harshly and kill one to serve as a warning to others. If the imperial court agrees to your request, it won't just be a matter of face. The imperial court's territory is huge, and there are many tribes like you. If they make an exception for you today, others will follow suit. What will the imperial court do then? Fei Mo went silent for a moment before she sneered, if there's nothing to talk about, then let's continue. However, since the imperial court has abandoned you, you are no longer of any use. When our messengers bring back bad news from the imperial court, the Khan will definitely execute you. Yang Fan placed the mulberries on the grass and lay down facing the sky. Using his arms as a pillow, he sighed and said, I did not die in the midst of thousands of horses and horses. I am already very lucky to be able to live this long. If I can't avoid death in the end, I have nothing to regret. However, if I die, I won't be lonely on the road to hell. Anyway, it won't be long before you come to accompany me. Fei Mo spat out a mouthful of saliva and scolded, don't talk about bad luck. I won't die. Is your imperial court's army very powerful? An army of 160,000 was still swallowed by us in one gulp. Yang Fan raised a finger and leisurely wagged it. You can't say it like that. This time, the imperial court suffered a great loss because they were too arrogant. From the generals to the soldiers, not a single one of them took you seriously. Next time, do you think the imperial court's army will still be so careless? Fei Mo sneered and didn't say anything. She thought to herself, do you think we placed all our hopes on the imperial court to sue for peace? We didn't just prepare one hand for this. However, this was an extremely confidential matter. Even though Yang Fan was already a prisoner and she wasn't afraid of him leaking it, Fei Mo still couldn't say anything. Yang Fan continued, you were also a soldier, so you must know some stories from ancient times. Look at those roving bandits. Which one of them can stir up the slightest wave? Regardless of the final outcome, those who once had glory must grasp 2 points. Fei Mo's expression changed. She hurriedly asked, what 2 points? Yang Fan said, first, there must be a stable base. There must be people to control and food to gather. Those who roam everywhere without a base won't be able to last more than a few days. Fei Mo was silent for a moment. What about the second point? Yang Fan said, second, there must be a clear position. You must let the world know what you want and what you are fighting for. Moreover, what you want is what the world wants. Only then will a just cause be supported by many. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang are just 2 bumpkins, but they both know to shout slay the tyrannical Qin to rally the world. Shong Tang rebelled against Xia, saying time is lost, I will die with you. Fan Chong of the Red Eyebrows Army, an illiterate man, also knows to shout those who kill shall die, those who injure shall suffer. Zhong Jiao said the heavens are dead, the yellow sky shall rise. The year is 60 years old, the world is prosperous. Wang Mang forged the heavenly mandate. Emperor Guangwu of Han said the Liu family will rise again, the Li family will assist. As for our dynasty, hey, let me ask you, what do you have? Fei Mo retorted, all nonsense. Do you think we, the Khitan tribe, can become an independent country or even overthrow the Tang dynasty? If we say that, it will really be considered a rebellion. The imperial court will not rest until we are annihilated. Yang Fan said, do you think that because you have not shouted the slogan of independence or overthrowing the Great Jew, your actions are not considered a rebellion? During the rebellion of the 7 kings of Han, although they did not dare to shout the slogan of rebellion, they still shouted purge the emperor's side, kill Chao Kuo to tell the world that their intention is Chao Kuo, not the emperor, so that the world will not join forces to punish them. Fei Mo fell into deep thought. After a while, she slowly said, what slogan can we shout? Yang Fan said, Wu and Ju are in power, but the common people still think of Li Tang. If you can shout the slogan of supporting Li Tang, supporting Prince of Xiong Li Dan, and supporting Prince of Luling Li Xian, then you will be able to comply with the will of the heavens and the people. The common people will not oppose you so strongly, and if the imperial court wants to deal with you, it will also cause all kinds of criticism. Fei Mo's eyes brightened. Slapping her thigh, she exclaimed, wow. It really is a good idea. If we do it this way, we will have a good reason to attack and will instead make the imperial court look unjust. If the imperial court sends an army, the officers and soldiers who are determined to restore Li Tang will not go all out to suppress us. Yang Fan smiled. Exactly. Fei Mo said excitedly, I will go talk to the Khan and the Grand Marshal. Fei Mo jumped up and walked away. Yang Fan secretly let out a sigh of relief. After getting along with Fei Mo for a few days, he knew that Fei Mo's mind wasn't as rough as his appearance. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to convince him. Seeing Fei Mo leave, Yang Fan picked up the bag of mulberries. Blowing away a few ants that had crawled onto it, he picked up a mulberry and tossed it into his mouth. It tasted very sweet. After a while, heavy footsteps came from behind him. Yang Fan turned his head and saw that Fei Mo had returned and was once again in front of him. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows in surprise. Fei Mo's face was gloomy. Emphasizing each word, she said, You are using me, aren't you? Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Pretending to be calm, he asked, Why do you say that? Fei Mo said, You are a former subordinate of Great General He Kaichang, and Great General He Kaichang was harmed by the Ju Imperial Court. You must hate Ju and hope to restore Li Tang. You gave me this idea because you hope to use us Khitans to exert pressure on the Imperial Court and force the Emperor to not dare to tamper with the Crown Prince selection, am I right? Yang Fan's goal was too obvious. He and the Khitans were enemies, so there was no reason for him to help them think of an idea that would allow them to gain a foothold in the name of righteousness. As long as Fei Mo changed her mind, it would be hard not to guess his intentions. Yang Fan made up his mind and straightforwardly said, That's right. I am using you to work for the two princes of Li Tang. I don't like this imperial court, and I also don't like a woman becoming the emperor. In order to protect her power, she wantonly kills. But my idea isn't harmful to you, is it? Fei Mo chuckled. That's right. As long as it can cause trouble for that woman, it is a good idea. I came back to tell you not to treat me as a fool. Fei Mo turned around and left with a hearty laugh. After these few days of interaction, Fei Mo had long understood Yang Fan's attitude. This Ju general clearly loathed his emperor and the Ju imperial court, so he was not surprised that Yang Fan would help him come up with this idea. This slogan could obviously improve their awkward situation. Although the Han people would not join them because of this, they were Khitans and not Li Tang's imperial court. But if that woman wanted to recruit troops to quell the rebellion, there would not be so many people who would join. Seeing Fei Mo leave laughing, Yang Fan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. This was an excellent opportunity. The forces loyal to the Li Tang Empire were gradually recovering and secretly seizing power. If the Khitans were used as pressure to force the imperial court to adjust its policies, the Li Tang Empire's forces would undoubtedly further recover and develop rapidly. However, to achieve this, it was not enough to just rely on the Khitans to shout this slogan. Someone in the imperial court had to cooperate. Now that Yang Fan was in the hands of the enemy, he could not play a leading role in this matter. But he believed that the old fellows of the Heaven Observation Division would keenly grasp this opportunity. Old great-grandfather Li and the other old foxes of the 7 sects and 5 families would not let go of this opportunity. Di Renjie and the other exiled prime ministers and important ministers would not be indifferent when they heard this slogan. Taiping, that cunning little fox, would also not let this great opportunity slip from his grasp. Thinking of this, Yang Fan could not help but sigh softly. Being captured by the enemy as a captive could have an unprecedented impact on the imperial court. This was really unexpected. But, how could he escape with his life? This was not something that could be done with a pair of sharp tongues. Chapter 724. By the time Ning Ku entered Luoyang, The emperor had already sternly rejected the Khitans' conditions for peace talks. The Khitans, having their conditions rejected, once again invaded Hebei. At the same time, they raised a clear political slogan: "Return our Prince of Xiong and Luling." The Prince of Luling, Li Xian, and the Prince of Xiong, Li Dan, were the only two surviving sons of Emperor Li Ji. Both of them had once been crowned emperor, but they had been deposed by Wu Zetian. Li Xian had been demoted to the Prince of Luling and had actually been placed under house arrest in Fangzhou. Li Dan had become the crown prince from emperor, but everyone knew that he was just a decoration. For Wu Zetian, the Khitans had raised the banner of injustice for Li Xian and Li Dan. This was far more damaging than the complete annihilation of the 160,000 soldiers. She impatiently wanted to reorganize the army and fight again to exterminate these rebels, but she had never been able to gather enough soldiers. When Princess Taiping heard the news of Yang Fan's disappearance, she was also deeply worried and secretly ordered people to search for him. She deeply regretted that she had recklessly suggested that Yang Fan should return to the army, resulting in a grave mistake. But when the Khitans announced their political program, even though she knew that this was a slogan meant to reduce resistance and bewitch people, it was not impossible to use it. Even though Princess Taiping's mind was in a mess, she still keenly sensed this opportunity. She immediately put her disorderly mind in order and began to make arrangements. In the last few years, Princess Taiping had used her brilliant political skills to gradually subdue a group of people and secretly control a number of positions in the court. However, on the one hand, she needed to continue to conceal her own strength, and on the other hand, she truly did not have the strength to openly compete with Wu Chengxi, Wu Sanxi, and Zhong Ezhang, so the positions she obtained were not particularly important. But these positions, which were usually not particularly important, played an extremely important role in times of war. These positions were all related to logistics, supplies, armaments, provisions, and even household management. Under normal circumstances, these positions were neither glamorous nor powerful. Most importantly, they were in charge of personnel, finance, military, and justice. However, at this critical moment, Princess Taiping's instigation of those who were placed in these positions to slack off and reduce the efficiency of the court's operations played a great role. Wu Zetian had no idea what had happened. She had entered the palace at the age of 14 and had spent the last 60-some years in the depths of the palace. She was skilled in palace politics and had little understanding of the operations of the outside world. She only knew that ever since the Khitans had raised the slogan of justifying the Prince of Luling and the Prince of Xiong, the massive and effective war machine of the Wuzhou imperial court had fallen into a difficult situation. The aristocratic families quickly discovered that this political slogan of the Khitans could be used, but they needed to add fuel to the fire to make this slogan have practical effects, expand its influence, and sound the alarm for the high and mighty empress. As a result, they immediately began to make arrangements. They controlled the local economy, and the influence of a large clan could cover an entire province. It was extremely easy for them to do something in the dark to counteract the influence of the imperial court's decree. Thus, even though the imperial court had repeatedly issued edicts to urge them on, the collection of provisions and the recruitment of soldiers had never made any progress. Besides the secret efforts of Li Tang's imperial clan and aristocratic families, the officials of Li Tang's faction who had been banished to the local regions over the last few years had undoubtedly played an important role. They had been demoted precisely because they were branded with Li Tang's brand. The empress did not trust them, and they were also determined to restore Li Tang. It would be strange if they did not give Wu Zetian a hard time. They had originally been high-ranking officials of the court, and when they went to the local regions, they were either the main officials of a province or a county, or they could rely on their prestige and seniority to use their status as deputy or idle officials to exert a major influence on the local officials. Under their influence, these provinces and prefectures had also been severely delayed in collecting provisions and recruiting soldiers for the court. The entire empire, for some undeclared reason, continued to move at a slower pace. The emperor, who was in the center and never left the palace, was completely unaware of this secret and obscure resistance and was completely powerless against this inexplicable delay. She could only attribute the reason to the people's longing for Li Tang. The power loyal to Li Tang was still so great and so deep in the hearts of the people. This made her secretly panic. She did not understand. Her Zhou dynasty had been established for so long. Why were people still unable to forget Li Tang? Was it just because she was a woman? She was not convinced. She had to completely defeat the Khitans. She had to pass down the Zhou dynasty forever. She had to be the founding ancestor of the country for generations to come. There was a house in Jiaqing Lane in the south of Luoyang. The common people in the lane all knew that the owner of this house was not from here and rarely came to Luoyang. Even during the holidays, it was rare to see the owner of this house appear. There was only one old family member who often went out to buy vegetables, so everyone was familiar with him. This house belonged to the Dugu family. And it had been empty for many years now. But it had finally welcomed its new owner. Ningku had lived here quietly for 3 days. Under the moonlight, a faint sound of zither came from the elegant and quiet garden. The sound of the zither was like the thin clouds in the sky covering the moonlight, indistinct and indistinct. There was a faint night fog in the garden. Under the window, a zither lay in front of the moon. Ningku gently plucked the strings. The sound of the zither was mournful but not hurtful. It was just and elegant. All the indescribable thoughts were transferred into the sound of the zither and rippled into the graceful fog. Hatred and thoughts could only be expressed to the moon. It was difficult to express them to others. Her slender fingers pressed on the zither and the lingering sound suddenly stopped. Ningku sighed with melancholy. Her pretty face was like frost under the moon. With light footsteps, the boat girl walked quietly behind her. Ningku asked softly, "What did you hear?" The boat girl said, "Since the Khitans rebelled, the neighboring Turks have stationed their troops at the border, eyeing them covetously. After the Khitans defeated the imperial court's rebel-suppressing army, the Khitans mounted their cavalry and invaded Liangju, then Lingju, and then Shengju. They killed their way to Shengju before they were blocked by the deputy envoy of the Ping Di army, and Dao Mai. Now they have stationed a large number of troops outside the city of Shengju. It seems that they want to take Shengju in one fell swoop and invade the Central Plains. Therefore, there is no need for anyone to deliberately delay the western region and the provinces near it. It is impossible for them to send a single soldier to participate in the northern expedition. We must reserve troops there to guard against the Turks." Ningku lightly responded and asked, "What about the Tufan? It is impossible for the Tufan not to take advantage of the situation, right?" The boat girl smiled and said, "Mrs. Right. The Tufan will certainly not let go of this opportunity. However, the Tufan king is fighting for power and their internal strife is in full swing. They do not want to fight with the imperial court for the time being. Therefore, they have sent messengers to negotiate with the imperial court. The contents of the negotiation include the 4 towns of Anshi and some border areas between the two countries." Ningku hit the nail on the head. The imperial court has already eaten the 4 towns of Anshi and will not spit it out. This is the greatest martial art that the imperial court is proud of. The Tufan also know this. They are using the 4 towns of Anshi to make concessions. What they want are those border areas that are difficult to divide. The boat girl said, "Mrs. Right." Ningku casually plucked the strings of the zither and pondered for a while before saying, "The Empress is old and lacks energy. She can no longer fully control the empire. In this time of internal and external troubles, she will definitely make concessions." The barge lady asked cautiously, "In this case, our family's business in the western regions will be affected. Should we tell young master about this analysis?" Ningku shook his head. "No need. Eldest brother is the head of the family. There are some things that he should know. I should try my best to reduce the impact on him." The boat girl answered in a low voice and said, "Yang Fan is still missing. Madame Yang is devastated. The strange thing is that there is no news about the second madam of the Yang family. It seems that she is not in the mansion. Miss, do you want to visit her?" Ningku's eyes dimmed. He said faintly, "What for? No one can help her unless there is news about Yang Fan. Besides, who am I to visit her?" Ningku said faintly, "Everyone will die sooner or later. Sadness can only make oneself sad. What can it do to help the dead? Since it can't help, why should I be sad? Hehe, actually, I'm a very fickle person. Not just affection, I'm very, very indifferent to everything else. 2 clear teardrops silently fell from her eyes and landed on her dress. Ningku gently stood up and looked back with a smile. If I die one day, you must not be sad. The boat lady looked at Zhong Qingsu's thin face and her heart ached. Miss. Ningku smiled faintly and said, everyone will die eventually. Don't you think so? The boat girl silently watched Ningku's figure walking towards the door. Her figure was as slender as the moon and extremely weak. The boat girl said in a low voice, Dr. Jiang Yechuan will return to Luoyang tomorrow. I will invite him to treat Miss Ningku made a non-committal sound and gently closed the door. Before the Second Northern Expedition Army had gathered, the Turks had launched an attack on Helong. The Tubo did not let go of this opportunity in the midst of internal strife. They sent envoys to exert diplomatic pressure on Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian was troubled by both internal and external threats. Furthermore, her health had been deteriorating over the past few years and she was severely lacking in energy. She could not handle such a complicated situation. In desperation, Wu Zetian had to make some concessions. She ordered Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong to return to the capital and appointed Assistant Minister of War Yarou Chong as the Prime Minister. These few people were clearly on the side of protecting the throne. Their decision to reinstate Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong was to send a strong political message to the people: the crown prince must belong to the Li family. The emperor will not appoint a nephew of the Wu family as the crown prince. In this situation, the Khitans in the north were in a mess, the Turks were taking advantage of the situation in the west, and the barbarians in the south had just calmed down. Moreover, Wu Zetian also received news that the Khitans seemed to be in contact with the Shi people. The Shi people were not as respectful as during the time of Taizong and Gaozong. In recent years, they often paid lip service to the Wuzhou court. If they also participated in the rebellion, it was tantamount to stabbing the seriously ill Wuzhou court in the heart. In the face of such a situation, Wu Zetian, who had always been strong and never bowed down, had to show her attitude. However, she still held a glimmer of hope, so she only transferred Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong back to the capital. She did not change the situation of her 2 sons at all. She still hoped that after the Khitans' rebellion was quelled, the threat from the Turks and Tubo was solved. At that time, she would turn her hand over and suppress the emperor's succession party. Now, she temporarily endured it and took advantage of this crisis to make some ambiguous emperor's succession party jump out. At that time, she would catch them all in one fell swoop. However, she didn't expect that today's predicament was caused by the little fox, Yang Fan, whom she had sent to Liaodong. How could she expect that the old fox, Di Renjie, whom she had invited back to the capital, would bring her some surprises? Chapter 725. Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong returned to Luoyang. The city of Luoyang was still the same as when they left, except that there was an additional towering pillar in front of the palace, and the magnificent Wanxiang Divine Palace was missing. The giant Buddha in heaven that could be seen from Ding Ding Street all the way to the Dragon Gate was also nowhere to be seen. The 2 of them still looked the same, but there were more wrinkles on Di Renjie's face, and there were more white hairs on Wei Yuanzhong's head. They were both old. If they were exiled again, perhaps they would not have the chance to return to Luoyang alive. The 2 of them had many ups and downs in their lives, especially Wei Yuanzhong. Adding on this time, it was the 4th time he had been exiled and then called back. Logically, he should have been calm, but this time seemed to be a great blow to him. He became silent, and the old friends who went to welcome him clearly felt this. Other than the most important banquet, he did not accept any other banquets. This time, when he returned to the capital, he had been promoted. He was promoted to Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion and the Phoenix Pavilion's Luantai ranking director, which was the Prime Minister of the court. He moved back to his own residence and rarely went out. Every day, he went to the Political Affairs Hall to work, but the officials quickly discovered that he seemed to have become a second Su Wei. Everything was vague, and the loftiness and drive of the past had completely disappeared. It was not just Wei Yuanzhong. Elder Di, whom everyone had high hopes for, was even more depressed than Wei Yuanzhong. He had been appointed by the Empress as Assistant Minister of the Phoenix Pavilion's Luantai ranking director, and was also the Prime Minister of the court. However, when he returned to the capital, he claimed illness and did not even go to court. He did not even attend a single banquet, and only closed his doors, not seeing anyone. The two upright and loyal old ministers seemed to have lost their drive. The Empress and the civil and military ministers, who had hoped that Di Renjie and Wei Yuanzhong would bring a little liveliness to the dispirited court when they returned, were greatly disappointed. She had summoned these two old officials back to the imperial court and entrusted them with important tasks, but it had no effect on the state affairs at all. Wei Yuanzhong had become tactful, Di Renjie had become depressed, and the Empress had also acted out of character. She did not reprimand the two of them for this change. On this day, it was time to disperse. Wei Yuanzhong was about to pack up and return home when the newly promoted Prime Minister of the Ministry of War, Yarou Chong, suddenly walked into his room. "All of you, leave." Yarou Chong's eyes were like lightning as he glanced at the servants in the hall and ordered in a deep voice. The servants quickly left the hall. Yarou Chong's brows suddenly surged with anger. He strode to Wei Yuanzhong and said in a deep voice, "I heard that Duke Wei returned to the capital and was promoted to Prime Minister. I was overjoyed and couldn't sleep at night." Unexpectedly, when Duke Wei returned to the capital, he became as depressed as a servant. He is even worse than Su Moleng was back then. How disappointing. Wei Yuanzhong, who had been silent and gloomy, sat behind the table and glared at Yarou Chong for a while. Suddenly, he laughed. "Haha, Yuanji, you are now Prime Minister, but your temperament is still the same. I thought you would have to endure for a few more days before questioning this old man." Yarou Chong was startled, and his anger disappeared. He asked doubtfully, "You knew I would come? You old fellow, what exactly are you selling in your gourd? Yuanji, you are really muddle-headed." Wei Yuanzhong pointed at Yarou Chong. "Sit down." Yarou Chong was full of doubts. He picked a seat and sat down next to Wei Yuanzhong. Wei Yuanzhong was silent for a while, then said, "The Khitans shouted the slogan Return Luling, Prince of Xiong. What do you think about this?" The two were like-minded friends, so Yarou Chong would naturally tell him everything he knew. He lowered his voice and said, "This will naturally be of great benefit to us. If we can use this matter appropriately, then." Wei Yuanzhong waved his hand to stop him, then slowly said, "This servant doesn't know who gave those kitten barbarians such a good idea, but it also helped us create a good opportunity. But did you notice that their slogan was Return Luling, Prince of Xiong?" Yarou Chong thought about it, but he still didn't understand. Puzzled, he asked, "What's wrong with that phrase?" Wei Yuanzhong tapped his fingers on the table and emphasized, "The Prince of Luling precedes the Prince of Xiong." Yarou Chong exhaled and bitterly smiled. "Duke Wei, just what sort of trick are you playing at? The Prince of Luling is older than the Prince of Xiong, and it was the Prince of Luling who became emperor first. It was only after he was deposed by the Empress that the Prince of Xiong ascended the throne. When the Empress ascended the throne, the Prince of Xiong stepped down from the throne. No matter how you look at it, what's wrong with placing the Prince of Luling before the Prince of Xiong?" Wei Yuanzhong lightly shook his head. "The Prince of Xiong is now the Crown Prince. Shouldn't the Crown Prince be placed before him?" Yarou Chong doubtfully asked, "Duke Wei, you mean?" Wei Yuanzhong emphasized each word, "If things go wrong, we might end up working for someone else." Yarou Yuanzhong's expression instantly changed. Although they all had the same goal of restoring Li Tang's throne, these people who considered themselves to be loyal subjects of Li Tang also had their own cliques. One group supported the current Prince of Luling, Li Xian, while the other supported the current Crown Prince, Li Dan. Wei Yuanzhong and Yarou Chong were both people of the Prince of Xiong's faction. Although the Prince of Xiong still bore the title of Crown Prince, everyone knew that he was as incompatible as fire and water with the Wu clan. Empress Wu Zetian also did not have a favorable opinion of him. If Wu Zetian really wanted to hand the throne to her own son, then the distant Li Xian in Fang province had a much better chance than Li Dan. Yarou Chong immediately understood Wei Yuanzhong's words, but after thinking it over, he still shook his head. Even so, This is still an excellent chance to restore Li Tang's throne. If we let it go, it won't be good for anyone. If we want to fight, we shouldn't fight now. Wei Yuanzhong replied, I naturally understand that now is not the time to fight. However, we must use every opportunity to expand the Prince of Xiong's power. My current actions are not for the Emperor to see, but for Di Renjie to see. That old fox should understand my meaning. Yao Chong nodded. However, we still need to know when to stop. Going too far is as bad as falling short. That's right, ever since Di Renjie returned to the capital, he's been confined to his sickbed. Could it be that he has the same goal, that he wants to teach us a lesson? Wei Yuanzhong smiled. I think he's trying to bargain with the Empress. After Di Renjie's sick pilgrimage, he shut himself in his residence, neither attending court nor meeting with any of his friends. He shut himself in his estate, quietly calculating and pondering the future. He was old and did not have many days left. Many things could not proceed according to his plans. He needed to clearly consider every aspect. He also wanted to restore Li Tang's throne, but he was more inclined toward the Prince of Luling. He had seen Wei Yuanzhong's actions and understood his concerns. After several days of careful consideration, he gradually made up his mind. Restoring Li Tang's throne was only a glimmer of hope, but it was far from the time to share the fruits of victory. All the forces that opposed martial arts had to be united. They could not afford to have a serious disagreement with the Prince of Xiong's party. Thus, how to strengthen the Luling party while also satisfying the Prince of Xiong's party was what he needed to consider the most. In truth, strengthening the Luling party was easy. As long as he could return, given his qualifications and prestige, he was bound to become the chief writer of the Political Affairs Hall. This would be the greatest victory for the Luling party. What he needed to consider was how to satisfy the Prince of Xiong's party and thus have them become his allies. If he wanted to return and become the chief writer of the Political Affairs Hall, the first major test was whether he could deal with the war on the northern frontier and the invasion of the Turks. Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi were certain to hold him back, and if the Prince of Xiong's party tried to interfere, no matter how great his abilities were, he would find it difficult to accomplish anything. There were already 2 prime ministers in the Political Affairs Hall that belonged to the Prince of Xiong's party. Thus, he had to first think of the conditions for his compromise with the Prince of Xiong's party. At the same time, although the Empress was old and her control over this massive empire was no longer as strong as before, her fangs and claws had still not fallen off. As for how to treat the Empress, he needed to decide ahead of time what to do. Di Renjie leisurely strolled along the banks of the Yi River that flowed through the garden, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer. At this moment, the old steward rushed over, panting for breath as he yelled, "Ah Lang, quickly go and welcome the Emperor. The Emperor has arrived." Shocked, Di Renjie hurriedly returned to the inner residence, changed into a new set of robes, and then hurried to the drawing room. The Empress was making a private visit incognito. She had changed into men's clothes out of habit, but these men's clothes could no longer set off her grace and grace. In the last few years, she had aged very quickly. Even the well-tailored and well-made robes could not conceal her age. Di Renjie hurriedly stepped into the drawing room and clasped his hands in greeting. "Your Majesty has graced us with your presence. This subject has been impolite. Please forgive me." Wu Zetian held a folding fan and was quietly admiring a painting on the wall. When she heard Di Renjie's voice, she withdrew her gaze and turned to sit down. She glanced at Di Renjie, but did not pretend to ask about his tacit understanding that he was bedridden. Wu Zetian only sighed and whispered, "We have grown increasingly tired these last few years." Di Renjie bowed, but did not reply. Wu Zetian sighed. "Li Junchen is dead, and he died without a complete corpse. When we heard about it, we were very moved. We feel, you are right. The world has already been settled, and we should no longer use harsh laws." "Yes, Your Majesty," Di Renjie whispered. Only at the beginning of a dynasty's establishment should a dynasty be bold and decisive. Ruling a large country is like cooking a small fish. Your Majesty has established the Great Zhou dynasty for a long time. We should use some gentle methods now. Perhaps in a few years, we will be able to restore the prosperity of the Zhongguan era. Wu Zetian smiled. We also hope to see that day, but it is not peaceful now. The Khitans are rebelling, the Turks are invading, and the Tubo are beating around the bush. We need to send troops to the north, and we also need to send troops to the west. We can't gather enough rations at the moment. We have always relied on the minister. Can the minister share my worries? Di Renjia bowed and replied, this subject is willing to be loyal to your majesty. However, this subject believes that there is only one way to solve the current crisis, and that is to follow the will of the people. With the Crown Prince as the commander, we will recruit troops to fight against the enemy. We will definitely be able to achieve miraculous result. With the Crown Prince as the commander, Wu Zetian was slightly moved. She closed her eyes and pondered for a while. She slowly nodded and said, we agree. Chapter 726. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. The willow branches drooped listlessly. There was not a trace of wind, and those exposed to the sun soon began to sweat profusely. The cloudless sky seemed to have thinned out the clouds due to the heat. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. The sun in the vast expanse of whiteness did not have any reflections. It looked no bigger than a pancake, but its fiery light unbridledly spewed scorching heat onto the earth. Its might was something that even a great fire could not compare to. There was a depression at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a circle of elm trees. It was a rare shade. It had rained a few days ago, and the puddles on the ground looked very deep. Traces of water could be seen on the trunks of the trees, but now there was not a drop of water on the ground. The cracked ground was like tiles, rising up piece by piece. There was a well at the edge of the forest, and the mouth of the well was crowded with kitten warriors. Buckets of water were easily carried out by them, and the people and horses had already filled their stomachs. Now, they were using the ice-cold well water to wash their hair, faces, and horses. The ground around the mouth of the well had been trampled into mud. Under a pergola, Yang Fan carefully wrapped his thigh with a piece of cloth and looked at Fei Mo beside him. Fei Mo's wound was very inelegant. Yang Fan had been shot in the thigh, but Fei Mo had been shot in the buttocks. He was depressed as he lay on a half-new pergola mat. A burly man had just finished dressing his wound. Yang Fan glanced at him and wanted to laugh. That burly man was really not stingy. Beside him were several rolls of white cloth that he had taken from a wealthy family. He used an entire roll of white cloth to wrap Fei Mo's black buttocks tightly. Now, Fei Mo did not need to wear a robe and did not need to worry about his spring scenery being exposed. However, looking at the way the white cloth was wrapped, it would probably be more troublesome if Fei Mo needed to urinate. After the imperial court rejected the kitten's request for peace, Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong led the army out of the mountains to fight in Hebei. They were very good at field battles, but they were not good at sieging cities. It was difficult to take down a slightly larger city, and the rations in a small place could not support such a large army. Helpless, Li Jinzhong could only divide his main force into many small teams and use their powerful mobility to roam around and raid the enemy's rations. Fortunately, ever since they raised the slogan of Return Our Luling and the Prince of Xiong, in order to win over the hearts of the people, they did not dare to go too far. They rarely harassed the poor and small families. After all, those families didn't have much to gain from it. However, those rich families were out of luck. Whether it was grain, cloth, horses, cows, or medicinal herbs, there was nothing they didn't want. If they obediently offered it to them, they would return it. If they risked their lives and refused to part with their wealth, then they would take away their wealth along with their lives. However, Li Jinzhong's team was like mud that couldn't support a wall. It was destined that they wouldn't last long. Although they had cleverly chosen the correct political slogan, they had only taken the initiative in politics and exerted a certain amount of pressure on the imperial court. It did not improve their situation at all. They still didn't have a base of operations, nor did they have a set of long-term strategic plans. Their actions were no different from bandits. It was only because they wanted to win the support of the people that they shouted slogans in support of Li Tang that they couldn't go too far. Compared to the bandits that swallowed everything like locusts, their destructive power was not as great. The Khitans muddled along for more than a month as they plundered and plundered. Their strategic prospects had not improved, but their relationship with the Shi was growing closer. The Shi saw that the Khitans were unhindered in Hebei and that the imperial court was helpless against them. That lion that had once shaken the East was truly getting old and finally agreed to cooperate with them. When the Khitans first came into contact with the Shi, this was still a top secret. However, as the two sides came into contact more and more frequently, and after they confirmed their alliance, this information was made public. Li Jinzhong publicized this news in order to boost the morale of the soldiers. The territory of the Shi bordered the nomadic lands of the Khitans, and the two had always had a close relationship. In the last few years, the imperial court's policies on the border and the ethnic groups had not been good. The empress's thoughts had always been on the imperial court, on cutting down all opposition and passing on the Wuzhou River mountain. As a result, she had neglected to govern the border. The border generals who had inherited the border also had the authority to govern the border government, collecting taxes and governing the people living on the border. They took the opportunity to collect taxes and drain the resources of the ethnic groups in the border, causing the relationship between the border tribes and the Wuzhou imperial court to grow increasingly tense. The Shi tribe's decision to ally with the Khitans actually had no political agenda. They had no ambition to expand their territory, and they had no delusions of overthrowing the imperial court. After allying with the Khitans, they did not have any political goals. They were fighting purely for the sake of war, and this was the culmination of many years of accumulated grievances. At this time, the army of the king of Jianan, Wu Yuyi, finally arrived. Wu Zetian accepted Di Renjie's conditions. The day after she visited the Di residence, she issued an edict that Di Renjie, assistant minister of Luantai, Tongfeng Pavilion's Luantai Pingjong, as well as Yinqing Guanglu Daifu and Na Yang, would be promoted to the chief scribe of the Political Affairs Bureau. He would be given a purple robe and a tortoise belt, and she personally wrote on the purple robe, "Apply political wood, be diligent and diligent, be promoted to prominent position, encourage ministers." At the same time, according to Di Renjie's request, she appointed Crown Prince Li Dan as the Grand Marshal and Di Renjie as the Deputy Marshal. Of course, Wu Zetian could not really let the Crown Prince be the Grand Marshal. What if the Crown Prince gathered enough troops to launch a counterattack on the capital? The Crown Prince's Grand Marshal was only a nominal position, and Di Renjie would be the Deputy Marshal. Even so, this action was approved by the Crown Prince Society. The Crown Prince Society also knew that this matter could not be accomplished overnight. It was enough to use this matter to expand the Crown Prince's prestige and influence. Thus, Wei Yuanzhong, Yarou Chong, and the other ministers of the Crown Prince's faction changed from non-violent non-cooperation to fully cooperating with Di Renjie, using the Crown Prince's banner to recruit troops. The Crown Prince Society, Luling Society, Taiping Society, and other remnants of Li Tang's imperial family, along with the cooperation of the various aristocratic families, turned the previous resistance into the greatest driving force. They quickly recruited an army and prepared enough provisions. Just by using the title of Crown Prince, he had gained so much power and was supported by so many people. Wu Zetian had no idea how these hidden powers worked, and she was only shocked by the results. Her determination to pass on the empire to the Wu clan's descendants began to waver. She did not want to die like this. She believed that as the only female emperor in history, she was a great emperor on par with Qin Shi Huang and Sui when emperor. Only because of this did she not want to follow in the footsteps of Qin Shi Huang and Sui when emperor. If the successor she had chosen did not have the support of the people, not only would her empire not be able to pass on, even her grave would not be preserved. This matter wavered Wu Zetian's resolve, and she began to reconsider her plans for the future of the empire. She personally gave a farewell dinner to Di Renjie. As the new prime minister of the Wuzhou Empire, Di Renjie led his army to the western regions, meeting up with the Helong border army and launching a counterattack against the Turkic Khan Moki. As for the northern army, because of the emperor's concession, their political goal had been achieved. The various anti-martial factions in the empire could not allow the Khitans to grow in power in the north and cause even greater harm to the court. Thus, Wu Yuyi's army finally gathered enough men and began to head for the battlefield in Hebei. However, There were a large number of prisoners and servants in the Northern Army. These people might be valiant in battle, but their military discipline was simply too poor. Things like stealing chickens and dogs, falsely claiming military merits, and raping women were endless. Compared to the harm the Khitans caused to the local people, they were not inferior in any way. After Wu Yuyi led his army to Hebei, he was extremely fearful of the Khitans' military strength because his 160,000-strong army had been completely annihilated. At this time, there was also news that King Shi had sent troops to ally with the Khitans. Thus, he adopted a conservative strategy of confrontation. He concentrated his main forces on the front lines of Yuyang and Yuju, resisting the Shi in the north and the Khitans in the south. The Khitans were naturally not stupid enough to initiate a decisive battle. They continued to attack in all directions, only avoiding the places where Wu Yuyi had stationed his troops. The two sides thus entered a phase of confrontation. The Khitans continued to wreak havoc in Hebei, while the imperial army was as steady as Mount Tai. More than 100,000 troops were stationed on the front lines of Hebei, and the expenditure of money and rations was like flowing water. The Khitans did not dare to attack the heavily fortified cities, so they could only sweep through some small villages and towns. There was no point in raiding villages and towns that had already been swept through. Gradually, there was a severe shortage of rations and fodder. Helpless, Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong could only once again set their sights on Lulong. Lulong was an important city, and there were very few other cities in the vicinity that could garrison troops to help defend it. It was the best target. If they could capture this city, the supply problem would immediately be solved. Wu Yuyi did not dare to sit idly by and watch such an important city fall. After receiving the news, he immediately sent a large number of troops to help. The Khitans could not attack Lulong, and the imperial court's reinforcements had already arrived. They used the same trick again and used the advantage of the cavalry's mobility to travel day and night to attack Danju. However, they had already played this trick once. How could the Zhou army fall for it? Danzhou's walls were high and thick. As long as they were prepared, it was wishful thinking for the Khitans' cavalry to attack it. The Khitans were helpless. Due to the lack of rations and fodder, they could not immediately escape back to the mountains, so they could only wander around the vicinity. Now, they had captured Guizhou and the surrounding villages and towns. Guizhou was the famous Zhuolu in history. This place was in the middle of the various cities guarded by the Zhou army. All along, the Khitans had been worried that they would be surrounded by the Zhou army if they attacked this place, so they did not dare to attack lightly. However, firstly, they urgently needed to replenish their rations. Secondly, after this period of confrontation, they also understood Wu Yuyi's strategy. They predicted that Wu Yuyi would not dare to take the initiative to fight, so they boldly launched an attack on Zhuolu. Zhuolu city was originally guarded by about 3,000 Zhou soldiers. There were also about 2,000 soldiers who had retreated here. Although the city walls were not high, the casualties were not small. Therefore, in the beginning, the Khitans wanted to use the captured Zhou generals as meat shields to easily take down Zhuolu. Unexpectedly, when they escorted the captured Zhou generals to the front of the city, the Zhou army in the city fired arrows and killed all the Zhou generals who were used as meat shields. The captive generals and the Khitans who were escorting them to attack the city were immediately shot into hedgehogs. Yang Fan was also a meat shield. Thankfully, he had sharp eyes and quick reflexes. Just as the Zhou army raised their bows and narked their arrows, he saw that the situation was amiss and fell to the ground. He rolled towards a slightly undulating mound beside him and kicked Fei Mo to the ground. In the end, only the two of them survived and scrambled to escape. When the imperial court refused to negotiate for peace, Zhong Xuanyu and Ma Renjie, the two generals, had been beheaded by Li Jinzhong to vent his anger. If Sun Wanrong had not stopped them in time and said that these surrendered generals were still useful, the other dozen or so captive generals would have died. Sun Wanrong's idea was to use these captive generals as meat shields, but he was completely wrong. The Tang people did not have the tradition of compromising because of hostages. If someone took hostages, the government would never care about the hostages' lives. They would rather kill them decisively than compromise with the criminals. Although they were in the army and this was no ordinary criminal case, The Zhou army would not cower and wait for death just because of them. Yang Fan had been forced to save Fei Mo. Of the Khitans, only Fei Mo had a good impression of him. If Fei Mo died, even if he managed to escape the crossbows of the Zhou army, he would still be killed by the enraged Khitans. Fei Mo was his protective umbrella. The slogan "Return my Luling and the Prince of Xiong" was a fulcrum, while the Khitan army and the various anti-martial factions in the court were the two ends of the lever. Yang Fan had used this lever to easily alter the political situation that Wu Zetian had painstakingly managed from the moment she ascended to the throne, but he was still helpless in his own situation. Fortunately, this meat shield incident had slightly improved his situation. Because of the attitude that Yang Fan had always displayed toward the Wuzhou imperial court and the fact that he had saved the lives of the Khitan generals, the Khitans no longer held much hostility toward him. Other than still restricting his freedom, they now completely treated him as one of their own. Yang Fan's chances of escaping the enemy camp had greatly increased, but he still needed a chance. He was currently in the center of the Khitans, so escaping was just wishful thinking. Moreover, his leg just happened to be wounded by an arrow, making it even harder for him to move. Fei Mo struggled to get up, but after struggling for a long time, she couldn't move. She couldn't help but angrily curse, "How the hell did you bandage it? This old man can't even separate his legs." Yang Fan said, "It's really hard on the big man to have him embroider. Lie down and don't move. I'll do it." He propped himself up with both hands and dragged his injured leg closer to Fei Mo. Just as he was thinking about how to untie the knot on Fei Mo's buttocks, a few Khitan soldiers escorted a group of well-dressed people over. One of the Khitan soldiers cupped his fists towards Fei Mo and said, "General Fei, we've brought all the gentry of this town." Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong had already entered Zhuolu City. As Fei Mo had been injured during the siege, he had been withdrawn and left to guard the town that had already been occupied. Now that Zhuolu City had been conquered, they could only care about the town in front of them. Their only goal in attacking Zhuolu was to resupply, so they naturally wouldn't let this town go. Gathering the aristocrats in the town to intimidate them was the experience the Khitans had accumulated over the past few months of plundering. Some of the landlord's food was hidden extremely well, so it was time-consuming and laborious to search for it themselves. Seeing that the aristocrats had arrived, Fei Mo temporarily stopped Yang Fan's actions. She struggled to sit up, ignoring the fact that her snow-white buttocks were still exposed. She pretended to be fierce and prepared to intimidate them. Yang Fan didn't care about the aristocrats and only casually swept his gaze at them. Therefore, he didn't notice that one of the aristocrats had a strange look of surprise in his eyes when he saw him. Chapter 727. With a ferocious expression, Fei Mo said in an angry voice, "You must have heard that we Khitan people are mobilizing because we are fighting for the Li family and to restore Li Tang's empire. Right now, we are under attack by the Zhou army and lack rations. We need you local gentry to help us. If you help us today, in the future, we will help Li Tang restore his empire. You will be meritorious people. At that time, the imperial court will naturally return the money and rations you borrowed today. If you are not willing to hand over the rations, then you are part of the Zhou army, traitors, and treacherous officials. This general's saber will not be lenient when it comes to killing people." This town was slightly more affluent than most small towns. There was also a very large manor in the town. There were no luxurious buildings inside, which meant that this was not a local landlord, but one of the local residences of a major landlord from the large city of Dafu. Fei Mo and the others had raided many wealthy families and were very clear that this meant that this family owned a large amount of land. In that case, their residences might not have much, but they would definitely have a lot of rations. Fei Mo's long experience in raiding made him know that rather than wasting time and energy plundering each family, it was better to intimidate these large families into paying on their own. Fei Mo grabbed the saber on the side of the mat and forcefully stabbed it into the ground. In a stern voice, he said, "In a moment, all of you go back and gather rations. This general will say the ugly words first. If any of you dare to hide your rations, once we find them, your entire family will be executed. Not even chickens or dogs will be spared. Do you want money or your life? Think about what to do." Fei Mo's saber was stained with blood. Such a forceful stab had a rather frightening effect. However, he was half undressed and kneeling on the mat with his large buttocks wrapped in white cloth. It was truly not a frightening sight, but rather a rather ridiculous one. Among the gentry, the one who had revealed a shocked expression when he first saw young Fan had already recovered. Like the other gentry, he listened to Fei Mo's lecture with an expression of fear and trepidation. He no longer glanced at young Fan, but he kept glancing at young Fan out of the corner of his eye. After repeated identification, he was convinced, this person must be young Fan. This person who had mingled with the gentry group was called Liang Shuang. He was not a local gentry, but a steward of a wealthy family. The wealthy family he belonged to was the Fanyang Lu family, the uncrowned king of the Hebei region. When young Fan returned from the southern border and first entered Chang'an, the second son of the Lu family, Lu Binji, had schemed to deal with him in order to avenge his elder brother, Lu Binmi. At that time, the person who was sent to investigate young Fan's background was Lu Binji, so he knew young Fan. At that time, young Fan was just an imperial envoy of the imperial court. Later on, young Fan replaced Lu Binmi and became the head of the succession hall. Following that, he fought with Lu Binmi openly and covertly. To others, this might be a big secret, but to Lu Binji and his confidant Liang Shuang, it was crystal clear. When the news of Lu Binmi committing suicide in Hulao Pass reached the Lu family, everyone in the Lu family hated young Fan to the extreme. However, it was obvious that Lu Binmi was in the wrong in this matter, and young Fan had already magnanimously let him go. He only saved his daughter, so he didn't do anything wrong. If it was an ordinary family, the Lu family could be unreasonable and use the Lu family's power to kill the other party to vent their anger. But young Fan was different. With young Fan's current status, and under the circumstances where young Fan was reasonable, the Lu family did not dare to act without regard for the consequences. The tragic death of his elder brother caused Lu Binji, who was grounded at home, to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Every day, he would grit his teeth and curse young Fan to die early. Perhaps it was because sincerity could move metal and stone. Not long ago, the Lu family suddenly received a piece of news that made Lu Binji wild with joy. He thought that the heavens had eyes because young Fan had gone missing. Young Fan had gone missing in the Yellow Deer Valley while accompanying the army on a northern expedition. In this battle, the imperial court's army of 160,000 was wiped out. Less than 20,000 of the wounded and defeated soldiers managed to escape. Corpses covered the entire Yellow Deer Valley, and the road from Yellow Deer Valley to Horse City was also littered with corpses. The corpse refining cauldron in Thousand Gold Smelting City worked day and night, but it had only processed a third of the corpses. There was still no news of young Fan in the succession hall. Judging from the death rate of the great Jew soldiers, young Fan was likely dead. The succession hall had been temporarily taken over by the heads of the 7 great clans. All major matters and decisions were jointly decided by the 7 great clans. While this would seriously affect efficiency and delay some urgent matters, as an emergency measure, it was the best they could do. As one of the 7 great clans, the Lu family naturally couldn't hide such matters from them. As the legitimate heir of the Lu family, Lu Binji, who had become the only heir of the Lu family after his elder brother's tragic death, naturally knew everything. As his trusted aide, Liang Shuang was one of the few people in the Lu family who knew. However, he never expected that young Fan, whom his young master believed to be dead in battle, was actually alive and well. Furthermore, he was right in front of him, in the midst of the Khitan army. The Lu family had a large manor in the local area that had nearly 1,000 acres of land. More than a third of the townspeople were tenants of the Lu family. Liang Shuang was here on his young master's orders to patrol the area, but the Khitans happened to attack Shualu. The town was caught in the crossfire, and he, who couldn't escape in time, was trapped in the manor. Upon seeing young Fan, Liang Shuang placed all his attention on young Fan. He no longer cared about the grain in his manor's grain cellar. Even if all the grain there had been plundered, it was nothing to the powerful Lu family. Young Fan was the Lu family's greatest enemy. Liang Shuang's first reaction was that young Fan had been captured by the Khitans. However, from the Khitan soldiers' attitude towards young Fan, it didn't seem like they treated him as a prisoner. At the very least, they didn't show much hostility. This was strange. Liang Shuang didn't think that Yang Fan was an accomplice of the Khitans. Regardless of why Yang Fan wanted to come into contact with the Khitans, he wouldn't go as far as to disappear and cause chaos in the succession hall. Liang Shuang couldn't help but be curious about the role Yang Fan was playing at the moment. When he dealt with Yang Fan in Chang'an, including the assassination attempt on Yang Fan by the Tsuchi River and Furong Bridge, Liang Shuang was only responsible for investigating, dispatching, and arranging in secret. He didn't go into battle himself, so he wasn't worried that Yang Fan would see through his identity. With this doubt in his mind, he wanted to find out why Yang Fan had appeared here. After intimidating them for a while, she had the Khitan soldiers escort the aristocrats back to gather grain. Liang Shuang was unusually cooperative and took the initiative to contribute all the grain stored in the manor, including several hidden cellars that were hard to be discovered. After gaining the Khitan's favor, Liang Shuang indirectly inquired about Yang Fan's current situation. He learned that Yang Fan was indeed a prisoner of the Khitans, but the Khitans had no intention of executing him. Liang Shuang was secretly anxious. He didn't think that the Khitans could achieve great things. In his view, under the attack of the Imperial Army, the Khitans' defeat was only a matter of time. At that time, Yang Fan would inevitably be rescued. Moreover, once the succession hall learned of Yang Fan's situation, they would definitely do their best to rescue him. He believed that with the succession hall's financial resources, they would definitely use a condition that the Khitans couldn't refuse to make a deal with. Although Yang Fan was now trapped in the Khitan army's chaotic situation, and there was no guarantee that he wouldn't die on the battlefield, it was still only a possibility. Back then, Wang Xiajie, who had reclaimed the 4 garrisons of Anxi and rendered an unparalleled service, had been defeated and captured and brought to the Tubo royal city. But in the end, did he not manage to return safe and sound? The second young master deeply hated Yang Fan, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything to Yang Fan. If he couldn't take advantage of his weakness and kill him, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't escape. Thinking of this, Liang Shuang was burning with anxiety. However, in the hands of the Khitans, Yang Fan had an invisible layer of protection. He couldn't do anything to Yang Fan. After thinking about it, Liang Shuang just wanted to quickly report this news to the second young master and let him decide. However, he was also worried that the Khitans would rob the provisions and leave as usual. If that happened, he would be in a panic and unable to find Yang Fan's whereabouts. What was strange was that this time, the Khitans didn't leave immediately. In the afternoon, Fei Mo summoned the town's gentry again and asked them to vacate the houses for her soldiers. It seemed that they were going to stay in the town for a few days. Liang Shuang was secretly happy and quickly arranged for people to sneak out during the night to report to the second young master in Zhuozhou. It wasn't that the Khitans didn't want to move quickly, but they couldn't leave. The Khitans couldn't leave not because Wu Yuyi suddenly changed his mind and took the initiative to send troops to encircle and suppress them, but because their Supreme Khan Li Jinzhong was critically ill. Last time, Li Jinzhong had been shot in the back by an arrow. Although he had applied medicine and bandaged the wound, it hadn't fully healed. After all, he was an old man in his 60s. His recovery speed was far slower than that of a man in his prime. He hadn't even fully recovered from the arrow wound when he led troops out of the mountains to fight in Hebei. In the process, the arrow wound on his back had burst open. It was a hot summer and he was in the army, fighting everywhere. The arrow wound hadn't been treated well, so it had finally become a fatal problem. In fact, Li Jinzhong was also aware of his own injury. However, there was no food in the army, so he, as Khan, had to lead the troops into battle to solve the food problem. In order to avoid shaking the army's morale, he had been busy discussing the alliance with the Shi people, so he had kept his injury a secret. Li Jinzhong had dragged his sick body to fight everywhere, and his body was already at the end of its tether. In this attack on Zhuolu City, Li Jinzhong personally supervised the battle. A healthy old man couldn't stand the scorching sun for a long time, let alone him. So when Zhuolu City was taken, Li Jinzhong had just entered the city gates when his vision went black and he fell off his horse. Only a few people knew of his injury, and Grand Marshal Sun Wanrong was one of them. Seeing the Khan faint, Sun Wanrong panicked and hurriedly rescued Li Jinzhong. He temporarily placed him in a large family's home. To the outside world, he only said that the Khan had fainted from heat exhaustion and didn't dare reveal the truth. He secretly inquired about the city's famous doctors to treat him. Under these circumstances, they naturally couldn't move immediately. The Khitans occupied Zhuolu and set up camp there. In the face of the Tang army's superior military strength, the Khitans' greatest strength was their mobility. Now that they couldn't leave and the Khan's injury couldn't be announced to the outside world, Sun Wanrong couldn't help but fall into a dilemma. Wu Yuyi's only mobile force had been sent to Lulong and had yet to return. After learning of the fall of Zhuolu, he was worried that the Shi people would attack him from behind when he sent troops to Zhuolu. If he stayed in the city and defended it, he would be suspected of leaving the Khan to die. Wu Yuyi and Sun Wanrong immediately became a pair of brothers in the same dilemma. Chapter 728. Zhuolu City wasn't quiet at night. The maddeningly hot summer heat hadn't completely subsided even in the middle of the night. Tens of thousands of soldiers were gathered in Zhuolu City. Even if only 1/10 of the people were woken up by mosquitoes or wanted to get out of bed, the noise created would be like 10,000 flies, making the summer night even more irritating. However, the large manor that Li Jinzhong was temporarily staying in was abnormally quiet. Even the horses that occasionally neighed were led out of the manor. Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong's tribe's absolute trusted aides were stationed around the perimeter. The original owner of the manor and all his family members and servants were escorted into the stables to be guarded. Luo Wuzhen, He Xiao, and the other important generals had already rushed over when they heard the news. They crowded around Li Jinzhong's bed. The room was filled with lanterns, illuminating the room. However, due to the large number of people, even though the windows were open, the room still felt a little stuffy. When the city's famous doctor, Bao Defu, usually visited, the patients' families would treat him respectfully like a living ancestor. But today, under the kitten's sabers and swords, he felt Li Jinzhong's pulse. His face was sallow, and he was covered in cold sweat. His body was trembling like a sieve. Those who didn't know better would think that the doctor sitting by the bed was the patient. "Doctor, how is he?" Sun Wanrong waited for a while and finally couldn't help but ask. Bao Defu knew that this person was incurable the moment he felt his pulse. However, due to the kitten's despotic power, he had no choice but to put on an act and act like he was going all out. Now that Sun Wanrong asked him, he was so frightened that he trembled and answered with a trembling voice, This patient was originally injured by an arrow. The qi and blood in his spine were stagnant, and the heat prevailed over the flesh. Later, before his injuries could heal, he moved violently, causing the arrow wound to relapse, causing blood to flow. Now that it's summer, the heat has entered his body. He Xiao was infuriated when she heard that. She grabbed his collar and lifted the pitiful Dr. Bao up like a bag of herbs. Her feet dangled in the air. "What the F***ck are you talking about? Tell me, how is our Khan? Is his illness serious?" Bao Defu was choked by him until he couldn't breathe. His face turned red and he stuttered, "This patient's heart has been attacked by the evil fire, and the heat poison has entered his body. He can't be saved. Everyone should make arrangements for his funeral." "What did you say?" He Xiao glared at him and shouted fiercely. Sun Wanrong waved his hand and ordered, "Put him down." Sun Wanrong told He Xiao to put Bao Defu down and said kindly, "This little brother of mine is a rough man, please don't blame him, Mr. Bao. Is my elder brother really hopeless? Is there not even a chance?" Bao Defu saw that he was speaking in a friendly manner, and his courage grew a bit. He frankly replied, "Old sir, the patient is not young anymore. After the arrow wound, the wound repeatedly burst open, so that his condition is getting more and more serious. But he has not been able to receive timely treatment, and now even medicine and stones cannot cure him. Speaking of a chance, to be honest, I've been practicing medicine with my father since I was 7 years old. When I was 17, I started treating patients on my own. I've been practicing medicine for more than 40 years now. Based on my lifetime of experience, this patient is definitely hopeless. If it wasn't for his strong body, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Sun Wanrong's eyes dimmed. After a moment of silence, he said, "Thank you for your trouble, mister. Please take a rest in the wing room. Perhaps we'll need your help in the future." Dr. Bao nodded and sighed softly. He picked up his medicine box and was led out by the guard. When they reached the wing room, the kitten guard pushed open the door and gestured for Dr. Bao to enter. The moment Bao Defu stepped into the room, he was shocked to see 4 to 5 people lying on the floor. There were even a few medicine boxes among the blood. Soon, his vision turned black and he sank into an eternal world of darkness. In Li Jinzhong's room, Luo Wucheng said dejectedly, 6 doctors have concluded that the Khan is dead. What should we do? Sun Wanrong did not speak, only with a gloomy face. He sat down by the bed and gently held Li Jinzhong's hand. Li Jinzhong's palm had a strange dry heat, but looking at his pale face, his body that was still trembling in unconsciousness, he seemed to be in extreme cold. The room gradually quieted down. Only the heavy panting of the kitten leaders could be heard. After a long time, Li Jinzhong groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Sun Wanrong hurriedly leaned forward and called out, "Khan." Li Jinzhong opened his lifeless eyes and looked at them. He said with difficulty, "Wanrong, am I not going to make it?" Sun Wanrong wanted to dodge the question, but when he thought about how Li Jinzhong was not going to leave this world and there were many things he needed to explain to him, he was at a loss for words. If he were to confess this time, he might not wake up the next time. Li Jinzhong looked at his expression and smiled faintly. He said calmly, "I'm already 6 to 7 years old. At this age, it's not a loss even if I die. What's there to be sad about? As the chief of the tribe, the entire tribe is counting on us. It's our responsibility to resist the tyranny of Zhou dynasty for our people. Now that I can't make it, I'll leave everything to you." Sun Wanrong was moved. "Khan," Li Jinzhong panted a few times and said, "You and I are in-laws. After I die, please take care of my tribe. After I die, you must not call me Khan immediately. The news of my death must be kept a secret." Hot tears finally fell from Sun Wanrong's eyes. He nodded repeatedly, "I understand." Li Jinzhong said, "After I die, don't be in a hurry to return to the mountains. To the outside world, just say that I'm sick and need to return to the mountains to recuperate. You will continue to command the army. You must lead the people to win a few more battles. Just like Yellow Deer Valley, use this to establish your reputation. Only then will you receive the trust and support of the entire army. Moreover, as long as you win a few more battles, you will be able to make the hesitant king send his troops to join the battle. The Turks will definitely continue to take advantage of the situation to share our pressure." Li Jinzhong closed his eyes as if he was gathering all the strength in his body. After a long while, he opened his eyes again and said with difficulty, "The Turks are ambitious and not kind. They cannot be trusted. But when necessary, there's no harm in forming an alliance with them. We must pave a path of survival for our people." Sun Wanrong nodded vigorously with tears in his eyes. Li Jinzhong looked at Luo Wucheng, He Xiao and the other chiefs who had mobilized with him. Gathering all the strength in his body, he said sternly, "The fate of us kitten people will be in your hands. All of you should be as loyal to Wanrong as you are to me. For our survival, to fight." Luo Wucheng and the other kitten generals all knelt on one knee and placed their right hands on their chest. They said in unison, "We solemnly obey the Supreme Great Khan's order. All of you, leave first. I and Wanrong will be alone for a while." The generals lightly stepped out of the room and closed the door. Only Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong were left in the room. Li Jinzhong used his weak hand to gently hold Sun Wanrong's hand. He laughed bitterly. "Jinzhong is really going to die. Wanrong must not be killed. You must do your best. You must live well." The Lu family's foundation was in Zhuozhou. The north had never been peaceful. As the #1 aristocratic family in the north, for their own safety, the Lu family had spared no effort in managing Zhuozhou for thousands of years. The walls of this city were high and thick, and the river was wide and deep. It was a sturdy city that was very difficult to destroy. Zhuozhou City also had a regimental training troop recruited from the locals. All the major border cities of the north had regimental training troops, and Zhuozhou was where the Lu family's foundation was located. The regimental training here was especially powerful. There were nearly 8,000 soldiers, and whether it was in terms of daily training or equipment, they were superior to the regular troops of the border army. Moreover, this city was the home of these regimental training troops. As the soldiers of this city, if anyone wanted to invade this place, they would swear to fight to the death. Not only were they powerful, their morale was also reliable. Even if this army was not garrisoned by the regular troops of the imperial court, it would not be easy to gnaw at them, let alone the fact that the imperial court had stationed a large force here. If such a powerful aristocratic family were to be plundered by bandits, it would be an unimaginably massive disaster for the imperial court. The political repercussions would be enough to erase all of the Wuzhou imperial court's achievements, even if the Wuzhou imperial court had not accomplished anything other than recovering the 4 garrisons of Anxi. The Khitans also knew that this place was a hard bone to chew, so they had never had any intentions of conquering it. Although Lu Zhongjia was forced to return to Fanyang by Yang Fan, he had sworn an oath in the name of his ancestors. As a result, even though he was unwilling, he still strictly obeyed the oath and confined Lu Binji to his home. He also withdrew all of the Lu family members who were outside. Lu Binji had been cultivating his mind and character in the Lu clan, reading and practicing calligraphy. He appeared to be extremely leisurely, but he knew everything that was happening outside like the back of his hand. Although the Lu family had already retreated to Fanyang, the Lu family was like a giant spider. They had a giant and invisible web spread outside. Even the slightest sign of trouble would be immediately transmitted to their ears. The news of Zhuolu's fall had been delivered to him together with the news of Yang Fan's appearance. It wasn't a secret that the Khitans were temporarily stationed in Zhuolu. In any case, the Khitans' mounted scouts were dozens of kilometers away. If the imperial court's troops did anything, they would immediately sense it. With their mobility far superior to the imperial court's troops, they could retreat in time, so their defenses weren't strict. Furthermore, the person Liang Shuang had sent was a very shrewd and skilled person. He was very familiar with the terrain of the Zhuolu area. The Khitans had set up defenses in the periphery to guard against the movement of large troops. There was no way they could stop a scout or two from entering and leaving. Lu Binji had originally believed that Yang Fan was already dead. He had even burned incense and prayed before his deceased brother's coffin, informing his brother's spirit in heaven of the good news. Now, he was shocked to hear that Yang Fan was still alive and well. Furthermore, he had received preferential treatment from the Khitans. It didn't seem like he was in danger. Lu Binji was dumbfounded. Yang Fan must die. Lu Binji snapped to his senses and his expression suddenly turned ferocious. It's rare for him to be alone in my territory. This is my only chance. If I let him escape and obtain the protection of the succession hall again, we will no longer have a chance. Therefore, no matter what, I have to kill him. Chapter 729. The summer night, when there was no wind, was like a dose of knockout drug, making people drowsy, weak, and suffocating. Yang Fan was lying on a mat. He didn't know how long he had slept, but he suddenly felt suffocated. He opened his eyes and saw that the sky was still dark. His mouth was dry, and he sat up in a daze. He felt for the wooden crutch he had made himself and propped it under his right arm. He groped his way to the table, grabbed the kettle, and gulped down a mouthful of water. He then walked to the toilet at the end of the bed. The crutch tapped on the floor, making a dong-dong sound. A figure immediately appeared at the window and peeked inside. Borrowing the weak moonlight, the figure saw that Yang Fan had gotten up at night and retracted his head. Yang Fan had been living in this small town for 3 days. He also felt it strange that the Khitans would suddenly stay here. The surrounding cities were densely packed, and they were all the territory of the imperial court. If the Khitans wanted to choose a stronghold, this was definitely not a good choice. The best choice should be Lulong. For the first 2 days, Fei Mo had been complaining to him. She didn't understand why the army was stationed here, but after He Xiao came yesterday morning, Fei Mo didn't complain anymore. He didn't know what He Xiao had said to him. After going to the toilet, Yang Fan suddenly didn't feel sleepy anymore. Leaning on his crutch, he walked step by step to the window. Outside the window, the patrolling warriors were pacing back and forth like ghosts in the middle of the night. The moonlight reflected off the sabers in their hands, reflecting a touch of cold light. Anyone who looked at them would involuntarily feel a sense of coolness. There was only half a moon in the sky. It was covered by a thin mist, so it wasn't bright. Young Fan let out a soft sigh. He couldn't help but think of his wife and children. Gazing at the half-moon covered by thin clouds, Young Fan thought in a daze, if the kitten people stay here, it's not bad. Once my leg injury is better, it'll be easy for me to escape. Once I return to the mountains, it'll be hard for me to escape. In the third courtyard of the mansion, there was a row of rooms on the east wall. It was dark and unlit, but in one of the rooms, there were two figures sneaking around each other. One of them was Liang Shuang, and the other was the secret agent he had sent to Zhuozhou. His name was Zhong Shuhao. Liang Shuang lowered her voice and asked, "What instructions does young master have?" Zhong Shuhao said, "Young master said that this is a rare opportunity, and that he must die here." Liang Shuang frowned and said, "I tried my best to curry favor with the Khitans so that they would not make things too difficult for us. But in the end, we are not their people. It's true that Young Fan is in our territory, but he's not alone. How can we kill him?" Zhong Shuhao said, "Young master has already issued a death order. Once he escapes, there won't be another chance. Young master said that no matter if it's poisoning, assassination, or assassination, any method is fine. If necessary, we can abandon this manor, set it on fire, and cause chaos. In the chaos, we can take his life. As long as we can accomplish this, young master will not hesitate to reward us handsomely." Liang Shuang carefully calculated for a while, then nodded and said, "You go and rest first. I'll make a good plan and see if there's an opportunity to make a move." Zhong Shuhao said, "I haven't shown my face here for the past 2 days. If a new face suddenly appears, won't it arouse their suspicions?" Liang Shuang scoffed and said, "Don't worry. All of us have been locked up in this courtyard. Those kitten soldiers have never looked us in the eye, nor have they counted our numbers. Who would remember who you are?" Only then did Zhong Shuhao feel relieved. Taking advantage of the darkness, he quietly escaped. Liang Shuang gazed at the hazy moon in the sky and let out a long sigh. The Lu family manor was the largest in the town. The kitten general named Fei Mo naturally moved here, and so did Young Fan. However, although he was close at hand, it was easier said than done to kill him. The kitten soldiers who were guarding against Young Fan's escape were also his best protection. It would be difficult to carry out young master's order, in Zhuolu City, in the mansion where Li Jinzhong was. Li Jinzhong struggled for another 3 days, but in the end, he couldn't hold on. At the third watch, he sadly breathed his last. The generals under him had led their own warriors to guard the perimeter. They had already occupied Zhuolu for many days, so they couldn't ignore the imperial court's troops. Therefore, they weren't guarding by his side. When he breathed his last, there was no one beside him except Sun Wanrong. The room was still filled with the smell of medicine and Li Jinzhong's rotting body. Mosquitoes flew tirelessly in the hazy night. Suddenly, they would sneak attack Sun Wanrong, who was sitting by the bed like a corpse. Sun Wanrong was in a trance and didn't notice them at all. After a long while, he gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Men." The door opened and a few personal guards quickly walked in. As nomads, every adult man was a warrior. The tribal leader didn't have any special guards on a daily basis. During times of war, the herdsmen of the tribe were his army. As for the most trusted soldiers, they came from the families that had the closest relationship with the tribal leader. The warriors stationed in the manor were Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong's absolute trusted aides. The warriors all had heavy expressions. Some of them had tear stains on their faces, but none of them cried in front of Sun Wanrong. All they did was quietly listen to his orders. Sun Wanrong instructed in a hoarse voice, "Gather all the herbs and place them with the Khan's body. Don't use a coffin. The news of the Khan's death must not be made public." "Yes." A fierce glint flashed in Sun Wanrong's eyes as he said, "When we leave Zhuolu City, we have to burn this mansion. We have to throw all the corpses of the doctors who were executed inside. We can't let anyone identify them. Yes. Sun Wanrong's voice was still hoarse, but as he spoke, the faint sound of metal clanging could be heard. Pass the order to all the soldiers. From tomorrow onwards, mobilize all the horses, mules, and carriages. Gather all the rations that the various tribes have gathered. Fill the sacks with rice and the sacks with carriages. The day after tomorrow, the army will set off and return to the mountains. The first 2 orders were for his personal guards to hear, but the third order was for the entire army to hear. When he said this, his old and haggard face faintly revealed a kind of determination that was as sharp as a knife and a kind of strange excitement. These Khitan tribes had joined the war either because of Li Jinzhong, him, or the 2 of them. Now that Li Jinzhong had passed away, he had to shoulder all the responsibility. He was duty-bound to do so. From the first day they raised their flags in rebellion, he knew that the future would be filled with thorns if they wanted to fight against the behemoth-like imperial court. But back then, Li Jinzhong was the Khan, and he had assisted him from the side. The pressure had never been as heavy as it was today. Today, he had to bear all of this. This was responsibility and motivation. An unprecedented fighting spirit surged in Sun Wanrong's heart. He wanted to fight a victorious battle, a great victory, so that Li Jinzhong's spirit could rest assured and all the clansmen could rest assured. He, Sun Wanrong, could still lead everyone down this path. Near noon the next day, Fei Mo suddenly received a military order. He immediately ordered someone to call Liang Shuang over. Liang Shuang had always tried his best to satisfy the various requests of the Khitan people. Seeing that he was obedient, Fei Mo didn't make things too difficult for him. Being nice to him was equivalent to setting an example for the other gentry. Only then would the gentry try their best to satisfy their requests. The people of the northern lands were fierce, and most of them practiced martial arts. If they were too harsh and even threatened their lives, these villagers would resist with all their might. Although they could suppress them, they would still suffer losses. When Liang Shuang saw Fei Mo, he pretended to be a yes-man, nodded and bowed, and said, "General, you were looking for me." Fei Mo stuck his butt out on the kang and said in a rough voice, "Yes. We are going to leave now. Gather all your mules, horses, and carriages, pack the grain into bags, and move them to the carriages. Tie them up with ropes and cover them with linoleum. Otherwise, if it rains halfway, everything will be ruined." Liang Shuang was shocked and cried out, "What? You are going to leave just like that?" Fei Mo looked at him and said, "What? If I want to leave, do I need your permission?" Liang Shuang hurriedly said, "No, no, no. What I mean is, with so much grain, I'm afraid we won't be able to load all of it in a short time." Fei Mo said, "Oh. Then you will have to fight through the night. We are leaving early tomorrow morning. Go and do it now. Pack all the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar and tie them up tightly. As long as you are obedient, I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, not only will I confiscate your property, I will also take your life." Hearing that they were leaving tomorrow, Liang Shuang felt slightly more at ease and hurriedly agreed. Fei Mo added, "Also, prepare a light carriage and cover it with 2 extra layers of mattresses. I want to use it." The corner of Liang Shuang's mouth twitched twice and he hurriedly agreed. He went to the back and called out all the servants who were detained in the side courtyard. Under the supervision of the Khitan soldiers, they gathered all kinds of bags of rice and carriages of all sizes and loaded them into the carriages. In the grain cellar, Liang Shuang and Zhong Shuhao stood on top of a mountain of rice, using wooden shovels to load the grains while muttering softly. Zhong Shuhao propped up a rice bag and whispered, "They are leaving early tomorrow morning. What should we do about the matter that young master asked us to do? Can we think of a way to poison him?" Liang Shuang fiercely shoveled the grain and quickly glanced at the Khitan soldiers standing at the entrance of the granary. He lowered his voice and said, "They cooked the food themselves. We can't do anything. Besides, if we want to poison him, where will the poison come from? There is only one pharmacy in this town." As soon as they arrived, they took away all the medicine from the pharmacy, even the arsenic. They said that they want to use it to coat the arrows with poison. Zhong Shuhao anxiously said, "Then what should we do? You know young master's temper. He hates Yang Fan to the bone. If we just watch as Yang Fan leaves. Liang Shuang shoveled down and suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly shoveled a few more times and filled the rice bag. Then he grabbed the wooden shovel and went forward to help Zhong Shuhao tie up the bag. He took the opportunity to whisper something to him. A trace of joy suddenly flashed across Zhong Shuhao's face. He calmly nodded and carried a freshly filled bag of grain out of the grain cellar. Chapter 730. Hey! What are you doing? Zhong Shuhao was busy working on the grain cart when a kitten soldier holding a saber suddenly sensed something was amiss. He quickly walked over and asked fiercely. Zhong Shuhao stood on the cart and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He nodded and bowed, saying, "This lowly one is loading the cart according to the general's orders." The kitten soldier used his saber to point at a black jar in the middle of the sacks of rice and asked, "What is this?" Zhong Shuhao smiled apologetically and said, "This is a jar of sesame oil." The kitten soldier frowned and asked in confusion, "Why did you stuff the oil jar in the middle of the sacks of rice?" Zhong Shuhao smiled apologetically and said, "Sir, the journey is too far and the road is bumpy. If the oil jar is loaded onto a cart by itself, it will break if you aren't careful. This lowly one is thinking that if you stuff the oil jar in the middle of the sacks of rice, it will be foolproof." Oh, the kitten soldier's anger turned to joy. He patted his shoulder with his saber and praised, That's good. Let's do it this way." "Yes, yes, yes." Zhong Shuhao smiled apologetically as he watched the kitten soldier strut away. He immediately gave an order to the other farmers. Therefore, in front of the kitten soldiers, he grandly placed the oil jar, rice flour, and cloth together. The meat oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, sesame oil, and even tung oil, which was used to make lamp oil, were not only stuffed into the middle of the rice cart, but also several jars of cloth, bedding, and other goods were also stuffed into the cart. The kitten soldiers naturally knew that oil was flammable. However, they only thought that the servants of the manor were trying to curry favor. They didn't expect that they were planning to set the cart on fire. This town had long been occupied by the kitten people. These people had never shown any signs of resistance. Now that the kitten people were about to leave, why would these people look for trouble when they were about to leave? Unknowingly, the sun had set. In the dusk, the entire manor was filled with carts filled with grain and cloth. The mules and horses plundered from the tenant farmers and other large families were also brought into the manor. They were ready to put on the mules and pull the grain carts away the next morning. At the entrance of the grain cellar, the kitten soldiers held a saber in one hand and a torch in the other as they continued to monitor the situation with cold eyes. The farmers, on the other hand, were sweating profusely as they carried sacks of grain and continuously came out of the grain cellar. Under the night sky, the Liu family's manor was bustling with activity, as if the autumn harvest was in full swing. The moon was high up in the sky, and it was the third watch of the night. All of the grain in the grain cellar had been loaded onto the cart, and the tenant farmers who had been transferred to the manor to work dragged their tired footsteps as they left. The servants of the manor also looked exhausted, and as soon as they returned to their rooms in the courtyard, they immediately fell asleep. In a short while, they were snoring loudly like dead pigs. Although the kitten soldiers in the manor didn't do any work, they were also exhausted after being tossed around for so long. They had to monitor the work of the tenant farmers and servants, arrange for the rice carts to be loaded, and tie the captured mules and horses. When they thought about the long journey tomorrow morning, they also hurriedly rested. These servants of the manor had been very obedient these past few days. Now that the kitten people were about to leave, they didn't believe that these servants would cause trouble at this time, so they inevitably relaxed their watch over them. Liang Shuang, who was pretending to be asleep, snored as she opened her eyes. Because of the hot weather, the doors and windows were open, so it was easy to see the situation outside. Seeing that the kitten soldiers had indeed left, Liang Shuang jumped up. Beside her, Zhong Shuhao, who was also sleeping in his clothes, immediately jumped up. Liang Shuang flashed to the door and quickly circled around in the shadow of the porch. After confirming that there were no kitten soldiers in the courtyard, she immediately returned. At this time, the servants in the several side rooms in the courtyard were all awakened and gathered in the largest room. Among these people, Only Zhong Shuhao and Liang Shuang knew about tonight's operation. The other servants were all quietly awakened by Zhong Shuhao. At this moment, they had a pair of hazy and confused sleepy eyes, not knowing what was going on. Liang Shuang said in a low voice, "Right now, there are carriages and horses everywhere in the manor. This is the best opportunity for us to escape. In a while, we'll create a big mess and then take advantage of the chaos to escape." The servant of the manor, Dan, was startled by his words and said slowly, "Steward Liang, they'll leave early tomorrow morning. Why should we provoke them? These kitten people are like wolves and tigers. If they get angry, we'll all be killed." Before Liang Shuang could say anything, Zhong Shuhao sneered and said, Dan, you also know that they're bandits. Do you really think that after plundering the provisions, they'll leave peacefully?" The servants understood the underlying meaning and their faces couldn't help but change. Wang Da anxiously asked, "Master Zhong, what do you mean by this?" Zhong Shuhao said, "This morning, when their big boss went to find Steward Liang to arrange carriages and horses, Steward Liang overheard their conversation. They plan to kill everyone in the town when they leave early tomorrow morning." Everyone was shocked. Liang Shuang confirmed, "That's right. Their big boss told me to prepare carriages and horses to transport provisions. I agreed, but when I walked out, I remembered that there weren't enough mules and horses in the manor. I wanted to ask the big boss if he could gather the carriages and mules of the commoners in the town. When I turned around and walked to the door, I just happened to hear him instructing his trusted subordinates to kill all of us tomorrow." These ordinary servants didn't have much knowledge. When Steward Liang said this, they immediately believed it without a doubt. They couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Liang Shuang said, "From then on, I started to think about how to find a way for everyone to survive. If everyone doesn't dare to fight, then tomorrow morning, everyone will go see the King of Hell. Take advantage of the chaos in the manor tonight, everyone set a fire and create a big mess. Then, split up and break out. Maybe we can still find a way out. Do you understand?" The servants were so scared that they nodded their heads. Zhong Shuhao said sternly, "Steward Liang is thinking of everyone's safety. Otherwise, with Steward Liang's martial arts, your chances of escaping will be higher. If we don't fight, we'll die. If we fight, there's still a chance. What do we have to be afraid of? Cowards without balls, scram to the side and wait for death. If you're a man, then listen to Steward Liang's orders." The servants were furious. Diazhu said in a deep voice, "Steward Liang, just give your orders. Everyone will listen to you." Liang Shuang said, "Good. Shuhao, in a while, you and a few brothers with good skills will go out and take care of the kitten scouts outside. Wang Da, Go Sheng, Diazhu, Dan, you guys follow behind and wait for an opportunity to set a fire. We'll stuff oil jars in each of the carriages. Once the fire starts, all the animals in the courtyard will go crazy. When the time comes, it'll be a mess and we'll be able to rush out." Liang Shuang had already thought of a plan. After making some arrangements, she said, "All of you go back to your rooms and wait. Continue pretending to be asleep. Don't let the kitten people notice. Shuya, go and get the weapons we've hidden and distribute them to everyone. Everyone, listen to my orders and attack." The servants followed Liang Shuang's orders and quickly dispersed. However, Zhong Shuhao purposely moved slowly and stayed at the back. After waiting for the servants to be used as cannon fodder to disperse, Liang Shuang said to Zhong Shuhao in a low voice, "Once this is done, with young master's reward, you and I will be able to live a life of glory, splendor, wealth, and in a while, you and I will act according to the plan. We'll create chaos and light a big fire. We'll use the animals to cause chaos in the manor. When the servants run out of the manor and attract the kitten people's attention, you and I will sneak to Yang Fan's residence. He's injured. If we attack together, we'll definitely be able to kill him." Zhong Shuhao said, "Good. When the time comes, the manor will be in chaos. Those kitten people will only think that we're trying to escape. Furthermore, Yang Fan isn't one of them. They won't even think that we're trying to capture their captive. Therefore, Yang Fan's defenses will definitely be lax. We'll definitely be able to succeed. Glory, splendor, wealth, and wealth will be at our fingertip. Liang Shuang said, "There's a secret room in this manor that can hide people. After Yang Fan dies, they'll only think that he was killed in the chaos. The kitten people will leave tomorrow morning. They won't stay in the manor just because a captive was killed. After we're done, you and I will first hide in the secret room. Once they leave, heh." Zhong Shuhao originally thought that after he succeeded, he could only take advantage of the chaos to escape. It was only because of his loyalty to his young master and the generous reward that he wanted to take a gamble. Once he heard that there was a secret room in the manor that he could hide in, he immediately became even more excited. Head steward's plan is truly thorough. Let's do it this way. Not long after, Zhu Shuya came back with a pile of weapons of various lengths. These were all weapons that Liang Shuang had ordered people to hide when the kitten people occupied the town. Everyone in the room first picked out a weapon that suited them, then distributed the rest of the weapons to the manor servants who were still pretending to be asleep. Following Liang Shuang's arrangements, everyone quietly went outside. 2 kitten soldiers on night patrol wandered around for a long time. Their bodies were tired, so they found a cart filled with silk cloth and lay down on the soft silk cloth. Facing the starry sky, they hugged their long sabers and began to doze off. Zhong Shuhao and another thug from the Lu family, who had decent martial arts skills, quietly observed for a while. Using the messy grain carts in the courtyard as cover, they quietly approached the 2 of them. Behind them, at the moon gate, a few ordinary manor servants held fire torches in their chests and peeked at them. The 2 kitten soldiers leaned on the 2 sides of the cart, their bodies sleeping on the silk cloth. Their heads rested on the horizontal board beside the cart, their snores shaking the heavens. Zhong Shuhao quietly went around to the other side of the cart, pulled out his short saber, and gestured to his companion. The 2 of them simultaneously covered the kitten soldier's mouth, and without hesitation, the sharp blade slit their throats. The bodies of the 2 kitten soldiers twitched violently a few times, then quickly went limp. Zhong Shuhao waved his hand at the moon gate, and a few manor servants bent down and sneakily ran over through the gaps between the carts. Zhong Shuhao quietly ordered, "Don't be in a hurry to light the fire. The 2 of us will first deal with the 2 kitten people at the courtyard entrance. After we kill them, you guys immediately light the carts one by one, then untie the horses and mules that are tied up in all directions. Find an opportunity to rush out." The manor servants nodded gratefully. Although Steward Liang and this Master Zhong were people from the old mansion, and usually had their eyes on the top of their heads, not even sparing them a glance, at a critical moment, they did not run for their lives, but still remembered them. Such actions were enough to make these simple and honest manor people sincerely grateful. At the same time, Liang Shuang led another group of manor servants. Relying on their familiarity with the situation in the manor, they climbed over the low wall and leaped into another courtyard, beginning the same action. The Lu family manor was about to be thrown into chaos. Chapter 731. The night was dark, and the lamp was as small as a bean. Under the light of the lamp, Yang Fan carefully applied the ointment to the wound and changed it into a new piece of white cloth. This piece of white cloth had been boiled in water, so it was not as hard as before. After wrapping the wound layer by layer and wrapping it firmly, he blew out the lamp and lay down on the mat with his arms as a pillow. All the medicinal herbs from the pharmacy in town, whether useful or not, had been taken by Fei Mo, so Yang Fan could use the best ointment instead of chewing a bunch of medicinal herbs. During the day, the Khitans had been busy preparing for their relocation. They lived in the mountains. Other than wood for fuel, there was nothing they did not lack. Therefore, they worked hard to move everything that could be moved into the wagons, including the iron pots. The courtyard was a mess during the day. Yang Fan was too lazy to go to the courtyard to sunbathe, so he just rested in his room. After a few intermittent naps, he was not too sleepy at night. Yang Fan used his arms as a pillow and quietly pondered, "My injury has not healed yet. If I escape now, the possibility of successfully escaping is too small. In that case, I might as well pretend to be courteous for the time being." Ever since he saved Fei Mo's life, Fei Mo increasingly did not see him as an enemy. This was a good sign. When his body recovered, even if he had to escape from the mountains, he would be more confident than he was now. "However, I have been missing for so long. Although the succession hall is a mess, I'm afraid the worst is at home. The imperial court does not lack a chief supervisor. Yang Taiping has the heavy burden of the country on his shoulders. Even if he is sad, he will quickly pull himself together. But Xiaoman and Anu will not be able to withstand such a heavy blow. Yang Fan sighed and touched his belt. In his belt, he had already written his message on a piece of white cloth with a charcoal strip. When he left tomorrow, he would find a chance to throw it to the people in town. The cloth promised a large profit. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that the person who found it was willing to send it to the government, his family would have a chance to know that he was still alive. I'm afraid that an illiterate person found it. I'll take it back and wash it. Yes. That doctor, he must be literate. Before I leave tomorrow, I'll find an excuse to visit his house. Just as Yang Fan thought of this, he suddenly heard a faint shout. There's a fire. There's a fire. The car is on fire. Someone is running away. Soon after, countless cows mooed, horses neighed, and donkeys neighed. Yang Fan quickly sat up and stood up with his walking stick. As soon as he stood up, he heard a slight grunt from the courtyard. With Yang Fan's excellent hearing, he could vaguely hear the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into flesh. Yang Fan was secretly shocked and hurriedly walked towards the door. When his crutch landed on the ground, he purposely used a gentle force to avoid making a doo-doo sound. Just as Yang Fan reached the door, he noticed a flash of light in front of the door. It seemed that someone was coming. Yang Fan hurriedly moved to the side and hid by the wall. Almost at the same time, a figure with a knife hidden behind his elbow quickly dashed in. The person who rushed in was Zhong Shuhao. The fire in the backyard had already been ignited, and shouts could be heard everywhere. If he was a bit late, Yang Fan would wake up. Although his leg was injured, it was better to act as soon as possible. Therefore, Zhong Shuhao stepped into the room and ran towards the bed. Bang! Yang Fan swung his crutch and fiercely hit Zhong Shuhao's head. Then, he grabbed his collar and pulled Zhong Shuhao's body back into his arms. At the same time, he nimbly flicked his crutch forward and caught the steel knife, preventing it from making a sound. Since this person had attacked the kitten people, he didn't think that he was his enemy. However, he also didn't think that he could explain clearly who he was, why he was with the kitten people, and other long-winded questions in a few words. He would first knock him out. Just as Yang Fan supported Zhong Shuhao, he heard another muffled groan from outside. Then, someone shouted in a low voice, "Hurry up, remember to cut off Yang Fan's head." Yang Fan's heart immediately trembled. He had never thought that the target of this group of assassins who were supposed to ambush the kitten people was actually him. How was this possible? He had already fallen into the hands of the kitten people as a captive. Just who was it that did not hesitate to launch a sneak attack on the kitten people in order to kill him? At this time, the battle cries in the backyard were getting louder and louder. The entire manor was filled with the sounds of people shouting and horses neighing. "Hurry! If you're late!" Liang Shuang finished off a hidden guard in the other corner and rushed over to help. He had just hurriedly shouted into the room when a figure pounced out from the room, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. Liang Shuang was shocked. He brandished his knife and slashed. With a pu sound, the steel knife slashed across the black figure's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Yang Fan threw the unconscious Zhong Shuhao away like a hidden weapon. Then, he picked up the steel knife with one hand and propped up his walking stick with the other, rushing out the door. Liang Shuang had just slashed Zhong Shuhao to the side when a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. Another knife slashed at him. Yang Fan had made his move. Without saying anything, Yang Fan slashed at Liang Shuhao's head. However, he did not aim at Liang Shuang's vital points, but at his shoulder. He still wanted to leave him alive. Liang Shuang was shocked and hastily dodged to the side. Yang Fan's right leg was injured, so his movements were not nimble enough. His injury affected his movements and slowed down, allowing him to escape the knife. Liang Shuang was shocked and said, "You're still alive." Yang Fan sneered and said, "Yang's life is not that easy to take." As they spoke, the sabers in their hands clashed 3 times in a row. Sparks flashed and Yang Fan saw Liang Shuang's appearance. When Fei Mo gathered the local aristocrats, Yang Fan did not take a good look at their appearances. Later on, Liang Shuang was rarely allowed to come to the courtyard where Fei Mo lived. Yang Fan had never seen him, so even though he saw his appearance, he still did not know who he was. Just as Yang Fan was about to interrogate the other party about their origins, 6 or 7 kitten men suddenly barged in from outside the courtyard, each holding a weapon and a torch. Someone in front of them shouted, Big Chieftain, the backyard." Hey! Seeing people fighting in the corridor, the kitten soldiers were shocked and immediately surrounded them. Seeing this, Yang Fan's mind flashed and he suddenly shouted, "Quick! These people want to assassinate leader Fei." Finished speaking, he kicked Zhong Shuhao's buttocks with his left foot, sending the corpse flying. With a slurp sound, the corpse slid 2 feet away from Fei Mo's door before stopping. Immediately, Yang Fan endured the pain and stood still. The cane in his right hand shot out like a poisonous dragon and struck Liang Shuang's genitals. At the same time, the steel knife in his left hand was a step faster and chopped at Liang Shuang's neck. Since things had come to this, he could not be left alive. He could only use him in other ways. Liang Shuang swung his knife diagonally and with a clang sound, he parried the knife in Yang Fan's hand. Immediately, he felt a great pain in his crotch, so much so that he stopped breathing. Yang Fan's left hand was not as nimble as his right. He deliberately used the knife in his left hand as a bait and the cane turned into a shadow, firmly striking Liang Shuang's genitals. Liang Shuang felt a pain in his balls. He really felt a pain in his balls because his balls were broken. Even the most venomous snake had a weak point. Those who practiced the iron skin technique also had a weak point. Even the strongest man would temporarily lose all his strength after receiving a heavy blow in this area. Liang Shuang's body was bent and his eyes were protruding out. He breathed in slowly but couldn't even inhale. Soon after, he was freed. Yang Fan followed up with another chop, separating his head from the source of the pain. Liang Shuang fell heavily to the ground and stared at his body with wide eyes. He was finally no longer in pain. Yang Fan rushed to the kitten soldiers in front of him and said, "Quickly go and see Leader Fei." When the kitten soldiers saw that the assassin had been killed by Yang Fan, they rushed to Fei Mo's residence like a swarm of bees and shouted, "Leader, leader, I'm here." Fei Mo heard the shouts of his own people and only then did he shakily crawl up from the ground. Shouts rang out from outside, followed by the sound of swords clashing in the courtyard. Fei Mo, who was in the middle of a drunken roar, was startled awake. He had been sleeping on his stomach after being shot in the buttocks. Yang Fan couldn't move, but he couldn't. When he heard the commotion, he hurriedly flipped over and fell under the bed. His buttocks hit and it hurt like hell. Fei Mo didn't dare make a sound. He hurriedly pulled out his knife from under his pillow and lay there. If someone rushed in, he could only endure the pain and fight. After waiting bitterly for a long time, reinforcements finally came. Fei Mo didn't want his subordinates to see his embarrassing state, so he endured the pain and crawled back to the bed. Only then did he raise his voice and shout. A few kitten soldiers rushed into the room with torches in their hands and saw Leader Fei lying on the bed like a tortoise with a saber in one hand. He asked in an imposing manner, "Have you killed all the Avilders?" A few kitten soldiers said in unison, "Leader, let's go out and talk. The fire is about to reach us." At daybreak, the kitten soldiers packed up and began to leave the town. At the same time, the kitten soldiers stationed in Zhuolu and the surrounding villages also began to form up and set off. As they advanced, they gathered together. The riot that took place in the town last night was quickly quelled. None of the people who tried to rush out of the manor managed to escape. The one who managed to escape the furthest was shot to death by arrows, while the servants in the manor were chopped into meat paste by the enraged Khitans. However, the damage they caused was not small. The entire manor was gone, burned to the ground, and several nearby families were implicated. Most of the food, cloth, clothes, and bedding that had been plundered from the town and gathered in the manor were burned. Only the dozen or so carriages in the front yard were rescued in time and didn't suffer too much damage. However, when those carriages were pulled along the road, one could occasionally see green smoke rising from some of the carriages. Fei Mo was lying on a large carriage with a simple shed on it. Beside him was Yang Fan. The arrow wound on Yang Fan's leg had also ruptured during the fierce battle last night. Yang Fan asked, "This manor belongs to the Fanyang Lu family?" Fei Mo said, "That's right. Damn it, the Fanyang Lu family is indeed worthy of being the overlord of the north. They actually have such guts with just a few servants in the manor." Yang Fan secretly took a deep breath. He finally understood. Fei Mo cursed angrily for a while, then suddenly looked at Yang Fan and asked, "Why did you save me?" Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, "I hope that you can make a bigger fuss. The more you make a fuss, the more beneficial it will be for the restoration of Li Tang. Now that the Crown Prince has been appointed marshal, it's a good sign, but it's not enough." Fei Mo spat at him. "Pooey. Am I that important? You've saved me twice. Other than this reason, is there nothing else?" Yang Fan laughed and said, "What else? You're a thief and I'm an official. Don't tell me you think I'm treating you as a brother." Fei Mo laughed. "I say, why don't you stay and be my strategist? How about that?" "I won't do it. Do you believe that I won't kill you? Is this how you repay your benefactor? Damn you." Fei Mo angrily cursed, then shut her mouth and continued to play the turtle. Chapter 732. The various kitten troops gradually gathered together and began marching east. At noon, the large group stopped in a mess. After lunch, they were about to continue on their way when Sun Wanrong suddenly issued a general order. Thus, only about 10,000 soldiers who had suffered minor injuries in the previous battles were allowed to stay. The rest of the troops were separated from the main group. Yang Fan sat in the carriage and saw countless cavalry rolling south. As the army galloped past, the dust they stirred up was like a dark cloud that filled the sky. Yang Fan revealed a slightly alarmed expression and subconsciously asked, "What happened?" Fei Mo chuckled, his face revealing a cunning expression that contrasted with his rough and honest appearance. "The Grand Marshal has led the troops south to attack Ji Province." "What?" Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. "Aren't we returning to the mountains?" Fei Mo said lazily, "The Khan suffered a heat stroke and has been feeling unwell ever since. This time, he's leading us to escort the rations back to the mountains. As for the Grand Marshal, do you think there aren't a few spies from the imperial court in such a huge Jwalu city?" The Khan deliberately spread the news of his return to the mountains to confuse the soldiers. Yang Fan was speechless for a moment before saying, "With the main force heading south and only a small force to escort the Khan back to the mountains, aren't you afraid that the imperial court's army will intercept you while escorting so many supplies?" Fei Mo laughed out loud. "Ha ha. If they really chase after us, we can just abandon the rations and leave. We can then take down another city and raid their homes. However, do you really think that Wu Yuyi will send troops? If he has the guts, he would have long come in the few days we stayed in Jwalu. Ha ha ha." Although the one leading the troops was Wu Yuyi, as a member of the court, when Yang Fan heard Fei Mo's impudent and contemptuous smile, he couldn't help but feel ashamed. Tens of thousands of kitten cavalrymen belonging to different tribes immediately left their ranks the moment the word south was given. It appeared to be a complete mess. However, the kitten cavalrymen did not need to form up like the Han cavalrymen, using banners and drums to organize themselves. Through their training in hunting and encirclement since they were young, it was almost as if it was instinctive for them. Amidst the chaos, they naturally regrouped and lined up according to the banners of the various tribes, forming a very effective marching formation. In the evening, they stopped by a small river. Sun Wanrong rode a large horse and stood at the very front of the formation, quietly watching his army. The magnificent army slowly quietened down in front of him, like a towering mountain, a heavy and majestic aura rushing towards him. Sun Wanrong nodded in satisfaction and shouted, "I will pretend to return to the mountain to deceive the Tang army. The Tang will not be on guard. Today, the entire army will only carry 2 days' rations and travel day and night straight to Jeju. Even if the Tang have cavalry scouts, we will let them chase behind us and see our Blue Wolf War flag planted on top of Jeju's city wall." His hand slowly reached to his waist and suddenly pulled out a slightly curved Turkic long saber with a clang. He gently kicked the horse's abdomen with both legs, and the war horse ran horizontally in front of the neat formation like a wall. "We must take Jizhou, there is nothing we cannot conquer." We must take Jeju, there is nothing we can't conquer. We must take Jeju, there is nothing we can't conquer. Tens of thousands of Khitan cavalrymen shouted in unison. The gathered sound waves were earth-shattering and earth-shattering. In a distant birch forest, countless birds flew up in fright and circled in the sunset sky. Sun Wanrong suddenly turned his horse and slashed his long saber towards the south. He shouted with all his might, "Continue forward." The magnificent army was like a raging tide bursting through a dam, crushing the small river in front of them and rolling south. To the south, continue south. Under the southern sky, the sunset was dyed red like blood. The cavalry that covered the sky quickly merged with the dark red sunset. In the evening in Luoyang, there were not many pedestrians on the long streets because it was almost time to close the doors. Occasionally, there were some pedestrians who returned home late, but they were also in a hurry. On the side of the Tianjin Bridge, a group of people slowly approached. The surrounding guards were the Featherwood Guards, who were clad in bright armor and looked extremely formidable. The group in the middle were the Turks with curly hair and sharp noses. The warden of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, Liu Ruoyu, had a wooden and expressionless face as she silently accompanied the Turks forward. Only when they reached the guest house of the Turks did she turn her head and lightly say, "Envoy, please return to the guest house to rest. If you have any needs, you can bring them up to the guest house official." The Turk envoy was a short and burly man in his early 40s. He had a crooked beard and an arrogant expression on his face, but his eyes were shrewd and crafty. In the face of Liu Ruoyu's disrespectful attitude, the Turk envoy was not offended in the slightest. He only smiled faintly and replied in Han with a foreign accent, "Thank you for your trouble, Jianke Liu. We do not have any other needs. We only hope that your esteemed emperor can give us an answer as soon as possible. Our Kagan's patience is not very good." Liu Ruoyu's expression changed. With a heavy snort, she turned her horse around and galloped away. The Turk envoy smiled proudly and dismounted. He walked towards the post house with legs that were a little worn out from riding. In the hall of martial accomplishment, the prime ministers and several important officials of the court were still seated and had yet to leave the palace. Wu Zetian's face was filled with fatigue, but her extreme anger caused her aged face to be filled with dignity. Preposterous. This is preposterous. Silk, farming tools, seeds, steel, medicinal herbs, agricultural books, medical books, and that's not all. He even wants the surrendered families of the 6 prefectures and the Chanyu Protectorate. This Moshe is truly audacious. I haven't even settled the score with him for the invasion and he dares to be so greedy. The Chilean Pavilion Junior Supervisor Li Jiao solemnly said, "Your Majesty, if we agree to the Turks' conditions, Moshe will be able to obtain the manpower, farmland, and agricultural resources. The Turks will become even more powerful. Furthermore, the Turks are greedy and untrustworthy. Even if we give them these conditions, they will not be able to obtain peace. I believe that we should strengthen our military to prevent their attacks." Li Jiao was also a member of the faction that protected the heir to the throne. He supported the current crown prince, Li Dan. Thus, when Wei Yuanzhong and Yaro Chong became prime ministers, he was immediately pulled into the political circle. His words were naturally the intentions of Wei Yuanzhong and Yaro Chong. The current situation was still unclear. Although the emperor was furious, his true intentions were still uncertain. It was best for him to make the first move. Wu Zetian appointed Crown Prince Li Dan as the marshal and Di Renjie as the deputy marshal. She sent troops to the western region to suppress the Turks. When the Turks heard that the imperial court had sent more troops, and that it was the highly respected Di Renjie who was the commander, they raised the banner of Crown Prince Li Dan and received the support of their people. Their morale was extremely high, and they were worried that they would be at a disadvantage, so they immediately retreated. Di Renjie could not catch up to them and did not have the confidence to fight a battle. Thus, he only stationed his troops at the border to prevent a counterattack from the Turks. At the same time, he helped the affected people rebuild their homes. The two sides were in a stalemate. At this time, the Tubo Empire was in chaos and the kings were fighting for power. The Turks had lost an ally and were unwilling to fight a battle with the imperial court. However, Moshe was unwilling to give up this good opportunity. Thus, he sent an envoy to the capital to propose a peace treaty with the empress. His conditions were that he would recognize Wu Zetian as his adoptive mother and was willing to marry his daughters to the kings of the imperial court, forming a father-son relationship with the imperial court. At the same time, he also asked for a large amount of silk, farming tools, seeds, ironware, and even medical books and herbs from the imperial court. Not only that, he also asked for the Turks who surrendered to the Tang dynasty in the Hex 6 provinces and the territory of the Chanyu Protectorate. There were more than 8,000 households in the Hex 6 provinces. A household had about 5 to 6 people, which meant that there were about 40 to 50,000 people in each household. Each household had at least one strong man, which meant that there were almost 10,000 warriors who were skilled in horsemanship and archery. Most importantly, these Khitans surrendered to the imperial court of their own accord. If they were pushed to Moshe, how would the people of the world view the great Jew? There were more than 1 or 2 such dependent tribes. The Chanyu Protectorate was one of the 6 most important protectorates established during the Tang dynasty. It belonged to the Guanay Road and its territory was between the Great Desert to the north and the Yellow River to the south. If he really agreed, the Turks would be able to graze sheep right under Wu Zetian's nose. Wu Zetian looked at Yang Zisi and asked, "Yang Zisi, what do you think?" Yang Zisi hurriedly said, I think that Moshe is willing to give his son to his mother and marry his daughter to the kings of the dynasty. He is very respectful towards your majesty. However, they want the 6 provinces to surrender, the Chanyu Protectorate and the Great Jew to abandon their people. Such a request is simply... The words forfeiting sovereignty and humiliating the country were at the tip of his tongue, but he swallowed them back down and swiftly changed them to they are simply insatiably greedy. This subject believes that if we agree, it will only encourage the ambitions of the Turks. We should sternly refuse. Yarou Chong heard his ambiguous words and could not help but angrily said, not only should we not allow them to abandon their people, we should also not allow them to give us silk, seeds, farming tools, ironware, agricultural books, and medical book. This is giving money to the enemy. The Turks have taken advantage of the unrest in the north to invade our borders and kill our people. Now, we are talking about peace and not punishing them, but the court wants to give them so many resources. How can there be such a reason in the world? Nayan Lujia worriedly said, what Prime Minister Yarou says is reasonable, but although Master Di's troops seem strong, they are mostly untrained recruits. Master Di himself has never led an army in battle and lacks battle experience. If Moshe decides to invade the east again, with the Khitan bandits running rampant and the smoke of war rising in the northwest, I'm afraid. Hearing this, Wu Zetian could not help but frown. She somewhat regretted listening to Zhu Xing's words and killing Heikai Changji. Heikai Changji had never suffered a defeat against the Turks and the Turks feared him the most. If he was still alive, Moshe would not have dared to demand such an exorbitant price and the 160,000 soldiers would not have been wiped out by the yellow deer. But that hateful Wu Yuyi only defended his city in the north and did not dare to fight the enemy, watching as the Khitans rampaged through Hebei and caused trouble everywhere. Otherwise, he could have transferred troops from the north to join the Helong Corps. At that time, Moshe would not have dared to take advantage of the situation and the court would not have been forced to let the Turks extort them. After thinking for a long time, Wu Zetian's anger subsided and she deeply sighed, saying, let's first stabilize the Turkic envoys and delay for time. Quickly send an edict to Wu Yuyi and have him send troops to fight the enemy and eliminate the Khitan rebels as soon as possible. Chapter 733. The general in charge of escorting the supplies back to the mountain stronghold was called Qi Ding, a trusted aide of the Khitan Supreme Khan Li Jinzhong. Since it was announced that the Khan was ill and needed to return to the mountain to recuperate, it was only normal for him to leave behind a trusted general to protect him. More than 10,000 people, coupled with a large number of horses and mules, was also a mighty procession. Qi Ding needed to command the whole army, especially the carriage in which Li Jinzhong's body was hidden. He almost never left it, so Yang Fan had never seen him. In fact, with more than 10,000 soldiers escorting so many supplies, Wu Yuyi only needed to send a group of light cavalry. Even if they could not annihilate them, they could still seize the supplies. Even if they could not seize it, they could force the Khitans to burn the supplies, which would be a heavy blow to the Khitans. Fei Mo might have said it casually, saying that things could be seized again if they were lost. In fact, attacking cities and seizing strongholds was not an easy task for a cavalry unit that specialized in roaming and maneuverability. If they could starve the Khitans of food and clothing, they would only have to wait until winter. Just the howling of the north wind would be enough to decimate the Khitans and greatly weaken them. If not for the fact that Sun Wanrong knew that news of the Khan's death could not be hidden for long and that he needed to win a few major battles while the morale of the army was still stable to establish his authority, he would not have taken such a risk and allowed Qi Ding to lead such a weak force to escort the supplies back to the mountain. However, after traveling for 7 to 8 days, they did not encounter a single Zhou army. Fei Mo was immensely proud, but Yang Fan was disgraced. The battle at Huangbua had truly displayed the might of the Khitans. In this battle, they had cleverly exploited the arrogance of the Zhou army, and the advantageous terrain had played an important role. But in the eyes of the Zhou people, they only saw that the Khitans had fought this battle with even more prestige than the Turks and Tubo. The extreme contempt they had for the Khitans immediately turned into extreme panic. They had overestimated the fighting strength of the Khitans. As a result, Wu Yuyi, who had more than 100,000 soldiers, did not even dare to challenge this easily defeated grain convoy. Jiyu Zhuting and Anu were still dressed as master and servant, returning from Horse City with a convoy on their way to Thousand Gold City. One of the defeated soldiers got lost in the mountains and wandered for more than half a month before he finally found his way out and escaped to Horse City. These days in the mountains, he could only eat mountain fruits and small animals to fill his stomach. He was not a hunter, so it was not easy for him to catch a small animal. He was so hungry that he was emaciated. He fainted as soon as he reached Horse City. However, before he fainted, he was asked for his name. He said his name was Yang Fan. Jiyu Zhuting and the men sent by RNU to search for Yang Fan's whereabouts at Horse City treated him as if he had found a treasure and immediately guarded him. Because his body was too weak and in urgent need of treatment, they dared not move him too much and only sent men to Thousand Gold Smelting City to report the news. When Anu and Jiyu Zhuting heard the news, they immediately rushed from Thousand Gold Smelting City. However, they were disappointed when they saw him. Although this man was exhausted and had lost his body shape, Anu was familiar with Yang Fan. His facial features, height, and physique were not that different, so she could tell that this was just a person with the same name. These days, Anu had met more than one person with the same name as Yang Fan. Some were alive, some were dead, but no matter if they were alive or dead, they were not the Yang Fan she was looking for. Therefore, every time she met them, all she got was sadness. Jiyu Zhuting said, "You should be happy. There is no news about the sovereign, doesn't that mean he is still alive?" Anu asked in return, "If he is still alive, why is there no news about him? It doesn't make sense that those pawns who only know some ordinary martial arts have all returned as long as they are still alive, but his whereabouts are still unknown." In fact, Anu hoped that Yang Fan was safe and sound more than anyone else, but because of her concern for him, the most terrifying result would always be lingering in her mind. When she was in Thousand Gold Smelting City, every day, she would see corpses being sent into the corpse smelting furnace, and her mind would always be filled with the gruesome scenes. It had tortured her to the point that she was emaciated and exhausted. As the caravan moved forward, a steward hired by Jiyu Zhuting raised his horsewhip and pointed into the distance. "Look, there is a troop coming." Anu and the others went to Horse City, but they could not find Yang Fan. So, on the way back, they bought a batch of coal and urns from Horse City. These things were consumed too quickly. The amount of coal and urns needed for the cremation of more than 100,000 people was huge. Even if the shops they ordered were to produce at full capacity, they would not be able to meet the demand in a short time. After buying these things, they hired a dozen large carriages from the locals, and this steward was the leader of the carriages. Jiyu Zhuting looked up and saw a group of cavalrymen galloping over from the horizon. She did not pay them any mind and said indifferently, "They are probably the soldiers who are taking in the rebels." In recent days, there were often generals from the imperial court going to the cities and towns to take in the fleeing rebels, so they were not surprised anymore. This place was very close to Thousand Gold Smelting City, and they did not think of any possibility other than the soldiers. However, that group of people was getting closer and closer. They didn't raise any flags, but as they got closer, their clothes could be seen clearly. The workers transporting the coal couldn't help but exclaim, "It's the Khitans! They are the Khitans!" The Khitans transported the supplies eastward. At first, they tried their best to avoid the cities to avoid being harassed by the soldiers. But along the way, they found that the Jew army was scared out of their wits. Under Wu Yuyi's strict orders, the cities only held back their troops, so they gradually became bolder. Now, they were getting closer to their destination, and the surroundings were getting more and more desolate. There were only Horse City and Thousand Gold Smelting City, two small cities that could not hold a large number of troops, so they became even more unrestrained and swaggered over. By the time Jiyu Zhuting and the others realized that the riders were Khitans, it was already too late for them to hide. A few of the charcoal workers were so frightened that they instinctively wanted to run, but it was impossible for them to escape with the charcoal carriages. After a moment of confusion, the carriages and horses blocked the road in disorder, so they were stuck there and could not move. "Everyone, don't move. We are just businessmen. As long as we do not resist, they will not do anything to us." Jiyu Zhuting raised her voice and ordered loudly. Nu quietly pressed down on the sword at her waist. Seeing these Khitans, she thought of young Fan, whose whereabouts were unknown. In her eyes, every kitten was a mortal enemy. She wanted nothing more than to chop these people into meat paste. Nu. Jiyu Zhuting saw Nu's strange expression and immediately warned her. Nu slowly let out a breath and loosened her grip on the sword. When the kitten soldiers saw this caravan, a group of cavalry immediately galloped over and surrounded them. They galloped happily on their horses and laughed at the panicked workers. After a while, a large group of people came over and protected a heavily guarded carriage. They passed right in front of this group of people who were obviously merchants, not even sparing them a glance. A man who looked like a general rode his horse over and shouted, "What are they doing?" A kitten soldier answered, "It's a group of merchants." The general's face lit up. He waved his hand and said, "Search their carriage and see what they are transporting." "Yes." Immediately, two soldiers dismounted from their horses and walked over with sabers in their hands. They shouted, "All of you, get off the carriage. Get off the horses. What are you doing?" Jiyu Zhuting patted Nu's arm and took the lead to get off the horse. She put on a flattering smile and said, "Lord General, we are just doing small business. The carriage is transporting some coal and charcoal to Thousand Gold Smelting City. It's nothing valuable. Lord General, please be magnanimous and have mercy on us." Transporting coal? Hearing this, the kitten man lost interest. The thing they lacked the least in the mountains was firewood, so there was no need for them to waste their energy transporting charcoal into the mountains. He walked around the carts and looked at them. Seeing the jars tied with straw ropes, he couldn't help asking, "What's inside?" The chief steward, who happened to be standing next to the carriage, answered while trembling, "Lord General, these are empty jars. There's nothing inside." The kitten soldier didn't believe him. He flipped his saber and smashed two jars with the back of the saber. Sure enough, they were empty. He couldn't help but be disappointed and said angrily, "Mother Fasteriska, why are you transporting so many empty jars?" The chief steward was cautious. He was afraid that he would say they were for the dead Jew soldiers and make the kitten soldier unhappy. His life and death depended on the other party's mood. He quickly answered with a bitter face, "This old man is just a businessman. If the customer wants to buy it, we sell it. As for what the customer wants to buy it for, we don't have the right to ask." "Mother Fasteriska, are you saying I talked too much?" The kitten soldier gave him a hard shove. The chief steward staggered a few steps and fell on his butt. The kitten soldier couldn't help but laugh when he saw his sorry state. At this time, under the protection of the soldiers, another carriage drove over. This carriage paled in comparison to the magnificent carriage from before. The awning on top of the carriage was a temporary one. It was unknown how long they had been on the road, but the awning was about to collapse. The carriage swayed as it moved and was only barely supported by the ropes on four long poles. The carriage was simple and crude. It was just a carriage used by ordinary farmers to transport grain and firewood. The carriage was piled with cloth and clothes. Inside, there were two people, one sitting and one lying on the ground. One of them was Fei Mo. Fei Mo could now lie on his side. He was lying on his side with one hand propping up his hairy cheeks. He looked like a sleeping Ahat with his eyes closed. Yang Fan was sitting next to him. He had made a nest out of the cloth and was lazily leaning against it. He was looking at the trapped passers-by. Yang Fan saw that the group of people was a group of passing merchants who were surrounded by the kitten soldiers and looked very pitiful. He raised his voice and called out, "You Fu, why are you fighting with a group of people who are just trying to make a living? They're all poor people and their lives aren't easy. Let them go." These days, Fei Mo really didn't treat Yang Fan as an outsider. They ate and slept together. Although he didn't say it out loud, he actually treated Yang Fan as his brother. Yu Fu was the leader of the group of cavalry that trapped Nu and the others. He was Fei Mo's nephew. Because of Fei Mo's attitude towards Yang Fan, his subordinates also became respectful towards Yang Fan. That was why Yang Fan tried to dissuade them. Nu, who was disguised as a servant, stood beside Jiyu Zhuting. Her eyes were fixed on the ground and she didn't even raise her head. She was afraid that if her eyes revealed uncontrollable hatred, it would attract the attention of these kitten soldiers. As soon as Yang Fan's voice entered her ears, Nu's heart jumped so fast that it hurt a little. She suddenly raised her head and stared at the person speaking in the carriage. With one glance, she was so happy that she was about to explode. Chapter 734. Haha, you've met a benefactor today. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore, quickly get lost. Yu Fu saw that these people really didn't have much to gain, and with Yang Fan putting in a good word for them, he generously agreed. As if they had been granted amnesty, the workers hurriedly bowed and expressed their gratitude. However, the kitten army was crossing the road, so they couldn't leave for a while. At this time, Fei Mo lazily opened his eyes. He had heard everyone's conversation just now, but he was still half asleep and a little sleepy, so he was too lazy to respond. At this time, he looked at the charcoal caravan and lazily ordered, "The people can leave, don't make it difficult for them, but leave the carriages and horses behind. Push all the junk on the carriages down. Yu Fu, move the things on the carriages that are about to fall apart over here." "Yes, uncle." Yu Fu answered, waved the long knife in his hand, and glared at the workers. "Did you all hear that? Quickly move the charcoal and jars off the carriages, hurry up." The goods on the carriages all belonged to Jiyu Zhuting, the big merchant. The workers only wanted to live, so how could they be reluctant? They hurriedly worked hard to move the goods off the carriages. However, they remembered that they had received money from Jiyu Zhuting, so they couldn't really push the jars down and break them. Thus, they moved the goods carefully. The drivers, on the other hand, had bitter expressions. The carriages and animals were their tools to make a living. If they were taken away, how could they live in the future? But in front of the kitten swords, how could they have the courage to say anything? Nu stood there and stared at Yang Fan in a daze. She didn't even blink. Tears quickly blurred her eyes, and then large teardrops flowed down her cheeks and gathered on her pointed chin. She didn't think that Yang Fan was still alive. He really was still alive. Seeing Yang Fan sitting in the carriage, Nu was so happy that her heart was about to explode. For a moment, she didn't know where she was, but she let the tears flow freely, venting her longing and infinite joy. Fortunately, Nu was now dressed as a servant. Once a woman dressed as a man, her age immediately seemed to be much younger, so at this time, she looked like a half-grown boy. Therefore, when her tears were seen by others, they only thought that she was shocked and scared, and did not have much suspicion. The car that Yang Fan was in did not stop. When he called out to Yu Fu, the car was crossing the main road. When Fei Mo finished, the car had already gone down the wilderness. Although Yang Fan wanted to save these pitiful passers-by, he couldn't say anything since Fei Mo had given the order. Even if the disguised Nu stood in front of him at this time, if she did not take the initiative to reveal her identity, he would at most feel a strange sense of familiarity from her, but he would never recognize that she was Nu. Not to mention that he did not seriously look at Nu from the beginning to the end. However, Nu's eyes seemed to be pulled by a pair of invisible threads, constantly chasing after his figure. When the car that Yang Fan was in left the main road, Nu subconsciously wanted to chase after it, but her arm was immediately grabbed by Jiyu Zhuting. Nu raised her blurred and teary eyes. Jiyu Zhuting shook her head at her with a solemn expression, and said in a low voice, "Sovereign is still alive, this is a joyous occasion. It will be easier for us if we know where he went, but at this time, we must not act rashly." Nu also knew that this was not the time to go forward and recognize him. Now it seemed that Yang Fan's life was not in danger, and his relationship with the kitten people was quite good. She did not know how he formed a friendship with the enemy of life and death. However, if she wanted to act rashly, she was afraid that she would harm him. At least, the kitten people would raise their vigilance, and it would not be easy to rescue him again. She could only suppress her anxiety and stand still. The carriage rumbled. Sitting in the carriage, Yang Fan secretly sighed in his heart. He estimated that in another half a month's time, his leg injury would be completely healed, but by that time, he would definitely be deep in the mountains. Yang Fan thought to himself, the road into the mountains took a total of 3 days. When I recover from my injury, as long as I bring enough food, I may not be unable to walk out. Although it is easy to get lost in the mountains, it will not be easy for them to chase after me. On the main road, the charcoal and jars on the carriage were all moved down. Under the orders of the kitten people, the workers used all their strength to move the grain and cloth from the carriages that were about to fall apart from the long journey onto these carriages. They could only watch helplessly as the kitten people drove the carriages and quickly chased after the main group of people. The chief steward and the other carriage handlers made some calculations and walked together to Jiyu Zhuting's side. The chief steward rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed expression, "Boss, look at this mess. They have thousands of men and horses, and they have sabers and swords in their hands. We don't dare to resist, but in the end..." Jiyu Zhuting coldly watched the kitten troops leave into the distance. She casually said to the chief steward, "Don't worry, this matter cannot be blamed on you. I won't mind." The chief steward's expression stiffened. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to say. One of the handlers was impatient. Seeing the chief steward's embarrassment, he couldn't help but say, "Boss, your things are all on the ground. When we moved them, we were very careful and didn't damage much. Later on, we can find some more carriages to move them away. But our carriages, and our horses. Boss, what do you think?" Another handler also said with a sullen face, "That's right, boss. Those are our livelihood. We were transported goods for boss, and that's why we were robbed by the kitten people. We poor people all have parents, wives, and children to support. What should we do now?" He also knew that there was no reason for them to be responsible for his losses. He just felt that this boss was very generous. Moreover, he was doing good deeds in 1,000 Gold Smelting City. Since he was so rich, he might as well say that he was pitiful and maybe he could get some compensation. Only then did Jiyu Zhuting understand what they meant. She quickly took out a money pouch from her bosom. Without counting, she stuffed the money pouch into the chief steward's hand and said, "You guys split it. The jars and charcoal on the ground are also yours. RNU, let's catch up." After saying that, Jiyu Zhuting pressed her hand on the horse's back. Her whole body became as light as a feather, and she floated onto the horse's back. The horse lowered its head to eat the grass and didn't notice anything. This kind of skill was really brilliant. RNU was also startled awake by her call. She immediately leaped onto the war horse, pulled the reins, and rushed down the main road. Jiyu Zhuting said anxiously, "RNU, slow down. Stay far away, don't let them find out." After saying that, she put her legs on the stirrups and followed after her. In the wilderness, thousands of soldiers and horses passed by, the ruts and hoof prints were clear. She wasn't afraid of losing them. The chief steward turned pale with fright. He held the money pouch and shouted, "Boss, boss. If it's up to me, forget it. Boss, don't chase after them. Boss." Jiyu Zhuting and RNU turned a deaf ear to him. In a short while, they were already far away. The chief steward stamped his feet and sighed, "Boss is a good person. But how can you give up your life and not your wealth?" After Li Jinzhong died of illness, Sun Wanrong knew that his prestige and unity among the people was far from Li Jinzhong's. He was afraid that the news would leak out and the morale of the army would be out of control. And once the army returned to the mountains, it would be impossible to keep this secret. At this time, the kitten people were far from having a strict class and system like the Han people. They couldn't isolate a ruler from his people for a long time and let everyone believe that he was still alive. Therefore, Sun Wanrong decided to hide the news of Li Jinzhong's death first and then order the light cavalry to go out to battle in the name of Li Jinzhong. Therefore, after he released the news that he had seized the grain and returned to the mountains, he only led the light cavalry to quickly travel south day and night and took down Jizhou as fast as lightning. After conquering Jizhou, in order to expand his influence, he ordered a massacre. Liu Baoji, the provincial governor of Jizhou, and thousands of officers and soldiers were killed. The provisions could not be transported away, so they were all burned. Then without stopping, he went to attack Hajian County. The whole of Hebei was shocked. The news was quickly reported to the capital. Wu Zetian was also shocked when she heard the news. At this time, the court and the Turks were negotiating for peace. In fact, the Turks were not optimistic about the kitten people. Now that the court was fighting in the north, they couldn't keep up with the latest battle reports. Therefore, they didn't dare to push the court too hard and were anxious to complete the peace negotiations. With both sides having their own concerns, the basic conditions for the peace negotiations had been agreed. Wu Zetian agreed that Prince Wuzhou would marry Moshe's daughter as his princess consort. Moshe would be given the title of Great General of the Left Guards and Qianshan Khan. In addition, he would be given gold, jewels, jade, silk, grain, and farming tools. However, he would never agree to the condition of ceding land to the abandoned people. Now, the two sides were only divided on the amount of gifts. When the news that Sun Wanrong had taken down Jizhou came, Wu Zetian panicked. She quickly instructed the office of the Grand Herald and the Turks to discuss again. At the same time, she tightly sealed off the news that the court had suffered another defeat. The officer from the office of the Grand Herald knew that if he suddenly changed his attitude and agreed to the Turks' conditions, it would arouse their suspicions. These barbarians were cunning and not easy to deceive. Thus, he patiently negotiated with the Turks for 2 more days, slowly making concessions before finally agreeing to the other side's conditions. The court agreed to the terms of the truce: 40,000 dendrograms of grain, 50,000 bolts of silk, 3,000 farming tools, 40,000 jin of iron, a batch of agricultural and medical books, 20 carts of medicinal herbs, 1,000 taels of gold and 10 buckets of pearls as betrothal gifts. The Turk envoy obtained his wish and the two sides signed a letter of credence. Soon after, the envoy gleefully accompanied Wu Yanxiu, who was preparing to become the Turk's son-in-law, back to the Turks with all the gifts. After the Turk envoy was sent away, the court immediately began to discuss the matter of sending more troops to Hebei. The news of the kitten's constant invasion of the south made the entire court feel threatened. The Turks and Tibetans, in particular, were constantly using the carrot and stick to extort benefits from the court, causing the court to be greatly troubled. All the factions believed that the kitten rebellion should be swiftly quelled. In these circumstances, the entire Wuzhou imperial court could be said to be of one mind, unprecedentedly united. Wu Zetian appointed the new Minister of War and Prime Minister Wang Xiajie, whom she had originally intended to send back to the 4 garrisons of Anxi to deal with the Tibetans, as the marshal of the northern expedition. General Su Honghui of the Featherwood Guard was appointed as the deputy marshal, and she began to mobilize troops against the Khitans. This time, because the imperial court had made peace with the Turks, Wu Zetian believed that there was no more fighting on the western front. As a result, she transferred nearly 80,000 soldiers from the various regions of Helong, as well as from the prefectural army and another portion of soldiers. In the end, she assembled an army of 180,000 soldiers. Wang Xiajie's army was the 3rd army the Wuzhou imperial court had dispatched to the northern frontier. In order to quell the rebellion of the tiny kitten, the 1st army, Cao Renxia, had been completely wiped out, and the 2nd army, Wu Yuyi, had closed the city walls. The imperial court could only place its hopes on this famous general who had reclaimed the 4 garrisons of Anxi. Wang Xiajie, with his 180,000 soldiers and the hopes of the empress and all the officials of the court, raised the war banner and set off for Hebei. At this time, the geese were returning to the south, the golden wind was refreshing, and the chill of autumn was beginning to set in.